I bet you can now. Okay. All right. I had to take me a little bath. I don't know why I took that. Mm, mm, mm. Oh my gosh. Boy. I tell you, I done laughed my ass off this morning. This morning. This morning. So, yeah, I had never heard them damn the 2020 thing. Maybe I missed it in my email. I apologize if I did. I didn't listen to it, but I want to hear. I'm go back and listen to how Farinella argue. Okay, so let me see what we got to do. Hey, the people on X on used to be known as Twitter. Hey, how y'all doing? So Karen, with your impatient ass, how you think how you think Bonjean did? How did you think she did? Cause you know I was barely listening. So this was gonna be how do you think she did? Oh, let me clear my nose. Oh, that was my other afro. What I clear across the damn other. Oh my gosh, y'all. Let me tell you something. All right, for Kelly. Oh shit, I got a child horse. Ooh, like I play sports. Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, as the people come in, I wanted to ask you first before I give my assessment. Um,
Mm-hmm.
your overall observation, assessment, and critique of not only how um, Ms. Bonjean did, but um, what were the vibes that you were getting from the justices, and what do you predict, which I'm going to predict, the outcome is going to be? And I'll be quiet and listen to you.
Well, Levi, you gonna have to drive this steer this ship by yourself because you know I was in and out, right? So this is gonna be kind of like my um um I don't want to say my raw opinion, my but honey, I heard some of it, and and most of it I didn't hear.
Okay.
So I'm relying on school, baby. My indoctrination. Yeah, go ahead. What you what yeah, so you gonna have to tell me, sweetie.
Well, if I go out, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Baby, they gonna kick my ass, Danny. I am sleepy. I was listening, but I wasn't listening. I mean, this is just like, like riding a bicycle. Hell, I can, I pick it up. You hear me, Levi? Levi, can you hear us? Can y'all hear us? Let me see. Can y'all hear us? Can y'all hear us? Okay, I'm working fine. Okay, Levi's the problem. I mean, they about to kick my ass. And I promise you, if we have to go back over it, uh, you know how we do it. Shit, we went over the Illinois one, and the Illinois one was less well less complex, right? And we went over that a few times because we want to make sure we don't miss anything, right? That's the thing. We want to make sure we don't miss shit. But yeah, they gonna be my ass. Hey, little Danny, oh Danny. They was making an argument that equal what Donnelly kept telling her. No legal standing. Uh, good observation. Okay, okay. What I observed and the little minutes that I observed it, and I was in and out. She was trying to J-Bo the situation. You know how she do, right? And in some cases, okay, let me say it like this, and I hope nobody don't get offended. I think low key, the justices, oh y'all hear that thunder, was kind of calling her on some of the little, the little clever way J Bo gets down, in my opinion. Okay, all right. Because what I'm judging it by the tone in which they spoke to her, and almost like, hey, this is plain language, the plain language of the law. What do you mean? And it reminds me of my old professors and any one of them damn degrees. They're like, what do you mean? Like, it says this right here. You're supposed to do it this way. And you are going all around the block, all up the street, and then, in my opinion, right? Yeah. So let me holler at y'all up in here. Who up in here on this record while I start to play? What's up, Karen Levi? Danny, hey Danny, hey Cookie, hey Candy. Baby, look at, we got a cookie and a candy right behind each other. Boy, bye. Anybody got a sweet tooth? We got you covered. Hey Dorothy. And hey the other people that's holding on to the. No, I'm sorry. Karen said you're in the clouds now. Yeah, get them lights up. Like us up over here. Hey Mo. All right, so let me get this dough right. I like I spoken cold. What is cold? What Johnson said? I like cold. I like cold. All right.
I'm sorry. What was I cut off at? Cause I was checking my emails and I'll just stay on this app because I was doing other stuff, kind of
Yeah,
multitasking.
you wasn't really getting. You had got into it or nothing like that. You had got into it.
So what I was saying is that hopefully Brother Jojo's listening because he understands how these things go when it comes to the smoke screen and the sleight of hand tricks and how we were taught as children that the lady who holds the scales of justice is blindfolded, but we later discovered that she was always been peeping through the blindfolds in order to determine who she was weighing in those scales of justice, whether they were poor, rich, wealthy, middle class, white, black, Hispanic, straight, gay, whatever. However, as I assess this, the one thing that I don't like playing a race card. I really don't. I don't believe in relying on. I don't believe in taking a handicap position, even though we know that the wheels of justice turn differently for some, as opposed to others. We know about the biases, the partiality that exists in the justice system. I purposely don't approach it from that standpoint. You rarely hear me talk about and point a finger and say, my cousin's going through this because he's black. Sometimes I'll raise it when necessary, but I don't rely on that. There's a certain mentality that we grew up with in Detroit. You go back to the Bad Boys, the Detroit Pistons. They knew that the refs were cheating with Michael Jordan and shit, but they got out there and took care of business and said, okay, if you breathe on Michael Jordan, they're going to call the damn foul. So why not foul his ass for real?
Okay, now you can get cussed out because what you don't know, okay, I'm an avid, okay, Michael Jordan and the Bulls fan. Are you crazy?
But we made Michael Jordan, the Detroit Pistons. We made him go into that gym and beef up and hit them damn weights that summer, a couple of summers, because he knew.
And what you made was 91, 92, 93, 96, 97, 98. Thank you. That's what you made. Thank you.
Yeah, but I saw Amos Walker. You know what's crazy? I saw Rick Mahorn just the other day. Ain't that crazy? I just saw him the other day.
That's crazy. Has he gotten any bigger? Lord have mercy.
Yeah, weight wise, he's about the same. When I saw him a year and a half ago, he could barely walk. His knees. Yeah, but I could tell that he's had surgery or whatever. He was walking better, and I asked him. I said, "Your knees are better?" He said, "Much better." But that's crazy. I was at the strip mall, and he rolled up in a Suburban. I was like, "That's Rick." But then I was listening to this dude talk about Chris Webber the other day, and we used to hoop with all of them, not regularly, but at St. Cecilia and stuff.
I had a crush on Chris Webber so bad, and my daughter's first number was 7. Stop playing with me.
Well, that's deep. And I heard this guy I know, he was saying how Chris Webber had attended a celebrity basketball game and he did a dunk, and he said that he was like, I gotta go because his knees are that messed up where he's like, I got to go. And it's so funny. Like I used to run, oh my God, 10 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles a day at my optimum level and playing against them guys. And I was just telling someone yesterday, like all of us, which I never played at the level they played at, Jalen and them, all of us except for the skinny ones, like Jalen Rose and them guys, Grant Hill and all of them, the ones who are skinny, they don't have any problem with their knees. You feel me? But all the big guys, all of the ones, even I would count Weber as a big guy because he and our body styles are very, very, very similar, if not identical. We have the same identical body styles where you would not, because you said the other day that I was skinny. You wouldn't say that Chris Webber is skinny, would you?
No, I wouldn't say. I'm just talking about your arms. I mean, more or less your arms.
Okay.
Well, no, I wouldn't say, Lord have mercy, babe. I used to love me some C Webb. Lord have mercy. Sacramento Kings, baby. Listen, I was a Sacramento Kings fan for no fucking reason at all. Hey, when nobody else was. Listen, like, who your favorite team? Sacramento Kings? What?
Right. Absolutely.
James, yes.
Hey, what up, y'all in the chat? So I was saying that we made Michael Jordan as our son because we made him reassess his game. We made him say, wait a minute, I can't just get beaten up like this. Rick Mahorn and them was tearing his ass up. All of them was like, hey, yo, that's the Detroit mentality. Okay, they cheating, But if you look at them hard, they're gonna foul you. So if he drive through the hole, whatever, make the foul count. That's how we think in Detroit. That's
That
the
was
mentality.
dirty. It was dirty.
That
Though.
wasn't dirty. The Jordan rules wasn't. Hey, they cheating, so we gotta compensate.
The Jordan rules that they act like it was no rules. Whatever.
Look at here. We had to do Big Lamb.
I know y'all in the chat talking about us. One of Andrew or Levi will rely on facts and stay on point. Can you guess which one? Oh.
Miss Diva, I want Miss Diva to pop up here and tell me what she think about what she heard in those oral arguments.
For the Bold and the Beautiful, come on, y'all got to. Mr. James, you and Mary watched The Bold and the Beautiful. Him and Mary watched The Bold and the Beautiful. I told Mr. James, as old as he is, his wife named Mary. All the people about 70 and about wife named Mary. Mary, that's what he married. Mary.
Isn't that interesting, Miss Walker, that I literally do not watch television? I've never been a television watcher.
Because you crazy.
I swear, like Larry be talking about them different shows. I don't know who them people are. I've never been a television watcher. I've always liked documentaries, cold case files. It was not educational. Now you might not believe this. My right hand to the Most High God. I have never seen a Tyler Perry movie in my life. Ain't that deep?
Yeah, you ain't missing nothing. It happened in your real life. You ain't missing nothing. Yeah, that's crazy. I've never gone to a play.
Right. Yeah, they used to have them here all the time.
Hey, yeah. So go ahead with your nuggets. Listen, we getting that sports thing all day.
So, yes, ma'am. So I know you got to go, and hopefully I'll be on live later to discuss the. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to revisit the oral arguments on my channel later. However, let me say this, and I always bring JoJo up because, like I said, he's someone who could relate to what I'm saying. Now, I listened 3 or 4 times to the oral arguments because I wanted to be sound in my assessment, and I asked you to predict the outcome, and I said I was going to predict the outcome, but I'm not. Because I don't want to invoke anything negative in this situation as I continue to fight for my cousin. But I tell you this, listening to those oral arguments today, one day you all are gonna, those who really want to see Robert receive justice and get free, one day you all are gonna really have to come to the realization that Levi has been probably outside of the courtroom his strongest advocate, but his most strategic advocate. You're going to appreciate Levi sooner or later. Now, I say that to say, as I listen to the oral arguments,
you don't have to give what you predict what will happen. You can critique it.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to predict an outcome. But as I listened to it, I said, I thank God that I had the forethought way back then of knowing chances are this is going to come down to Donald Trump being elected. This is going to come down to two signatures in New York and in Illinois. A stroke of the pen through executive order where that man, Donald Trump, pardons R. Kelly. I believe that. Now, I'm going to tell you why I say this, Brother JoJo, if you're listening. Miss Bonjean, in the most eloquent way, I respect her, I love her, but I believe she understands that because this case was put together in such an unfair way, it was put together in such an unjust way, as she even noted during her oral arguments, the disingenuousness of how the indictments were drafted. I speak about it all the time, y'all. I've said countless times to you all and my cousin, I've said to him that what occurred was legal circumvention of the law. They legally circumvented their own laws. They legally, when I say legally in quotes, they legally circumvented the double jeopardy law. They legally circumvented what Mr. Bonjean described and what they spoke about today as it pertains to those charges of forced labor, the herpes situation. They were able to legally and technically do it. So, as I've always said, when you're dealing with people who are operatives of a justice system who has a past history while pretending to be just, while presenting themselves as being just, their history shows that they can screw you over, destroy your life, assassinate you even with a smile. With a smile. How they do it is not how we do it. Black folk pull up. What you say? What's up? We front door. Black folk have always been that way. If I got a problem with you, I'm gonna let you know, and it's on. As y'all see with me and the dude in Bolingbrook. Hey, ain't no capping, no nothing. I've always maintained my position against him and that dude in Houston, and that's just how we are as Black people. We don't do things subtly. We let you know, okay, this is where it's at, let's go. So with them, everything that they do, they are polite in doing so. They have ruined so many lives and destroyed so many people, Black and white. But they don't do it being harsh or abrasive. They just do it in a polite way. You're dealing, when I look at this justice system and them seals, I understand that you're dealing with the same people who broke every treaty with the natives. Not 99% of the treaties, but 100% of the treaties, everything they signed, they reneged on. Go study and watch the documentaries on the Trail of Tears with Thomas Jefferson, the Trail of Tears of how those Native Americans and little babies had to freeze to death as he charted them on a course across the country or a certain area of the country where they had to walk a trail of death. And it goes down in history as the Trail of Tears. So as Sun Tzu, the Chinese general, said in The Art of War, know thyself. That's fine. But it is equally essential that you know thy enemy. Get in the mind of the enemy. Understand the enemy. That places you at an advantage. So as it pertains to what I heard today, I heard legally sound arguments that were rooted in illegality. And I started to say something, I stopped to let me finish saying what I was going to say on that. Ms. Bonjean understands that she's relying on or wishing for two of those justices to be benevolent in their decisions, to offer some compassion and benevolence, as whenever you hear an attorney say, this is not what the framers intended, they're relying on the justices to, in a sense, some will say, legislate from the bench. Legislate from the bench. We find that with the Second Amendment and the gun laws and things of that sort of the Constitution. And we find that those who are anti-gun, anti-assault rifles, they use the same argument. This is not what the framers intended. Even though the Constitution talks about militias and the Constitution makes it plain that the citizenry should be armed. It being born out of a nation being born out of another nation where there was a monarchy, there was a king. America, which is nothing but an experiment. The United States of America is an experiment, and the framers of the Constitution and those who constructed this nation understood that tyranny, and when the people are made to march to the dictates of kings and tyrants, well, kings can become tyrants. That nation could never have a long-lasting existence because sooner or later the people are going to rebel. China being the perfect example. They don't allow any leeway. Listen, China don't allow any leeway at all. They restrict their social media. They restrict their, I don't think there's no Instagram over there and all that crap. They're very censored because China understands that we remove our foot from these people's neck for a second, there would be a revolution. It would be a massacre. It would be, if the people in China ever chose to rise up against their leaders, they would probably just nuke certain areas because there's so many of them, Ms. Walker. You know, it's a lot of them. So getting back to my point, the framers and the people who constructed this nation, when they speak about guns, they'll ask those who are anti-gun, did the framers of the Constitution intend, when they talked about militias, for the people to be armed with tanks and air-seeking missiles, and you know, they never foresaw that we would be in such a highly advanced technological society when it comes to weaponry. I personally believe, and Larry and I go at this all the time, y'all. Y'all be thinking about, me and Larry be arguing them gun laws. We argued the other day for about 2 hours straight. It was a heated argument. Larry saying that they should regulate guns. I'm saying, are you crazy? I said to Larry, to try to restrict guns and blame guns on the gun crimes is like saying you should legislate cars or remove cars because people drink and drive. It is not the actual item, the gun or the car, that's the problem. It is that when a car falls in the hands of a negligent individual who will go to a bar or leave their home intoxicated or inebriated, they can kill somebody. But God forbid, when these things occur, you don't run and say they need to abolish cars or restrict, put regulations on cars. Hell no. The same way with someone, when a gun falls into the hands of a criminal, I'm getting to my point as it pertains to the oral arguments, but I have to lay this foundation. When the guns fall into the hands of a criminal, how the hell you gonna blame the gun? I believe the conservatives that are alt-right and those white people who live in rural areas who are pro-gun, they're speaking the truth when they say the only deterrent when it comes to a bad person with a gun or an assault rifle, the only deterrent is a good person with a gun or an assault rifle. So I said to Larry the other day, if you and your family were in Walmart and some crazed person came in there shooting, and you just happen to be in aisle 4, and a person in aisle 5 was an armed citizen with a Glock, and he told y'all, come with me, and y'all went in the back and he had his Glock. Here's a good person with a gun, and you and your family have a chance of making it out of there, because if this person comes that way shooting, he'll be able to meet force with force. So it's one of those things with Larry and I, when we discuss this, is like, dude, can't you see what I'm saying? And then he'll be like, can't you see what I'm saying? So we'll have these heated debates over that. Now, getting back to Bonjean, I cited the guns because I was talking about when you rely on, as the anti-gun advocates, ask the court to decide, is this what the framers intended? You're relying on the justices or the justice to lean towards their own interpretation, that which would be serve as towards the betterment of society, and really legislate from the bench, even though it's clear in the Constitution that there should be militias or militias ready just in case there is an uprising and the government is turned over to a tyrant. Yes, the people should be equally equipped to fight off, and not in ways of sedition, but legally they should be equipped to bring that leader down. Bring it down. If he's trying, I heard a Navy SEAL. I listen to a lot of conservative radio. I heard a Navy SEAL say amongst his group, his friends in the military, when there was a possibility where it was touted about that they may have to go arrest Donald Trump. I heard him say it. He said, we talked amongst ourselves when Donald Trump was in office, when Donald Trump was going at Mike Pence and calling Mike Pence a betrayer and this, that, and the third. This Navy SEAL said, if they had been issued an order when Donald Trump was standing out there with people on the law enforcement on horses and standing there as the citizens start to protest and show dissent. He said, we talked about it. Had they ordered us to arrest Donald Trump, there would have been a mutiny in the military because we were not going to do it. I heard him say it. Conservative guy, Navy SEAL. But he said something interesting. He said, but there was talk amongst them that when Obama was doing certain things that they wanted to go get Obama. And they said they would have loved had Obama been charged with sedition because of the decisions that he was making. He said we would have stormed the White House. See, y'all, that's the real reality. Trying to show y'all something. Y'all are not privy to these conversations because most of you don't even listen to conservative radio. You don't listen to these white people. You don't live amongst these white people. You don't sit in coffee houses and talk to them where there's an exchange of ideas and positions and sentiments. Because as black folk, Donald Trump's a racist. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to them people. So you're at a disadvantage because you're not having these conversations. Like Brother Jojo said, somebody said to him, well, that guy's a race. That guy is conservative. You shouldn't talk to him. And Jojo said, no, that's the one I want to talk to as a mature adult. So I had to lay the foundation with the guns to show Ms. Bonjean is now in a precarious, she's in a position where she's asking these justices to rule on that which is obvious. And that which is obvious in a sleight of hand trick that the government used. My God, I wish y'all would listen to me. What they did was they constructed indictments and went before the people with the propaganda machine behind them of the Lifetime docuseries, which the Lifetime docuseries even showed up in the oral arguments today. And I'm going to tell you what a Lifetime docuseries.
Oh, sleep. What you mean it showed up?
Let me tell you how it showed up. And I hope JoJo's listening to this. I almost stopped my truck and got out in the middle of traffic when I heard one of the justices say, the one with the nice voice, the one who was the most assertive, that white guy.
Mm-hmm.
He asked Miss Bonjean when she talked about the age situation and the ages of the young ladies. This is where Lifetime comes in, y'all. This is where the bias comes in.
Mm-hmm.
The partiality. Listen, that justice, JoJo, said, well, couldn't his entourage look at them until they were not of age? God, I said, oh, my cousin done.
Oh.
This is a justice saying, well, couldn't his entourage go back and listen to it?
Yeah.
Look at them and tell that they were not of age, that they were minors, meaning, let me calm down. What he was saying in essence was that I'm not concerned with the threshold of 17 and 18. The legal aspect of this doesn't interest me. What that white man was saying was that a 50-something, 40-something-year-old man even having a thought of sleeping with an 18-year-old, he views that as being immoral and illegal. Go back and listen to it for yourself. Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
I'm gonna listen to it, but you got to understand that a lot of the arguments today was to establish what is a proper and legal argument. Okay, what does it say under statutory law, and if they are asked to make an interpretation of how do they still make an interpretation of the law and still be lawful? Okay, that's the balancing act, or I don't want to call it a balancing act, but that is what they are charged with doing in this particular in this particular incident, asked for by Jennifer Bonjean, right, in her writing and her subsequent oral argument today. Now, Levi, what and I hear it from the other panels, and I'm hearing it from you today. But you do know that we can agree that surviving R. Kelly was probably overall, and we have and you have no dissenter in this, but overall was probably the chief reason why he was indicted, but it wasn't the chief reason why he was convicted. Okay, that wasn't, and I think you guys are tying the two together, and it should be separated, right? Because surviving R. Kelly, while it played a part of the a played a part in society, and how it helped shape some of the minds of people, but we don't know how it affected the jurors. We don't know that. All right, we don't have that data. They were asked. I guess they were pooled about something or whatever, and whoever answered the question said they can be impartial and this, that, and the third, whatever, got to remain on the juror, and so on and so forth. So we can't always tie in those variables such as that, which we have no data to say that conclusively this played a part, that surviving R. Kelly played a part either way. It could be as easy as saying, when we had a juror on the in the juror box, that when they watched surviving R. Kelly, they didn't believe any of it. So it doesn't always, so we can go there today, I'm sleepy as hell. So we can
I
go
know,
there today.
but
Hey,
I don't.
I might not be so so in the middle, I'm just saying I might, lean, we might get to the law part of it, because that's what it's getting down to. Now we're getting down with the case is over. We're dealing with errors, and we're dealing with these arguments that are
Okay.
going forward. We're trying to get a standard of review applied if you are on the defense. If you are not on the defense, they're trying to say, hey, it was correct. Nothing happened incorrectly at the lower court, but we got to deal with the facts that keep floating out here. By lay people, no doubt, but still, we got to deal with that. And if you want to keep talking about surviving R. Kelly, fine. You want to say how it played, and how you think it played, um, how it impacted the decision of the jurors and whatever, however y'all trying to string it up, fine. We can also make an argument that, hey, there were some jurors on there that watched it that didn't believe a word of it. And especially when you hear some of the unbelievable, which I would think would be unbelievable things that the accusers allege happened to them, right? There, people are saying, how in America can this happen? How, when you have alleged minors, where were the parents? How could all this take place? Not a cop was called, not a CPS report was made, none of this, whatever. And I'm being, I'm exaggerating with the CPS because I think some CPS and some cop stuff, but why wasn't anything done? You mean to tell me the system going to fail, or, according to the government, for 30 years? Huh? So, hey, we got to break even. You understand what I'm saying? Why you can blame all those different elements you want to introduce as to why R. Kelly was found guilty, and you linking it back to what happened, before he even before they even they've had the first day in court. You could say the same thing that it happened in the reverse, that it could have played a part in the reverse. We just don't have the data to say for sure. That's all I'm saying when we still are talking about surviving R. Kelly, who's on the tapes, and all that bullshit. And I have to even say the text messages at this point. All right, hey Mo.
This is 1,000% proof. And I know if brother Jojo is
I
listening
don't
to
give a
this,
fuck what JoJo is talking
listen. If he's listening, he's the only one. I
about.
can guarantee you, he's the
Uh-huh.
only one who peeped what you just did.
What did I just do?
This is a perfect display
Yes.
of the Angie Walkers and the Miss Me, Miss Mo's of the world
She didn't
when
even
it
say
comes
that.
to. I know. I'm gonna get her before she speak. Hey, hey, Miss Walker, Miss Walker.
I'm over here fuming, y'all. I'm over here fuming.
Hey, just in case I'm like this, just in case she peek her head, I'm shoot over there and let her know. Yeah, you come out if you want. Listen, JoJo peeped it, and this is why I always reference JoJo because he's probably the only few or the only one who peeped what you just did, which was an
Ooh,
excellent display of how
uh-huh.
you black academicians,
Uh-huh.
you college graduated black folk,
Uh-huh.
how you are indoctrinated. Listen, I don't even blame you because you were trained this way,
Yeah.
indoctrinated.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, y'all, go
Living
back.
amongst the whites.
I'm gonna play it on my channel so people can see exactly what took place because this was a perfect example, an exhibit. Go
Uh-huh.
listen to what I said, and as I touched on the main point, go back and look at how Miss Walker ran out. Not even she didn't even know she was doing it. When you're indoctrinated and you're trained, You don't even know. It's subconsciously. She ran out to defend Massa. Oh yes, she
I did
did.
not. No, I
Let me
did
tell you.
not.
Let
No,
me
I
prove
did
it.
not.
Let me
Go
prove it.
ahead.
Let me
Go
prove
ahead.
it. Calm down. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Go play this back 8-9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What Levi pointed out when Levi said Lifetime was in the ingredients in the oral argument. She said, "How is that?" I said, "Here we are in a courtroom setting with a justice who is charged with the responsibility of making decisions and determinations based on the law. But out of that man's mouth, he said, well, couldn't his entourage, listen to me, y'all, couldn't his entourage had known their age by when they looked at him?" Stop right there. Listen, listen. When you're dealing with these white administrators, these justices and all of that, if you are intelligent, you want to know who you standing before. Are you fair? Are you just? And the only way to determine that is you listen to certain things that they say. And if you are intelligent and you listen, they'll say something to automatically let you know how biased they are, how they feel. I'm going to give you this quick example, Miss Mo. When we first moved here to this affluent community, even though our residence, our home or condo is not like these people, they're in $1 million homes. My assistant took the baby to register her for school. She went up there the first time. They coming from Minnesota. We had our mortgage information, everything showing that we are residents. This top administrator, a white man, he sent her back. Do you have tax information? Well, we haven't lived here that long to have tax information. Do you have this? So he sent her back and she said, well, he wanted me to bring this. Fine. She went back with it. He sent her back again, her and the baby. Do you have this? Well, yeah, I'm going to need this also. She came back and said, he said he needs this. I said, oh, really? Okay. I said, I'm going back up there with you. She said, Levi, please do not go there. Don't be offending or, just let the process play. I said, no, I know what I told her. I said, I know what's going on. Let's go. Took the baby. We sat and I said to him, to that administrator, I said, can you please call your assistant in here? And I told my daughter's mother, make sure you turn on your camera and set it on the table or in your whatever. Make sure you record this. And we went in there with the paperwork and everything. He's trying to put us through different hoops and hurdles in order to enroll our daughter in this nice area with these nice schools that are comparable to private schools. And she, at the end of the meeting, she laughed. She said, he knew you're right. He was a racist. He didn't like black people. This is what my assistant said to me. She said, but what's so funny, when y'all were going back and forth, I could tell by his eyes, he knew that you didn't like white people. And I said to her, I said, no, I don't like racist. However, I follow me because this draws parallel to what Ms. Walker's talking about. As I'm asking him certain questions, I saw him getting red. I saw his demeanor, his facial complexion change. And it's in Islam, taught by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, we're taught when you're speaking with the devil, listen to me, y'all. I don't know how Elijah Muhammad knew it. He said, when you speak to them, look in their left eye. Swear to God, Elijah Muhammad taught that. When you're talking to them, look directly in their left eye, which is the weak side. But the man didn't know that I had been indoctrinated in that. So when I'm talking to him with the cell phone thing rolling, just being recorded, I was looking him directly in his left eye, and he became irate. He became unhinged. And I'm asking him questions, and he responded, and I'm asking him, this man, Brother Jojo, said in front of us. I said, so I understand that you want to put us through hoops to enroll our baby in this school district, but I want you to understand, we provided you with everything, and we will not be providing you with anything else. We will not be providing you with any extra information that these other students' parents did not provide you with. Listen to his response. He positioned himself in a chair and he said, you have to understand that the tax bracket of these residents and the parents that you talked about is up on an average, is upward of $350,000, $400,000, $500,000 each parent on an average. Now he just told what he just showed what the fuck he was about. He sat there and told me in so many words, this is a wealthy white district. And because they're in a certain tax bracket, we must scrutinize the children who come into this district. And I looked that white man straight in his eyes and said, let me ask you a question. Irregardless of the tax bracket that they're in, isn't it true that if a school catches fire, or God forbid there's a lockdown because someone's outside with a gun, or if a valve breaks in the street and there's no water because there's a sewage problem, if there's a fire, if someone gets sick, if there's a fire, the fire department is coming, right? If someone gets sick, the EMS unit is coming. If there's a shooting, the police is coming. If there's no water and there's a sewage break, you're relying on the sewage department to come out and fix the water so the kids can have water in the school. In addition to that, are you telling me that this public school that you speak about with this tax bracket stuff you're talking about, that there are no federal funds going to this school district? Are you telling me that there are no federal fund, there's no federal funding to the fire department or the police department or the water sewage department? Federal funds, dollars from poor Black people in this state and in this country help fuel this school district. But if you're relying on these people being wealthy, or the average person makes $350,000, $400,000 a year, why don't they pay for the fire department, the police, the water? Why don't they petition the government and say, we don't want any federal tax dollars in our district. We don't want any federal tax dollars to build our parks, for our lights, for our trails. So when you can show me, and I said it directly looking at his left eye, when you can show me that you all are not reliant on federal tax dollars, i.e. including Black folks' tax dollars, then I'll withdraw the application and we'll go move to another goddamn district. But you're not talking to a fool. I didn't even allow him to respond. I picked up the papers, told her, let's go. When you contact me, I expect for you all to have her schedule. We're not coming back, but if we do, it's going to be in the form of a lawsuit. Don't play with me. That man was so goddamn red and upset. We walked out before we can get home. The principal called and said her schedule is such and such. We're emailing you her schedule. My assistant couldn't believe it because she brought a Black man up in there who knew what the fuck he was talking about. I'm going to get down to your true modus operandi. What are you saying? What are you thinking? So when that justice, who is charged with the responsibility of determining the law and the legal age of 18, says, couldn't they have looked at the young ladies and knew that they were under 18 when we all know there is no difference in appearance between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old? He's telling the world, I don't give a damn if they were 18 or not. So Miss Majid responded, go back and listen to it. She said, Your Honor, she said, sir, she said, it's not like they were 12 and 13 years old. What is she saying? She said, no. She said, not like they were 12. See, you can look at the appearance of a 12-year-old, but you can't look at the appearance of a 17-year-old. And if someone stood an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old in front of each and every one of us, we couldn't say, well, this one's 17, this was 18. But however, if you don't give a damn, you're not here to decide the law and what Ms. Walker just talked about. You're not here to make a determination. What you're saying is that you view it as morally wrong, as I, Levi, views it as morally wrong for any 30-year-old, 25-year-old, 40-year-old, 45, 50-year-old to be laying with an 18-year-old. I view it as morally wrong. But we're not in a moral court. We're relying on the law. So when you have a justice, that one you can scratch off. When he said that, I said, oh my God. But Ms. Walker, if you play it back, I specifically talked about what that man said. Ms. Walker ran out the house on the plantation. She ran out to defend. No, you didn't deal with what I said. Now,
yes, I did. Hold on, Mo. Hold on. Yes, I did deal with what you said, but I also I am allowed to expand my thoughts. I'm also, and the reason why I asked you about the surviving, okay, because I thought maybe you were saying that they mentioned it, and of course I was halfway in and out of it, so I'd be probably listening to it like it's new. So that's why I asked you, like, what, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear them say survive. That's what I was really saying.
I gotta let Miss Mo speak, but y'all hear what she said. Now she tried to say she was sleepy and all that.
No, I did not, baby. I've been listening here. I was asleep the first line or half of it. Well, what's up, Mo? What's up?
But before she speaks, I want to ask both of you all, and I'm just a simple question. I'm gonna be quiet. I ain't gonna say nothing for a half hour.
Doubt.
Do you feel this individual being a justice charged with the responsibility of making determinations when the question of ages came up? That's what the conversation was about. Miss Mo, and Miss Walker, do you feel that it was legally appropriate for him to say, well, they should have been able to look at him and tell how old they were? And I'll be quiet.
Let me go first, and then because I got to go to the restroom real quick. I didn't even hear him say that, but let me say this: under what he was operating under, probably substantive law. And remember, I was telling y'all that the law states, and I keep going back to this, that it is on. I know Karen J probably tired of me saying this. It is on Nikki's website. Attorney Nicole, whatever her name is, website, R. Kelly's attorney, that pretty much, I'm paraphrasing, that the law states that when it comes to dealing with a minor, you should be able to look at them, listen to them, judge by their behavior, and should be able to tell that they are under 18, that they are a minor.
Okay? Even when they're 17.
Yeah, I didn't write it. I didn't write it.
Back. So you're saying that the law says you should be able to distinguish and differentiate between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old that's about to turn 18 2 days later?
Yep.
Hold
on. Let me finish. You're supposed to leave it. I done showed you this. We done been up here and I done showed you this. I'm paraphrasing. But listen, and they're saying that the responsibility falls on you. If you're not getting their ID to make sure that they're 18 and not 17, if you're not contacting a parent or a loved one, if you can't just look at them and judge whatever, they don't want to hear none of that. They say it falls on us as the adult.
the judge did not mention ID. He said,
I didn't say the judge mentioned ID. I'm
why you
just giving you the different connect. Levi, again, this is where I have to tell you. They ain't talking to you. Okay?
oh, they weren't talking to me.
Yes, they're not talking to you because
Okay.
you're asking me, you're telling me that the judge didn't say ID. Of course he didn't say ID because everybody that he's talking to knows what substantive law covers and what it doesn't.
Well,
It's your rights upon the law, and it's what's prohibited. It's that language that sometimes isn't there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So what it does, and the law, let me say it a different way. The law puts that responsibility on the adult. So if you're not checking ID, if you're not doing, and I'm using ID as an example, as to if you're not doing everything you can to ensure that that person is 18 or at least old enough to make the decisions based on in their state or federal or whatever, then if they're not old enough, you assume the responsibility, the liability, and the criminality if anything should go wrong. That's the only thing I'm saying. I know he ain't saying nothing about no ID.
okay.
I'm just
Did
saying
the
one of the ways you can verify that somebody is 18. Duh.
hotel security check James ID?
Shit, I guess.
Don't wait, back up. Slow down, Miss Mo. Give me 1 second. Yes or no? Did the hotel security check Jane's ID?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a yes. Did Jane, the mother and the father, instruct Jane to tell him she was 18? Did
hold on. You're okay, hold on. You're in the weeds and you're going
now,
hold on, Levi, hold on. And you're fucking up my point that I need to make sure that the people that ain't up to all these Detroit street slick shit and whatever that be on. I want y'all to understand, because now he's gonna get fucked up.
See that?
James, the hotel security, James' mother, father, and all them, they're not on trial. It's for the defendant. Who's ever the defendant, they are the ones that's charged with that responsibility.
And what are they supposed to do?
What are we talking about?
Tell the people what they're supposed to do again. Check the ID. It's up to them to check the ID.
They're supposed to exhaust all measures to make sure that person is over 18. If they don't, then if they don't, then you know that's on us.
Describe the measures they're supposed to take. Please describe it to.
I just told you.
Okay, well, I'll say what you said then, since you don't want to describe it again. You said that R. Kelly, in so many words, should have made sure by checking her ID, making sure that the only way, for the love of God, anybody could walk into a liquor store, a casino, buy cigarettes. The first thing they're going to say is, where's your ID? Once they show the ID, they passed the test. Here's the ID. According to what Jane testified to, when they knocked at the door, he said, "Are you sure you're 18?" She said, "Yes." The hotel security came in. The father says one of them was a police officer, according to the lying father. And they said, "Where is your ID?" Stop right there. Earlier that day, leading up to the time she went in the room, the mother said, "Meet your father and make sure you leave your ID in the glove box."
Okay.
The father said, on Choke No Joke, my wife had her ID. So we know that there was a physical ID displayed in that hotel room. Okay. And those who scrutinized ID, hotel security, and he said one of them was a police officer, okayed the ID. According to Jane, in the letters that you all are saying that some will say is fraudulent, she said that they put the parents on speakerphone as they were downstairs at the hotel, and the parent said over the speakerphone, "Well, she's 18. she could do what she want to do. Listen, but the father said on Choke No Joke, well, don't y'all know when they went up there and discovered she was 17 that they brought her ass down and she left with us? But by her own testimony, they looked at the idea and allowed them to remain in the room. Listen, y'all, the father said that the police or the hotel security took her out the room. The testimony confirmed from Jane herself that she stayed in the room. The text messages confirm that there was a conversation going on where she says, we're downstairs. And the text messages and the testimony confirm she never left that room. And when she did leave that room, they went to dinner. They went somewhere to eat. Now, that means what? For the father to lie and say they brought her down and they brought her ass down and R. Kelly ran out the back. He was supposed to come down too, but he jumped on the road with his tour bus and all of them ran, which is a goddamn lie. Doesn't that tell you she was issued fake ID? Doesn't that tell you why she had to meet the father at the loop? Because he had it all set up. Doesn't that tell you that?
What is that? That's you, Mo?
That's Mo. Doesn't that tell you? And I'm so sorry, Miss Mo, that I took your time. I'll be quiet. But what I'm saying, everything Ms. Walker described as it pertains to the defendant or any defendant, exhausting those measures to make sure that the individual is of age, Robert exhausted. And this is why I have to say this. Even in the oral arguments today, y'all, the government prosecutor sat right there in that court and said, the first time she had sexual contact with him, with the defendant, was in California, which means either they don't believe he had sex with her at the Dolphin Hotel, or they don't want to introduce what she described on the witness stand as oral copulation, and he had oral sex with her anally. Listen. The herpes virus is transmitted through saliva. You can kiss someone and get it. You can perform oral on their genitals and anus and transmit herpes. But they said, that woman said in court today, the first time, Your Honor, that Your Honors, the first time that she was exposed to the herpes virus, and the first time he had sexual contact with her was in California. Don't y'all see what these people are doing? Don't you see that even that, they don't want to bring the Dolphin Hotel into it because they know that's the weakest part of their cases? In addition to that, and I'm going to be quiet after I say this, I promise, Miss Mo. That young lady, through her own admonition, just by herself, went to that multi-billion-dollar company's hotel, and R. Kelly performed fellatio or anal, or whatever you want to call it, oral sex on her anally, while her parents were unaware that she was there, and he had herpes and exposed to the herpes, and this really went down the way they described it on Lifetime and all these interviews. Ms. Walker, you know that is a slam dunk lawsuit against Disney. Why hasn't this father and that mother filed a civil lawsuit against Disney? Because they know that the Disney attorneys will look at these text messages, go through all these different obvious communications and prove that they sent her there and set that man up. But I did get off course a little bit. But once again, Ms. Walker, you use arguments that are baseless when you say, I'm talking about what the justice said.
Oh, honey, what you're saying is baseless and it lacks merit. What I am saying is this: you're telling me about all the people that checked ID and the parents and all of that. They're not on that other side, the left side of that indictment. I said the defendant is charged with that. He is charged with exhausting every measure to make sure that the person he is with is of age. I don't understand how I'm doing something wrong. That is almost common sense.
Because
That has something, hold on, that has everything to do with consent and be dealing with minors and shit like that. What are you talking about? What I do?
if you're not intentionally deflecting and you know
I'm
that
not deflecting.
that's
You
what
the
you
one talking about the
if,
parents and all that.
you know that he
I just,
exhausted, if you know that he exhausted every measure, why would you bring it up to
I
pretend to?
don't know that. I don't know what the fuck he did.
Okay, let me ask you simply: did he exhaust every measure when they looked at her ID in the hotel room?
Did he look at the ID or did the people look at the ID?
He looked at it too.
No, you assuming that he looked at it
Okay,
too.
we know that law enforcement looked at it.
Okay, well that's not him.
Okay, so check this out. He should have said, "Let me see that myself," right?
Yeah,
Oh, that's so
that
sad.
ain't start.
That's so
That ain't
sad.
sad. That ain't sad. I just that ain't sad. But
Hold on.
why are you? I don't understand what you're not getting. This is why I'm saying you can't cut it. You won't cut
Oh,
it
you
because
can't.
you will not. No, you will not allow yourself to accept that there are rules and regulations under the law.
You are
And
biased, and what
fortunately,
you're saying now
listen,
sounds crazy. If I take a 20-year-old to the casino and you have to be 21 to get in, and we walk through and they say, "I need your ID," they take her ID and swipe it and say, "You guys have a nice day." You're saying that Levi is supposed to stop and say, "Wait, let me look at the ID." That sounds preposterous.
no, you talking about going to casino. You know, both of those do not equate. We're talking about having sex or being involved with somebody in a hotel room versus going to. That's like you taking a child to a goddamn baseball game. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when it comes to being in a sexual consensual relationship. That's what I'm talking about. You got to make sure that the person that you're having sex with is you can have sex with.
And he
The
did.
hell?
And he did. And he did.
Okay. Well,
And he did.
apparently
And you know he did.
people disagree.
No, but listen, I gotta say this. What you do to your audience is that you raise arguments. Really, what you're doing? No, I'm gonna tell you what you do. You poison their mind, or you try to poison their minds, so they can get off of the fact that the parents, that man, and his wife told her to say she was 18. She said he was 18,
I
and
didn't say nothing like
no,
that.
no. You
Hold on. You see, I don't understand if it's a learning disability or not. I ain't say nothing like that. What I'm saying is that yes, we all know this. We all know that they lied about the age. We all know that they told her to lie about the age. We all know that the motherfucking police came, the security came, the Dolphin Hotel, motherfucking Flipper, and everybody was there. We all know that. I'm telling you, outside of that, the law states that he was supposed to make sure she was 18. Now, how the other measures that he was supposed to exhaust outside of the ones that I just told you, I don't know.
well, the
I'm
law.
not telling you, hold on, you lost. That's why I'm saying this ain't for you. This game, this law game ain't for you. Stick
I
with
don't
what
think
you
it's for
do.
you. With
No,
the
it
way you
is for me. I got it.
no, the
I
way you
got it. You trying to get it.
I don't think it's for you, because if it was for you,
I ain't got no loss.
if it was for
I
you,
ain't losing.
you
I ain't
understand.
got no one loss
If
professionally
it
or unprofessionally.
if
Huh?
it if it was for you, you would also understand that when two parents send their daughter into a room with a grown man and tell her to tell him she's 18, provide her with fake identification, and orchestrate and direct that shit according to the law, you're sex trafficking your daughter when you send her across state lines. So
Now
if you
you
want to
talking
talk
about
about
extra shit.
no, talk
Now you
about that.
talking about slave
Talk
trafficking
about
and
that.
shit. Fuck all of that.
That's
You're
the
talking
law
now you
also.
trying know. Because
I'll be
this is the
quiet this
problem.
week. Oh,
When you get fucked over by me, okay, by your own doing, because you ain't no competition, this ain't for you.
everybody
You
see
don't
through.
know. Now you
Everybody
trying to
listen
tell,
knows
hold
that
on. Now you trying to tell me
everyone.
that I don't understand. That I don't understand that if somebody say that the parents say they're 18, this and that, like I wouldn't assume that they 18. Yes, I'm going to assume that they fucking 18. I ain't say that. You
You're
can't put
sitting on
words in
an
my
island.
mouth.
You're sitting on an island by yourself.
Listen, you are a piss poor opponent.
Sitting on an island alone. Everyone listening to this is agreeing with Levi.
Don't put words in my motherfucking mouth.
You are sitting alone on an island by yourself.
I didn't say none of that.
This, no, Levi is speaking the truth, and they know.
You don't know what the fuck you are talking about.
Everyone,
have the legal shit.
Everyone agrees with.
Have the legal shit down. That's why you
don't have the legal stuff down. Apparently,
you don't have this shit down. What have you said? What have you done that have worked in the court of law? I'll wait. I shouldn't be waiting for long for that answer.
What have you done to work in the court of law? If you want to go there, what have you said? What have you done?
My motherfucking record, baby. I ain't got no motherfucking. I done cut motherfucking deals with every motherfucking body. All of them have to do time or probation or something. Pay me a fine or something. What are you talking about? And when it comes to a case that I don't even have the records to, this motherfucking case, both of them, I done predict the motherfucking down to what? I don't even know what I went wrong with. Don't play with me down to the sentence. I don't know the judge. I ain't the motherfucker gave him the sentence, but he got 30. He got motherfucking 20. What else do you want? What else do you want? That lady ran with no motherfucking text messages. Shit, nothing you've said that have come out. Not a goddamn thing.
You just asked me. You just asked me what I want. I want that father who you try to take up for to get 50. Then is that good enough?
Whatever. I ain't trying to take up for no goddamn father.
Yes, you are. Trying to.
No, I'm not. I'm taking up for a goddamn father.
That's exhausting. Imagine he exhausted the goddamn measure. Why is it them father?
You need to ask them up. Well, you so legally sound and all this here. You need to go up there to the motherfucker to New York or to Illinois, wherever the fuck you need to go, and ask them or bring your ass down here. And I drive you there.
Donald Trump going.
I'm just telling you what he was supposed to do per the goddamn law. And
you sit here in front of these people trying to.
Why you ain't calling Nick and asking her what the fuck is down on
once again, you sit here
taking up for the father too.
Once again, you sat here trying to offer straw man arguments that will get their mouth off.
Straw man, fuck the straw man, fuck all of that. I'm telling you what the fuck they're saying, what the fuck they're doing. I'm almost ready to adopt Miss what Pam Esquire fucking saying that she just said. She said if you're not her peer, she's not arguing with you about no motherfucking law. I'm almost about ready to adopt that. How about that? That's why the motherfucking attorneys, when they get you motherfuckers on the line or get you whatever, they usually just blow smoke up your ass and let you think what you want to think and get off the motherfucking line. Because they don't have time to be arguing with you motherfuckers and trying to get you to understand the law in a way in which somebody who have went to school for the shit 7, 8, 8.5 years for the bullshit. You ain't gonna get it.
You ain't gotta get me.
You acting like I wrote the motherfucker. Cause you want to simplify the shit. You thinking, okay, common sense would be if this, that, and third. Fine. I'm not arguing with you with common sense. If a motherfucker come at me today or tomorrow and they say my daughter's 18 and they letting a little girl come in a goddamn fucking hotel room with a grown ass man and all this, that, and the third, whatever, I'ma think she's 18 too. I ain't say that. I'm telling you what the law said that he was supposed to do. Don't try to turn
Miss me, Miss Mo.
You can't win a motherfucking argument.
Miss Mo, I have a simple question.
Your motherfucking record, matter of fact, your record is non-existent.
Okay, you said
mine. You got me fucked up.
Every time I get you tell people
I'll send your motherfucking dog to jail, nigga. Go ahead, Mo.
Go ahead, Mo. The question is, do you feel it was appropriate for that justice to say that his entourage should have been able to look at them young ladies and tell who was 17 and who was 18? That's the question.
Absolutely. So based upon what I heard, I thought, and again, of course, context matters, so we can't read the mind of the justice. But what I thought I heard was more of a question posed back to the counselor to kind of flesh that idea out. I didn't think that he was saying it in a manner of, hey, I've already made my determination. How dare he have done this? But saying, isn't that a responsibility that is required by law, that he should have been able to look at them and make some sort of assessment or determination? So I felt like it was posed back to Bonjean because she was saying, he would have had no way of knowing. And they were putting that as a potential, or the justice was putting that out there as a potential issue that he wanted Bonjean to address. That could just be me and how I heard that moment. And I'm very interested to see what the chat or others heard about that. So, I think that's open for discussion. I do feel like the justices in general, though, did a pretty nice job of really kind of calling both sides to task on any pieces of the argument that could be debatable. That was my take on that. However, I have waited long and hard after some of your speech earlier, and I must respond. I am so shocked sometimes, Mr. Levi, when I hear, first of all, let me be very clear that I feel like the political commentary is a distraction because we still haven't really been able to fully break down all of what happened during today's hearing. So I'm going to try my best not to also fall for the sleight of hand tricks that are before us right now to focus on incendiary characters and our current political climate, because that's its own debate and its own topic. But I will say this, as someone who purports to be a person who is, very forward thinking, very invested in us and our people, and having been raised by what seems like a very delightful and wise woman who, certainly instilled in you protectivism, Black protectivism, if you will. It's shocking sometimes to hear some of the things that you say about us as a people and the ideologies that you hold to. Some of them, again, you said it, I think, the other night when I was, because of course I listened to your replay, and you said, I know Miss Mo gonna say we're not a monolith, and I'm gonna say it again, we're not a monolith. However, you tend to make comments quite frequently that suggest that you believe that we are or could be. Number one being that you tend to think, even in this conversation today, you made the comments that, well, y'all don't listen to conservative radio and whatever. And you're talking to a person who listens to if something annoys me, I intentionally expose myself to it so that I can understand it and get a grasp of truly identifying for myself. Do I disagree with it because I've been told or as you call it, indoctrinated to disagree with it? Or does it truly come up against my personal values, my morals, and my ethics? And so I absolutely do listen to both sides intentionally, because I never want to put myself in this vacuum of information so that I would be missing pieces of the puzzle. There are arguments, especially when it comes to politics. I don't think that there is a genuine player in the game. I believe that everyone is out for themselves, and I believe that the best way to get that accomplished is for us to all be distracted and to think that one side is better than the other, and therefore we never truly demand what is rightfully ours as a people from either side, or we are okay with getting the bare minimum. I am also quite shocked at some of the things that you will condone, all under the guise of, well, this person is going to give me what I want. And that is, again, a big part of what we have when I say a people, I'm talking about American people. I don't care about the race. Is that if you get very, very caught up in, I'm right, I'm on the side of whatever you feel is right, you will lose sight of the fact of what's really there, which is that there's so much left undone, and everything that we're being offered, in my opinion, from both sides, it's wholly insufficient. I am, however, even though many times, trust me, I go to the booth and I feel like I am picking the lesser of two evils at times, and I hold them accountable to that very status. At the same time, I am going to always look at what is before me. And when someone shows me who they are, I'm going to believe them. And I'm in no way ever going to be okay with people saying things about my people, people doing things, passing laws that could affect my people, all because they'll give me one little crumb of something that I might like. And in this case, for you, it sounds like your crumb is, well, if he'll get my cousin out, I'm willing to be okay with the supposed bloodbath that he called for this weekend. I'm willing to be okay with the insurrection that we watched on national television. I'm willing to be okay with the fact that this person has absolutely been held accountable for rape accusations against other people. Not once, not twice, but multiple times. I am shocked that you would be okay with the disparaging comments that have been said. And again, these are on-camera comments from someone making comments that, oh, well, all Black people like me because they like crime, or because they don't have a problem because I got locked up. They like me even more now because I relate to them more because they get locked up too. Those are the sorts of ideologies that I am shocked that you, as a powerful voice and a person who is very upstanding, and again, it talks about so much how you were born, quite frankly, into Black protectivism, that you don't stand up there and say, you know what? Yeah, I like some of what you got going on over here, but this is not acceptable, and I'm not willing to accept it from you. Because if you're willing to say that, standing on a podium in front of hundreds or thousands of people, certainly I have to question what you would be saying behind my back. The same way you had to question what the intentions were of the gentleman who was at the school for your child. So it sends me over the edge sometimes of what you're willing to accept in order to just get whatever the small increments of payoffs are at the demise of everybody else who could be involved with that. Here's the thing. I am not Latino. I'll share that. I'm not Latino. But the things that he has said about Latino people and the way that they have been treated and the way that Joe Biden has treated them are despicable to me. I do consider myself to be an ally, but I am not a member of the LGBTQIA plus, well, actually it's 2S LGBTQIA plus community now. However, I do not want a single person in my family, a friend, or anyone who's just walking out into society to be oppressed because I was so busy worrying about what I could get out of the deal. I still have an obligation as a citizen, a moral person, to consider the impact for other people, even if they don't look like me and they don't live like me. So, and to, again, assume that I believe that because I haven't exposed myself to conservative radio or because I haven't listened to what he was really trying to say and I didn't read enough in between the lines. I don't have to, because I'm always going to stand with the Maya Angelou quote, when someone shows you who they are, you believe them. And this person has shown us time and time again that there is not an interest in supporting Black and brown people. Hard stop, period. That includes your cousin, and that includes you, and that includes your daughter, and everybody else involved. And there are times the same way with Joe Biden, when he sat up there and helped pass all those, the war on drugs and all that stuff like that, that shows that there's some issues there. And guess what? He changed his tune as soon as it was his son. Once it was his son that was affected by it, all of a sudden he has a whole different view on drugs and how that should be addressed in our community. So I'm sorry, I'm not a person who's going to sit here and just be cool with us talking so negatively about us as a people and that we're so small-minded and that, but then at the same breath, you turn right around and give us a direct story of why we need to look out for each other. And that even though people are sitting there, pretending that they're for our best interest, that they might not be. You just described that when you describe the experience you had with your child, because that is what is happening. And that is not a deficit. That is not an issue with us. That is an issue with us sitting down and taking it's a problem because we're sitting around and we're accepting things that are unacceptable. It is unacceptable for you to make a statement that you want a bloodbath or that it's going to be a bloodbath if you don't get elected into office. Why would you ever speak that into existence? Life and death are held in the power of the tongue. Why would you do that? Especially when you said the things the last time we had an insurrection and our buildings and our monuments were debased. So when you do these sorts of things and you make those types of speeches, yes, I get fired up about it. And I get fired up about all of us who think it's just cute. Oh, yeah, that person has money or whatever. Until I see the money in my pocket, that's not good enough. And we as a people need to continue to stand up and say that is not good enough. If you are willing to talk about my black and brown brother in a derogatory way, that's not good enough. And if I have to pick between the lesser of two evils, it's not going to be the one who says disparaging remarks about my cousins, myself, my Latino brothers, my Middle Eastern brothers and sisters. I'm not going to allow it. The person who's making jokes about China and all these other sorts of things, it is disgusting to me. And the fact that you hold some of those views about your own people is scary to me, Mr. Levi. And that has fired me up. Now I'm going to get off that soapbox and get back to the topic at hand, which was the hearings that we heard today. But I am telling you, you just got the tip of the iceberg. Hold on, you just got the tip of the iceberg of everything. I have notes here. I literally have been taking notes in my phone of the many things I want to cover with you because it works me up so much.
So for the benefit of the audience, can I address what you just said and we'll listen to?
Sure. I'm going to mute up.
Yes, ma'am. Let me say this, and I welcome this opportunity to explain to you, as a highly educated Black woman, my full position. And I understand your dissatisfaction in what I've exhibited and expressed, because I also understand that I have a very animated way of speaking, and I'm not, even though I talk a long time, my words can be insightful, but I'm rarely given an opportunity to really qualify them and where you'll understand exactly where I stand. And I've had this same conversation with so many Black college educated people and those who are of the Democrat persuasion, the liberal persuasion. And it always ends just like this, with them saying to me, I can't believe you, someone who professes to be pro-Black, and I know you were raised that way, and I listen to you, and I know that you have love for Black people. I think you have love for Black people, that you would say the things that you say. Your rhetoric is astounding. It is troubling. Let me explain this to you, dear sister. I don't think that we can find a historical figure in our American history that has been more pro-Black, not only in their thinking, but in their scholarship. Someone who studies or studied and understood this dynamic, this racial dynamic, from a political and social perspective in America than our brother Malcolm X. But if you listen to the Malcolm X speeches, as he condemns, critiques, and criticizes white America, there's always something in his speeches where he becomes critical of Black folk and our foolishness. And it's designed to wake you up to say, listen. I'll offer this reference. Malcolm X was the #1 opponent of President Kennedy and his brother Robert Kennedy. And as Black folk were in love with them because of their seductive speech, two wealthy white boys grew up wealthy, father a criminal. Black folk had been convinced that these two men, historical figures, Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy, was two individuals who liked Black people or favored Black people or were champions of Black people. So as children, when we went into our aunties and grandmothers' homes, you saw the velvet picture of Dr. King, John F. Kennedy and his brother Robert Kennedy on their mantles, on their walls, embracing and loving the cosmetic reality of America and American politics and racial relations, the cosmetics. We fell in love with the cosmetics. We fell in love with the symbolism and not the true substance of what the hell was going on. So as our aunts and grandmothers and grandfathers and those back in the 60s, as they donned their walls and mantles with Dr. King's picture, JFK's picture, and his brother Robert Kennedy's picture, they did not know that John F. Kennedy and his brother were at the head of COINTELPRO. They did not know that these two men on the right of Dr. King in that picture were the superior officers over J. Edgar Hoover, a cross-dresser, a devil. They did not know that while they were in love with JFK and his brother, that they didn't give a damn about black people. It wasn't JFK who signed the civil rights legislation. It was Lyndon Baines Johnson. JFK was trying to manage the racial crisis. And because he was a white privileged man, born privileged, he really didn't give a damn. Now, Malcolm X, in his delivery to black people that he loved and laid down his life for. If you remember Miss Mo, he would often say in his prolific speeches, he would always pause and say, you know, I hate to say this about my people. He would always say, I hate to say this about my people. And then he would say, but it's true. And his number one, Malcolm X, y'all, his number one opposition, no personal attack, but were people like Miss Mo and Miss Walker. I'm not speaking monolithically. I'm saying if you look at his real opposition, it was in fact the black college educated individuals. He had debates with them. He would go on their universities, and these leaders of black society, like Dr. King, who have been produced through academia, Malcolm X would point them out as Uncle Toms and say to the people, don't listen to them because they've been indoctrinated. Now you say, well, when I go vote, I know that I'm choosing the lesser of two evils. And I want you to understand where Levi stands on that. Malcolm X said, first time I heard him say it, I was about 10 years old. He said, you know, people, it is the hypocrisy of America that is destroying black people and America. And if you remember, Malcolm X said, you know, I got to be honest. He said, I have more respect. In one of his great speeches, he ended it by saying, I have more respect for a devil who shows you he's a devil than I have for these liberal white politicians who come across as angels, and they're nothing but the devil himself. It is the white progressives. It is these white people in positions which Malcolm X described. He said, when you go to a dentist and they give you a shot in your tooth, they give you Novocaine to deaden the pain. And listen, he said, because if they did not deaden the pain, he said, you will fight them. You wouldn't sit there in a chair with no anesthesia and allow that dentist to pull your tooth. Your body would automatically react and fight him. He said, but the Democrats, the liberals, those who you all look up to, the black college graduates, and those who were produced from academia like Dr. King and Abernathy and all of them, he said their agenda is such that they want you to suffer, continue to suffer, but suffer peacefully. I'm going to give you the anesthesia while I pull your tooth. I want you to suffer peacefully. He said, but I have more respect for the Citizens Council, the KKK, those white racists down there in Georgia, Bull Connor and them, because they bring it right to your doorstep. And it is that kind of opposition, is the true opposition. Say what you want about Donald Trump. I and you and we would have to be a goddamn fool. Whether you disagree with him or not, you have to be honest now. That you have to appreciate the fact that he speaks his mind. Can we give him that?
No. When you're speaking your mind, no, and let me explain that. No, because when you are speaking your mind in a negative way about me, my family, my friends, the people around me, the people who are risking their lives on a day-to-day basis because they're just trying to survive in the hood, and you think that's the source of fodder for you to make a joke about, that you went to jail too, so that makes you some sort of way in relationship with me. No, it's not funny to me. There's nothing that's going to be okay with you, quote, speaking your mind. If you're speaking your mind and what you're speaking is deplorable, the same way that I have in this sector, I certainly can hold to account political leaders that are supposed to be leading my country and my nation and the lifestyle, quite frankly, that me and my family are able to live. So no, I don't have to just be okay because you like to run off at the mouth. I'm not that way with Kanye. I'm not that way with, any of these shock jocks who like to say whatever they want to say out of their mouth. I'm not that way with any of the people on MSNBC or Fox News who want to go sharing out whatever they want to without fact checking. I'm not just going to sit there and kowtow, shuck and jive for you just because, it's at least entertaining and at least you're coming and stabbing me in my chest instead of stabbing me in my back. No, you will at least show respect for me, and you will at least show enough reverence for what I have done and what my family has done to help build this country, that you absolutely will not dare to part your mouths on public television and make comments about how ridiculous we are, or lump me in with a bunch of people who largely have been falsely imprisoned and incarcerated for crimes that you yourself get out of. So no, I'm not going to be okay with that. And that is absolutely not good enough for me, and it shouldn't be good enough for anybody else. It also speaks to, you talk about the indoctrination and you assume that maybe I am indoctrinated or Angie is indoctrinated. Well, let me tell you something. Nothing else speaks to indoctrination like someone sitting there and spouting the things like you've said, such as suffer peacefully. There's nothing more peaceful than letting someone who is openly telling you that they would like to see the demise of our country if they don't get their way, and you're going along with it because at least he's speaking his mind. That sounds like real peaceful suffering to me on the horizon. That is dangerous. And there is also indoctrination coming in when we're willing to sit back and allow that and justify that kind of behavior. We would not justify that behavior from our family and friends at our kitchen table. We would be calling them out. That would be the source of knockdown, drag out fights in our households if we behaved the way that he has behaved. If we were causing insurrections and upheaval in our own homes. So no, it's not good enough for me, and it never will be. Not of him and not of anybody else who is like him, because I know what narcissism looks like firsthand.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know how dangerous it can be. And we've seen across the pond many times and over the years how dangerous it can be. And it's a problem when they do it over there, but we're okay with it because at least he's speaking his mind. Anybody can speak their mind, but you better not disrespect me in the process. And yes, you better not disrespect my mother, who actually, she doesn't have a degree, but you guess what? She set it up so that I could. So don't speak negatively on any of the struggle that my family or anybody around me or the other black and brown people go through, the immigrants who come over here from just trying to make a way for themselves. You're not going to speak on them like that, not around me, and it's not going to be good enough.
Okay. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes of this conversation here.
Please.
I want everyone to listen closely. And not in a disingenuous way. I want to bring y'all inside of the mind of Miss Me, Miss Mo, and those who think like them. I'm going to ask her a question. If Donald Trump took to the podium today and addressed the nation and said that African Americans in America are the most dysfunctional group in our country, the most backwards group in our country. Their neighborhoods and communities are plagued with drugs, violence. The dysfunctionality is shown in their acceptance of a culture that is counterproductive to their own existence, and the culture of indecency that exists within the African American community, what they're willing to accept, makes them the most backwards group of American citizenry, in the American citizenry. How would you feel about that?
I would feel that he is spewing nothing more than stereotypes. Let me finish. He is spewing stereotypes, and he is spewing things that he has helped to create, because he's the one who was discriminating against us and not hiring us. He had a lawsuit for that back in the day. He's the one who would not allow us to live in the real estate developments that he created. He was also found liable for that back in the day. Shall I continue on? I'm not going to listen to that. I'm also not a person who's going to hold to the ideas that you seem to have, that there's this white standard that I need to always compare myself to, and that I'm going to believe what's been pushed in front of me, that white people have it made in the shade. They're the best ever. They come together so much more than we do, when it could not be further from the truth. There is no fact behind it. There are sociological studies. There are other research that shows it is nothing more than propaganda. And you and people that believe those things like you and do not do the research that I have done as a cultural researcher to understand that that is what is happening. It's the same reason why we have issues with, or why people in Africa and other dysphoria countries happen to hold certain beliefs, and there is still a division between African Americans from America and from those other countries. Why? Because all of the propaganda, all of our media that went out to them displayed us in that way. So they happen to have to fight against some of those things that we know to be false. Don't sit here and tell me that we're lazy and we're so disorganized when you're up in a building that we made. You're walking on ground that we made, and you did it off of our blood, sweat, and tears. Your father did it off, your grandfather, and that's documented. If you know his history, then you should know that. So no, I'm not going to listen to anything he has to say about that, and I'm not going to sit there and allow someone to tell me that the great white standard is the best white standard there is, the best standard there is, and that I should be holding myself up or my people up against a standard that is not accurate.
Yes, ma'am. Now let's back up. We ain't got to go to Africa. I want to challenge.
I didn't think you wanted to.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can get there, but I want to take the people along a scenic route and a journey before we get to Africa. Now, I'll ask you like this. In the same vein, I'm going to rephrase the question. I want all these people to listen to what I'm about to ask Miss Mo, and I want you to consider you're listening to a college-educated, highly educated Black woman. Now, is it a fact that the African American citizenry in America, our communities, and we as a group, excuse me, are the most dysfunctional group in America, are the most backwards group in America? Isn't it true that while we make up, some say 17% of the American population, and post-Civil War, or should I say during the time of the Civil War, we own less than 1% of the wealth of America? You fast forward all the way back from the Civil War to 2024, we still own maybe about 1% of the wealth of this nation. When we consider that in all of our communities, there is an acceptance, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, of indecency, trash on the ground, crime, drive-by shootings, the carnage that piles up in St. Louis, Memphis, Cleveland, Chicago, Detroit, those parts of LA, all the way to the Bay Area, all the way back over to Philadelphia, all throughout the nation, we lead the nation in violent crimes. Isn't it true? By virtue of the fact that the crime, infant mortality rates, poverty rates, and our unwillingness to build businesses in our communities, subdue our communities ourselves, turn our communities into a place where our children can walk in a dry cleaners, candy store, ice cream shop, restaurant, hotel, like these, the community I live in, and it's Black people that own these businesses. Make sure that our police presence, that we're being policed by people who are of and from the community, that we abolish things like no snitching, which means you can see someone climb through an old woman's window, go in there, violate her, beat her, take her shit, leave out through the window or the front door, and everybody know it was that individual. But according to the gatekeepers of Black communities throughout America, if you call the police and say that was Johnny Rending, Johnny Red, who went in that woman's house and did that to her, you a snitch. All the way to, from the economic level, all the way to the top of the corruption that exists within the various police departments and every aspect of Black life in the hood is permeated with dysfunctionality and retardation. I'm asking you, everything I just said for the last 2.5, 3 minutes, is it or is it not true? Without qualifying it, yes or no, is that true?
No.
Oh
There's
my
no
God.
Okay, let me finish. Let me go ahead and say my piece. You said yours. Let me tell
You
you
said
something.
no, but you said no, right? On record,
I
no.
absolutely said no.
Okay,
because
go ahead.
no is the correct answer in this particular situation. And let me explain to you why no is the incorrect information. Because you, sir, are looking at a byproduct of economic issues. You are looking at a byproduct of systemic racism that helps to cause and create the situations that you're using as a discussion on us being who we are. And it could not be further from the truth. What you are seeing is what happens when you give people a 400-year head start to obtain land. Then when you tell them that they are free, you tell them, oh, and by the way, you're not going to be able to purchase any land. You're not going to be able to get any loans unless you pretty much become an indentured servant and work for 50 cents a day, even though you're supposed to be quote unquote free. That's what happens. It makes it much harder for the individuals, for our ancestors to have pushed through. That is what happens. You're also seeing a result of what happens still in our real estate and our banking industries today. That's the reason why banks like Navy Federal are up against court cases right now, because they are found to be denying qualified Black and brown people who apply for home loans, apply for business loans more than others. Everything is the same except for the race. That is not a deficit on our part. That is not a result of us not doing what we're supposed to do. Those are people who qualify. And Navy Federal, in order to do that, you or your family member or someone who's connected to you had to have fought. So that means that those Black and brown people fought for a war, and then they still came back and are not being given the opportunities that they deserve even until today. There's lawsuits about those sorts of things. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, on and on and on. Then you get to the real estate industry. Well, guess what? Yeah, the ones that do get approved, guess what? You're approved for a red line loan, which means you have to be forced into the same exact circumstance. Oftentimes that results in food deserts. That results in harder commutes to work. There might even be an entire job desert, meaning that it's going to be very difficult for you to even find a job in the place where you live. So no, I'm not going to sit here and assume that those things happen. Larry and I just had a part of a conversation the other day about the fact that when you do not provide resources, that's what happens. Let me go ahead and break it down to you one more time. So now, just for the economic theory of it all, you put all of these people there, you have redlining in real estate that's forcing them all into the same communities, which is why we have some of those. Oh, the other reason why we have them is because the communities that we had and we created, they burned them down. Thank you, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thank you, Roanoke, Virginia. The list can go on and on. It happened repeatedly. And then you're expected to rebuild when you can't get your loans, when you can't get the things that you're supposed to have. That's a problem. So let's get back to the point at hand. So now you have us living all in the same area with low resources. There is a desperation that comes from that. Yet we still stand. Don't sit up here and try to act like that we're just living there and just running them up. There are reasons for that. There is a desperation which pushes a lot of people to do the wrong thing. I'm not justifying that behavior at all, but you're not at all going to sit there and not address the reason behind it. That's the issue, is that you're sitting there believing these stereotypes. And you, as a person who walk around every day, you live and you interact with other Black people that clearly break that stereotype. And still, because it has been pushed upon you so much so, you've decided that it's easier to believe it than to believe that it is absolutely an injustice that we've been up against. But it's only an injustice when it happens to be your cousin or something that you don't like. Then all of a sudden we can point out. When it's something about your kid at school, then we can point out. No, I'm pointing it out every time. And that's the difference. I'm not going to sit up here and hold us as a people accountable for those things. I'm also not going to sit up here and act like we have not had multiple conversations on these sorts of panels about, you said it yourself. Back in the day, if somebody had been doing something to a female and the police wouldn't show up, whatever, the people from the hood would show up and they would handle it themselves. We would have called our cousins and they would have handled that situation. So don't sit up here and try to act like we do not respond. Don't sit up here and act like we have not created places and spaces for ourselves to be able to withstand, even though the oppression continues. So no, I'm not going to hold people accountable or policies that you're okay with continuing.
Yes, ma'am. I want to start off by, I want to respond by saying this to you. I love your mind. I love you. And I respect you as a person. I love your
you
mind.
Too.
I love you. I really do. Listen. And one day soon, I'm going to have my daughter on, who's 22, who I and her mom, both of us, we've provided her with the best life. And she's one of the most educated young ladies that you could ever imagine. She's articulate, and you remind me of her, an older version of her. So I don't want you to think that I have in any way the desire to reduce or discount those who are educated, because my daughters, my children, that I stress and I facilitate them to have the best of education. But I want to point out to the people, and I love to do this, I want to point out the area where Miss Mo, my daughter, and those who are highly intelligent on that side, I don't have a college degree, where we part ways, or I want to point out that area, so for the benefit of the audience, where we find ourselves at the broader road of disagreement. But if we go to the microcosm where the turn and rift began, now we are all at an advantage, because we can understand, while these two intelligent people are having this exchange, we know why they are looking at the same object operating under a different stimuli or stimulus. They're looking at the same object, but they're given different versions. Herein lies the problem. If you play the tape back for the last 5-6 minutes, everything Miss Mo said was 99% correct. When she talked about the systemic realities and the root causes of the disparaging, the disparaging reality of the Black community. Everything she described is correct. Barack Obama, before he left office, in one of his speeches, he said, in reference to what we're talking about, he said, what America must understand is that what we're witnessing, he said, are the residual effects of slavery and Jim Crow. And he started talking about the same thing Miss Mo described. And he was right. That's the Black academician, educated man. I've always said Barack Obama, with his oratory skills and his mind, is brilliant. And I truly believe in my heart of hearts that Miss Mo is one of the most brilliant people I've ever spoken to. But this is where we part ways. Someone who says, well, if she's so brilliant, where do you part ways at? I'm going to tell you where. When I asked her the question, the first thing, if you play it back, I said, is that true or not? Yes or no? That we are, in fact, the most dysfunctional, backwards group in America. If you play it back, her response, and I welcome her qualification of what she was saying. I welcome that. But her initial response to all of us was no. Then she went on to qualify why we are the way we are. But the question was, are we the way we are? Miss Mo, being highly intelligent and understanding the psychological reality of anyone who wants to correct themselves or correct their community or correct this nation or the world. She understands more than all of us that admission is the first step to correction and recovery. So everything she said was true. But guess what? In the minds of the Black academician, the academics, the college graduates, they know that it is an arduous task. They know that they have to kind of retool and reshape their thinking. If they answer that question first, in all honesty, everything she said was right. And had she said to Levi, yes, we are, but let me tell you why we are, then that means 100% of what she said is correct. But the Black academician, the Black college graduate, don't want to come out and say, you're right, we are fucked up. We are operating as a community, as a people. But check this out. They know in the reassessment of that, they'll find themselves looking in the mirror, looking at our reality, and now it means that I have to put more energy into this. I have to listen to y'all. Listen to me, y'all. It is absolutely equal to a woman or a man who don't want to let go of the woman or the man that they love. Even though the man, let's just say a man, he's low down, he's a degenerate gambler, he's a whore, he's destructive to that woman and her family and their household. So when the question comes up, isn't it true? When he gets his check, he goes to the whole house or the strip club. Isn't it true that he's not attentive to the kids and does not invest his resources in the house? Isn't it true that he smokes weed and he's not really, even though he goes out and works, he's not really dedicated to you and your children? The woman can say that's true, or the woman could say, you have to understand, his father and mother used to fight. You have to understand that his mother was an alcoholic, his father was a drug addict. All he saw in his youth is his mother, his father abusing his mother. See, now you go into that. No. We have to deal with the reality of your household. Isn't it true? So when I say, isn't it true that we're the most dysfunctional group, I think it is a cop-out. I think that it is absolutely disingenuous, and I think that Miss Mo reduces her own intellectual standing when she refuses to say, yes, we are. And when she says, well, Levi, you are relying on stereotypes to reinforce or state your position when that which is stereotypical can be true. All Chinese people don't like rice. But if I put a bowl of rice on the table, some fried chicken on the table, and some tacos on the table, let's say a bunch of rice, wok and stir fry, that's one table. With a bunch of rice and stir fry. On the second table is fried chicken, French fries. On the third table is tacos and burritos, and we got 3 smorgasbords, and we allow Asians, Blacks, and Hispanics to walk into the room at lunchtime and feast. If we were to record who walked to the tacos and burritos, it's going to be most of the Hispanics. Who went over to the chicken, the fried chicken and the weed? No, I was joking, Miss Me Business. The weed, and no, I was joking. Who went to the chicken? Who went to the French fries? Who went, God damn it, to the watermelon? Now, I don't believe watermelon. That was a joke because I don't like watermelon. But who went over to that, to the dressing and macaroni and cheese? Most of the Blacks. Or who went over to the stir fry and the rice? Most of the Asians. So one could say, if Levi says, oh, we got more Asians here, so make sure it's more rice and stir fry on that table. That's racist, Levi. You're stereotyping them when the reality is that is their cuisine. That's what they eat. Customarily, Black folk like macaroni and cheese dressing and fried chicken. Now, come on now. Customarily, Hispanics like that kind of food. So, Miss Mo, as she is, I would ask that you put that in your repertoire. As I explain to my daughter when she debates, I always tell her you start from a position of truth and you concede to the truth when that person that you're debating against, my daughter is a scholar, excellent debater. You disarm your opponent when you concede to what they say when it's true and move on, as Barack Obama has mastered that. This is how he became president, because he's right. He didn't argue with the damn conservatives when they said certain things that were true. So do you agree, Miss Mo, that you should have started off acknowledging and conceding to the point that we are in the condition you described? Yes or no?
No. And here's the reason why. And you can pull up the Bureau of the National Statistics, okay? Who has the highest murder rate? Not Black people. Who actually has higher crime rates overall? Not Black people, not Hispanic people. Who is actually the largest users of, I don't know if they call it the same in your state, but TANF, food stamps, that sort of thing. Guess what? Again, if you pull the numbers, it's not us at all. Are we in jail? Are we in jail? The only thing that we kind of realistically beat the statistics of is being in jail, but it is not because we actually commit crime more than others. It's not. So when I said no, perhaps you should take a lesson since you're trying to school me on debate when I was a state champion, my friend. Okay, and I know a little bit, and hopefully you've been able to see that I'm very formidable when I want to, and I want to turn up. I try not to get like this. And Angie, I'm gonna blame you for even letting him up here today to get me worked up like this. But let me tell you something. No, but hold on, Miss.
But listen, because I'm a tag team. I'm gonna tag his ass after you. His ass
gonna
good. Go out.
Good, because I need to take a break because my pressure is up, and I want him to send some cash out me some money for the doctor bill that I'm gonna have after this, because I might have to go and get checked out.
They can't know what we are.
I'm just joking. Let me go in and say, so what you perhaps should have done is not falsely assume that when I said no, and then I followed it up with, you are using stereotypes, you should have been able to read between that I was saying that you are going off of a false assumption and not actually out of the statistics that are present. I know the statistics. I have read the statistics. I have used the statistics for research since I was in undergrad back in 2005. So I am very well acquainted with them and the research and all of that. So no, I didn't actually make any mistake there when I said no. And then I started giving you sample after sample of stereotypical behavior and debunking it. Because one, it doesn't even happen at the rates that you're talking about. And then number two, not only does it not happen at the rates you're talking about, but even when it does happen, there are reasons for it that are not generated as a byproduct of being Black or being brown or being Asian or being any of those things. They happen as a byproduct of systemic racism, which is what you are condoning by siding with and suggesting that the rest of us side with someone who wants to speak against us at every turn, someone who is not looking out for us, any political party, including the Democrats. I don't care who they are. And I've said that from the very beginning. I don't care. It does not matter your party. I know that you're not working for me. On top of that, you keep bringing up marijuana. One, our own federal government, the FDA, has done research and determined that there are medicinal uses for it, and it's not even close to being as dangerous. But you're still believing the war on drugs propaganda that was pushed out. Oh, that's a problem. Also, anybody who's ever gone to the dispensary before, you tell me who you see more of in there. Is it us?
We're talking about.
So I'm gonna let Angie take the rest. I don't went too far down the road unless y'all have something else to say. I'm gonna just leave it alone because it's
so it's safe to say Miss Mo is not willing to answer the bell and come out in the third round. She's exhausted. She's thrown in the towel. Okay, listen, y'all.
Look, how many knockouts you want to take this fight? Hold on. I better not say. I almost say dirty. Now we know what the 30 rounds really was about. It was about me taking you out because I know I gave you about 30 of them in this one.
For the record, she even quoted the terrorists and said 30 rounds. Y'all put that on record, Ms. Walker, so y'all know.
Shout out to my boy Devo. How about that?
Hey, for the record, we got to put it on record now. She quoted the terrorists coming at me. Now, listen, y'all. The reality of it is this, and I always say this, that if you're not willing to have a which she is, but if you're not willing to approach this microscopically, on the surface, you all will believe what she just said. And rightfully so, I understand, but you have to dig deep microscopically. Now, yes, there are more white people in America. Yes, crime is more prevalent amongst the larger group than the smaller group. Yes, there are more white people on welfare and others receiving food stamps than Black people. I know for a fact that during the pandemic, when it hit, I saw white women in these stores and stuff around here getting in and out of Mercedes Benzes and shit. And I look at the store and they didn't got the damn food stamp card swiping it. Yes, she's telling the truth. But the way she presented it, and if you listen to my position, you all will get lost if she fails to address the root of what I said, and that is crime, drug selling, drug usage, trash on the ground, the environment as a whole, young girls on a strip pole, strip clubs in the Black community, weed dispensaries that she just talked about, we don't have any out here, but they have to go to Detroit or certain little areas right outside of Detroit to go to the weed dispensary. But the weed dispensaries in Detroit are there. The strip clubs are there. As a matter of fact, most of the strip clubs are lined up, well, a lot of them on 8 Mile Road on the Detroit side, right at the border. All of these things that debase a community and debase a society trap houses, strip clubs, the proliferation of drug paraphernalia. You walk in any gas station or store in the city of Detroit that I grew up in, you're going to see crack pipes on display, disguised as smoke, like you smoking tobacco, but they sell drug paraphernalia right there in the stores and the gas station. You don't see that out here where we live. So at the end of the day, the true question, the only way that y'all don't like when I say corner, but the only way I could really show you all that Miss Mo is wrong and that I'm right is that Miss Mo address the cultural acceptance. Yes, murder and crimes occur at a higher rate amongst white people because there are more white people. All of these things that we just talked about that are counterproductive to a normal society, civil society, exists with white people more. But is it true? My question to you, Miss Mo, is it true that when it comes to white communities throughout America and black communities throughout America, that in the black communities, all of those things that are destructive and counterproductive to having a safe, sound educational system, social system, that amongst black people, we find it more culture. We find drive-by shootings and niggas on social media flashing guns and our daughters being referred to bitches and hoes and the whole culture of black women presenting themselves before the world as bitches and hoes. We find trash on the ground, bottles on the ground, and I know you're very familiar with the broken window theory. Meaning what? In our community, there are broken windows everywhere. As the song said, broken glass everywhere. People that remember that song. So when you find in a white community, and I'm not digressing, the criminologist said, I forgot his name, he said, well, it's the broken window theory he came up with. When you see a broken window in a community and is allowed to remain broken, is really feeding the minds of the criminals in that community that anything goes here. But in the white communities, like where I live, in most white communities, if there's a broken window, it's like, yo, you got to repair that window. In other words, if there is trash on the ground and things like that, you have to pick up the bottle and the trash. God forbid a goddamn hypodermic needle where a kid can play in the playground and stick themselves and get HIV. You must address these smaller things. These things cannot be considered culturally acceptable if we are to grow and become a sound, safe community. So the question to me, Miss Mo, as you cite the statistics, would you agree that all of these destructive things, crime and things of that sort, are more culturally acceptable when it comes to the African American communities?
No. I've said it again. I don't know how many more times I can say no to any of this. And I hope at some point we get back to the actual topic at hand, because you keep spouting off, again, one stereotype after another. And it's also extremely wild that you started off making more excuses for white people than I've ever heard you make for black or brown people for any of the things there. You're like, oh, well, of course that's the case with white people because it's just more of them. Well, that doesn't make sense. Then that should tell you everything is on generally a bell curve when it comes to it. So why is it skewed against us? Why are the factors skewed against us? And why are you so quick to give an excuse to why behavior that you say is so detrimental to us is so prevalent in their population? And why is it presented to the rest of us as if it is not? It is us, and it doesn't exist there. It does exist there at higher rates at every turn. And no, it is not more widely acceptable. What you're pretty much doing is you're comparing a area that has a place that has an HOA to a regular community that does not have an HOA. So you're doing night and day, because here's the thing: those white people are walking the streets with us. You're acting like we are just sitting there by ourselves doing all of these things because we're some sort of barbaric group of people who don't even know or care about anything. No, sir. if there are trash and things on the floor, that means that you're likely in a community that has poor government funding to provide the resources that you need in order to get the things done in that community and the other community across the way where it is being cleaned up or whatever it is that you're looking for. They do have those resources. So again, you keep making these things some sort of indictment on Black people for everything that's wrong in the world and wrong in America, instead of, again, looking at the source and where these things come from. You get street sweepers and police officers and all of these other things. They cost money. So if you have a bunch of people that you have redlined to be in a community together so that they could all be broke and not generate the money back to the tax dollars that you need in order to fund that, guess what? They don't get it as much. That means that there's not a way to keep up with what's going on in that particular community, but you're saying that it's on them. Yes, we all should be doing our civic duty. We all should be contributing, whatever the case may be. But because there is a lack in our community, that is not our deficit as a people. Let me tell you something. None of us are getting up every day and saying, dang, I just want to see this place ripped apart. Me and my people, I can't wait till we get together and we're going to rip this whole place apart because we just are just totally out of our mind. That is not the case. And you want me and you want this chat to believe it. And it's not the case. There's no research that backs you up on these stereotypes, and you hold them against your own people.
My God.
And it's dangerous. So no, it does not. It's not true.
My God. Now I'm asking myself, and I believe that you really in your mind believe what you're saying. But let me tell you what's so interesting, y'all.
Likewise.
Right. And that's fine. But let me tell you what's so interesting, y'all. Everyone that's speaking to me, wherever you live, if you live in the hood, all you have to do is find a certain part, which we all have this everywhere in the hood, where there are bungalow houses, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, like they're kind of small. The next time you're out, I want you to look in that on those streets and in that community, and then go to the main thoroughfares where you're going to see bottles and trash on the ground. I want you to consider the tax base or the income base of those communities. Then I want you in your leisure to go and find those same houses in a white suburban town. When you go to that white suburban town, you're going to observe the streets are clean, no trash. You're going to observe the grasses are cut. The grass is cut. They're maintaining their properties. Listen. However, when she talks about street sweepers, it is a fact that as African Americans, not me and you and most of y'all, but the trash gets, because of gravity, the trash finds itself on the ground because someone threw the trash on the ground. These conditions that I talked about come and originate in the minds of people. And we just happen to be those who live in Black community. We just happen to live amongst people who feel it's fine to throw trash on the ground. Listen, as small as it may seem, and if Miss Me and Miss Mo and myself, I thought about this years ago, if we were to conduct an experiment, I'm going to show y'all something. I remember that they installed, there are no bus routes where we live, but they installed bus stops. I think it was on Joy Road in the hood. And me and my oldest daughter, mother, when we were together, we would visit her sister, and they were installing bus stops, maybe 5 or 6 bus stops along the route with schedules, and it was brand new bus stops. And you could walk up there and literally see when the bus is coming. And we riding past, and I said, look at these new bus stops. And I said to her, let's see how long these new bus stops exist without being vandalized. I swear for God, y'all, all 5 of those bus stops within a month and a half or 2 The windows were knocked out. They were spray painted because I'm not talking about all Black people, but there is a mentality in the Black communities throughout America that whenever something is beautiful or beautified or new and not corrupted, in order for it to look and appear to be part and parcel of our communities, we must corrupt it. We must spray paint it. We must knock the windows out of it because it stands out. This does not look like the hood. It doesn't look like where our environment, how it should look. And all of these things come from the minds of human beings, all of us. So when Miss Mo sits here and tries to, in your faces, to try to convince you that even though these white communities who earn the same amount of money, the households, that their grass is manicured, that there's no trash on the ground, there's a beautification of the appearance, but in your own life, wherever you live, you see the untidiness. You see how those residents are not concerned with, not all of them, but they're not really concerned with the beautification and the upkeep of their homes, grass, the surrounding areas. If Miss Mo showed me a video right now of one of these major cities where everybody got out, 10,000 of them, with dumpsters, and which I'm thinking about doing this summer, and that is contacting Home Depot on them. They can put dumpsters up and down these areas and through someone's nonprofit, pay these young people out here to just pick up the damn trash, pick up the bottles. And as you do this, you get paid per day. It starts with the smaller things that sends a message to the criminals that trap houses and all of these crimes are not allowed because we are concerned with the beautification of our properties, of our communities. God says it in the Bible, I'm giving you the land. Be good stewards of the land. Subdue it and be good stewards of it. But Miss Mo, it baffles me how she's trying to present a picture to y'all other than that which you can see with your own eyes. Am I condemning Black people? No, I'm condemning our actions. Am I anti-Black? No, I'm just speaking the truth. Am I pro-Trump? No, I'm not. I am pro-truth. And if Trump says Black people can relate to me more now that I have a mugshot, before you accuse him of being racist, listen to what he said. As y'all always do to Levi when I say something, well, like y'all did an hour ago. Well, the judge could have been saying this. You want to find reasons to, well, he may have not have meant it this way, so let's do that with Trump. Is Trump actually saying that now that I have been unjustly accused and brought before the courts, Black people can relate to me more because, as you just talked about, the prisons are filled with Black people where there are inadequacies and an unfairness in the justice system? Couldn't Trump be saying, well, now I know what it's like to be Black, and I'll be quiet and listen to you?
I live in a community right now that's almost entirely Black and brown. I think there's maybe one or two white people in our community, in the community I live in, and it's a pretty large subdivision. Do you think my yard's not manicured? Do you think that my neighbor's yard is not manicured? Do you think that I'm living in fear because of that? Again, and I got to leave this whole thing alone because, like, you keep just spouting more and more stereotypes that just don't hold mustard. They just don't hold mustard. The statistics just don't side with you on a lot of these things. And the other thing is, like, even you're talking about the gangs and everything. You're acting like the mafia doesn't exist. You're acting like the Aryan Brotherhood doesn't exist. You're acting like biker gangs. I don't know what else to do. And again, I grew up very impoverished in a rural part of my state, and the poor white people lived exactly like the poor Black people. There was not this differentiation that, oh, because they're white and poor, that they lived in such a different, you know, their place was still pristine, even though they were poor. It just doesn't work that way. And again, I'm not going to sit here and try to teach you or anybody else economic theory, leadership theory, culture theory, mental health, like none of that. I'm not going to do it. And obviously it's not going to be very effective. I can just only tell you that the research and the statistics do not back it up. And again, I know that you are saying that it is not your intention to disparage us as a people or not to support us as a people. But when you are spouting off stereotypes and biases in the way that you are helping to perpetuate false narratives about us as a people, and it is oppressive, and you're contributing to what you're saying you don't want to have happen. And that's my last statement about it. It's just not true. And I get your perspective. I appreciate you engaging me as long as you have. I've been able to get a ton of work done here as a result, but like, it's just not.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
not.
And we're going to further this discussion in a couple of days when everyone's rejuvenated, and we'll go on my channel and I'm going to put up some exhibits and you're allowed to present what you have. But here's the deal, y'all. The truth could never be considered disparaging or stereotypical, for one. But two, I always tell y'all to listen to what a person says and describes. Listen closely. I would never even recommend Miss Mo ever. She know that. Telling us what state you live in, what city you live in, much less where you live. We know the terrorists are looming. Now, but if you listen to Miss Mo, 3-4 minutes ago, she said, it's y'all. I live in a community or in a home where the majority of the people here are Hispanic and Black, very few whites. And are you telling me, listen, y'all, she said, are you telling me that our homes are not manicured and our lawn is not manicured? Listen, in my subdivision, god damn, y'all. She said in my subdivision, a subdivision is not the goddamn hood. It is not what I'm speaking on. A subdivision is a nice place where the lawns are manicured. Miss Mo is an upper middle class Black woman. But she tried to throw y'all off and saying, my subdivision. Goddamn, it's a subdivision. Hell yeah, it's nicely manicured. But if you go anywhere in America outside of your subdivision and go to the hood is not going to look like your subdivision. In your subdivision, y'all wouldn't allow someone to buy a house in that subdivision and sell crack or drugs out of that house. All of your people in that subdivision will come together and call the police and make sure they got to go. You're not going to allow it. You're not going to allow someone in your subdivision to visit someone and get out in your subdivision and take a McDonald's bag, and y'all looking out the window with everybody outside, on a nice day, and take the McDonald's bag and throw it on the ground. One of those neighbors, if not you yourself, is going to walk over to that person across the street and say, did you see the young man come into your house, throw the McDonald's bag on the ground? You're going to address it, which is rightfully so. You're not going to allow that kind of degenerate behavior to exist in your subdivision. I'm not talking about your subdivision. I'm talking about the hood. That's all we're speaking of. So we don't have to keep going, because on this, we will revisit it. But I just want to point out to people to listen very closely to words, which is a beautiful thing, that you live in a subdivision. I hear WAC 100 say, my children are squares. My children ain't no gangbangers. And I made it so. And he says, do y'all know my children never had a sidewalk in front of their house? An alley? Same with my babies. Never had a sidewalk in front of their homes or an alley. Never had to deal with these things. But We're talking about the hood. And in order for Levi, in order for Miss Mo, in order for WAC 100, in order for Larry, in order for Miss Walker, in order for all of us who are intelligent, I have to say this, Miss Mo, before you go. In order for all of us, even those like yourself, highly esteemed individuals who have deservedly achieved and obtained the education that you've obtained, in order for us to make a change, we must first be willing to admit the truth. And secondly, let me say this. When I was watching Fani Willis, when she walked in that courtroom in front of that white woman, and she was she said, I can't wait to sit down and testify. And when she showed her defiance against what that white woman and her colleagues were trying to do, and she sat on that stand and she spoke up for herself, and she said, before I even start, I want all of the complaints. I want everything that these people have said about me and Mr. Wade. I want it in front of me, and then we can resume. And she picked up the papers. I want all of this. I said to myself, that is true spirit of individuals like me, Miss Mo, my daughter, and those who have been blessed to attain that education. That is the spirit that you all should possess when it comes to these people. That's a beautiful thing to see that educated black woman in that position to walk in and sit on the goddamn stand and say, no, hold on. I like Grey Goose. I drink Grey. Let's be clear. I drink Grey Goose. It is that kind of open defiance that I believe advances and propels our people. But the problem, Miss Mo, is that there seems to be a huge, significant disconnect. I wish the Miss Mo's of the world, the Levi's, the WAC 100s, the Angies, the Expeditions, and those who know how this goes could sit and assemble a town hall meeting, a national town hall meeting. So those who are part and parcel, who are us, who have the education in the justice system, in medicine, and all these things, if we came together and we sat with the gangbangers, the drug sellers, the drug users, and we saw ourselves as a family, we would see change overnight. But the only time you see a Miss Fani Willis and you see black people buck the system and use their intellectual prowess or that which they're capable of doing is when they are under attack. When they're under attack, you said, Maya Angelou said, who was a genius, when people show you who they are, believe them. Well, Miss Mo, that doesn't only apply to Donald Trump and the conservatives and the alt-right. It also applies to Joe Biden. It applies to JFK. It applies to these liberals. Miss Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are, not tell you who they are, when they show you through their actions what and who they are, believe them. It was Clinton who signed in the crimes bill. It was Biden and Kamala Harris who told black people, thank you for electing us, and got in the office and ain't said or done nothing to advance black culture or black people. It was Kamala Harris who invited Fat Joe, an ex-drug dealer, and it was Barack Obama who invited Jay-Z to the White House. It was these people. It was the liberal apparatus that produced the welfare and these things that were counterproductive to our growth. The so-called liberal progressive whites in America, from a political standpoint, have done more to destroy the black homes, black people, than Donald Trump and those who think like them could ever do. You know why? Because those conservatives, those white people who most of them hate black people, they don't want to be around black people. They're living the American dreams in their own homes, minding their business. And because of that, they're not close to us. It is those who are close to us that come out to ask black people to vote for them and to rely on them as a protection barrier against racism. Like Joe Biden said, he told black people, he said, if you vote for Donald Trump, he said this in the last election, he said, if you vote for Donald Trump, y'all gonna go back into slavery, the boogeyman and all that goofy ass shit. I don't give a damn. I believe, Miss Mo, so you'll understand, Levi, that insurrection that you observed when Donald Trump was president, and that racial unrest was the best thing America has ever seen. George Floyd and what happened in the streets of America was the best thing for America, because we saw white people, Hispanic people, we saw all of America, all Americans of all colors, and the majority white people take to the streets and say, hell no. Hell no. That y'all didn't lynch this man in the streets in front of the world. They came out of their homes and contested and protested the reality of racism in America. And I have to say this to you. I said to my daughter the other day, she said, if Trump is elected, do you think there's going to be more racial unrest? I said, probably so. But sweetheart, we need it. I'm tired. She said, what do you mean, Dad? I said, I'm tired of watching us repeat the same cycle. I'm tired, sweetheart, of listening to my mother tell stories about racial profiling and lynchings and killings and the systemic injustices. And then I, as my mother and that generation, had to worry about their kids being gunned down in the street. Now I'm sitting here, have to worry about my babies being gunned down in the street. I'm tired of it. And if it takes someone like a Donald Trump to bring it to the forefront so we can deal with it, that's what we need. And in the process of that, Miss Mo, as you sit in your home comfortable by God's grace, and I sit in my suburban home comfortable, in the process of that, if it means that we must now be uncomfortable, that people take to the streets and turn this motherfucker out, guess what? It's going to produce a new America. I'm sick and tired of the cookie cutter politics. I'm sick and tired of these progressives in political circles and that landscape appeasing black people while we suffer peacefully. Let's get it on. Let's go. I'm sick and tired of black people remaining on the plantation. Hell no. Put us off the plantation. Let us fend for ourselves. I don't want a liberal slave master to keep me on a plantation. I want a Donald Trump. I want that kind of person to step up and say, you on your own. Because you know why? When it comes to our babies, when it comes to our existence, when it comes to us doing for self and really getting out there and making it happen, it's time to make it happen. And the only way it can happen, as the Bible says, is that the truth be spoken and that the truth be resident everywhere in America, because the truth and only the truth of what's really going on can make us free. I'm tired of us relying on the benevolence of white liberal leaders as we sit on the sidelines, receive these goddamn subsidies, food stamps, this and that, and not be players on the field. The hell with them. The hell with the Democratic Party. All they've done is appeased us. We're like frogs in a goddamn pot. And the heat gets higher and higher. And the frog don't even know he's being boiled to death. Donald Trump, Miss Mo, and how he thinks can produce a new reality in Black America. I appreciate Donald Trump, whatever you want to call him, at least for his honesty and speaking and how he's speaking. You say, well, no, that's disrespect. Fuck disrespect. Disrespect is what Kamala Harris did. Disrespect is what Biden has done. Disrespect is what that illustrious man Obama did when he saw the carnage in Chicago where he came from, when he saw one of the young black girls who visited the White House go home to be gunned down. That little black baby was gunned down in the streets of Chicago. When he saw black death from these young people and the carnage piling up in Chicago and never really thoroughly addressed it, sent Michelle Obama to her funeral, or she wrote a letter. I think she went to the funeral. But when it came to Sandy Hook and those white kids losing their lives, not only did he go to the funeral, but he stood there and cried. That, my dear sister, is the egregious hypocrisy from the liberals that got us fucked up. That man sat there and shedded tears in Sandy Hook, one of the safest communities in America, but he didn't shed tears and go to Chicago and shed tears over that loss of young black life that continues today. So I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm tired of remaining on the Democratic plantation. I'm ready to go. Let's go. If we have to go out into these woods and fend for ourselves, and if it's woe, is woe. But all of this stuff so we can maintain our peaceful homes and all that, fuck that. I'm ready to go. That's how I feel about it. I'm sorry for talking so long.
Yeah, I appreciate what you've shared. I don't think we're ever going to come to a meeting of the minds on a lot of those ideologies, but it's always good. Again, iron sharpens iron, and we could definitely, process through things, at another time, like you said. I would like for you, however, before we meet the next time, to look up which of those administrations has more felons. You were very concerned about reformed individuals being invited to the White House. And I would just caution you that Steve Bannon was brought into the White House as well, and a number of other people. And then there are a number of individuals who have acquired felonies from that prior administration. So before I would cast judgment on individuals who have reformed their lives just because they're Black, and you then think that they don't necessarily deserve to be invited to the White House despite them reforming their lives, I would look at the individuals and again, look at the numbers and the statistics of actual criminal behavior that has been justified in courts right now, not people who did it in the past. So again, a lot of that all being said, I appreciate it. I know Angie has some stuff to say, but again, we just couldn't be further out, and I'm not, and I also worry that you missed the point that I made so many times while I was here working. You missed the point of me saying over and over again that you keep assuming that if you don't support the oppressive ideologies that come out of one party, that automatically means that you're a liberal. And again, that to me speaks to that indoctrination and that assumption there, because I've said no more than probably 10, 12 times during this that I believe that neither party, I was the person who pointed out Joe Biden's role in the war on drugs and how that continues to plague our community. I brought up multiple examples. So if you think, and one day we can perhaps even get into some of my actual political ideologies, and they don't hold the way that you think they do. But again, I worry that you might be so blinded by the rhetoric that has been put forth in our society right now, that it's Republican versus Democrat, that it's liberal versus conservative, that you're still missing the mark on what is most beneficial to our people, and you're willing to throw a lot of them under the bus and back over them again, just so that you can say that you didn't support a liberal.
No, not at all. I love this. I don't
think you do. You can't. What you love, you take care of. What you love, you value, and what you love, you do not allow other people to disparage.
Sweetheart, the liberals are not a saving grace for Black people in America.
Yeah, and did you just hear? Again, I don't think you heard what I just said. Again, I just said it. If you're assuming that there is that the opposite or the counterpoint is liberalism, you're assuming that I am liberal. I've never ever said, and you went right back to it the moment that we finished.
I think
and again, I think people really, and perhaps this has all been a hour long, however long it is, smoke screen to avoid the true topic at hand, were that the points that you had put forth about your cousin and the arguments that would be made today and the text messages and all of these bombshells, none of them came to pass. And that's what everyone has been here this entire time hoping to speak on. But you instead have gone down the Donald Trump path, which I've been happy to indulge. I always love, again, breaking bread with you and that sort of thing. And I get so much work done sometimes when I am as well. But I think what we still have not been able to address is the fact that many of the arguments that you put forth, many of the things that you said that we would be seeing today, and the final outcomes that we have don't necessarily, as far as the arguments, at least, obviously we don't know the final outcome of the hearing itself, but all of those things you've cast aside in order to go down this rabbit hole about liberalism that I, again, have said is not even something that I personally identify with, and I have great criticisms of that I've put forth in this conversation. We need to get back to the topic at hand so that you can no longer avoid that and talk about the arguments that were put forth by Jennifer Bonjean today, the questions by the justices, what those meant, and where do you feel we'll be going from here?
Okay, yes. And so we'll be clear, real brief, give me 3 minutes, you give 3 minutes, and then we'll let Ms. Walker speak if she want to speak. If not, if she's tired, we'll revisit this. Here's the deal. If you're saying that I expected for Ms. Bonjean to bring into court in her oral arguments today in New York, the text messages or the father and all of that, you haven't been listening to me. And you haven't been listening to Larry. We both have conceded to the fact that what Ms. Bonjean filed this appeal on are chargeable acts and the things that exist within the purview parameters of what took place in court. If you listen closely to me, what I've been saying for over a year and a half, and what Larry even supports, is that, and Ms. Walker will tell you, that as it pertains to the text messages, as it pertains to Robert being set up, allegedly, I say, by those parents and that father, and those things that we argue every day, I said, and I've repeatedly said, that Ms. Bonjean has legal recourse to revisit those things and bring them before the court in a separate, at a separate time, in a separate filing. There's legal recourse, excuse me, as it pertains to habeas corpus, and what Ms. Walker and I have often referred to. Ms. Walker doesn't agree with it, but she does say, yes, the appeal process, or the appeals process, sis, must be exhausted first. So she's only going through the motions of proper protocol as it pertains to her filings. But just to make sure we're clear, I never expected for her to bring up or discuss the father, the text messages and all that, because this is not the proper venue or time for that. You understand? So just so we're clear, you understand?
But can I ask you a question? Because you put that, you saying the proper time. Here we go. So you think on the habeas corpus is that's the proper time?
I think that the habeas, I think that there are a couple of steps, legal steps, or should I say legal steps, platform.
With the text messages and all of that?
Yes, where they can be introduced as it pertains to certain gross improprieties on the part of the prosecution. She even while she hasn't cited it in any of her post-trial motions, tell me if I'm wrong, she can, with new information, Ms. Walker think I'm a fool, with new information and evidentiary factual information, she can even revisit the inadequacies that may exist or she feels exist. I'm not saying she does, as it pertains to ineffective counsel. That can be brought up later. Would you agree?
Not in this case. When you say with new information, because I have to take you down the steps. With new information, what do you mean by that? What new information? Let me be more direct. What new information?
Ain't that something? I'm gonna say it quickly. Ain't that something? I'm gonna say.
I didn't say nothing. I want to be more clear. I mean, what's what I said?
Let's just say, hypothetically, if somehow it came out that certain attorneys were irrefutable factual evidence to show that certain attorneys were tainting Robert's trial because of their close involvement with certain individuals who were in fact committing certain illegal acts at the direction of the attorneys. Their role was more significant than we previously thought. If certain things were to surface, if I can't say too much because I don't want to give that father heads up, but if certain things were to be discovered that we were not in the past privy to, that rose to the level of, wait a minute, I didn't know this. I didn't know this was going on. I didn't know this was going on behind the scenes. If those things were to surface, does Ms. Bonjean have legal standing and legal recourse available to her that she can present that to the court in the form of a habeas corpus? Yes or no?
If there is something that came up that she didn't, okay, let me get this together. Because
So
this is hold on. Because this is what you're thinking, and I keep trying to tell you that it's not.
I asked you a question.
Wait a minute, let me finish. You go around the block how you want to.
Yes or no?
You gonna let me finish what I got to say?
All right, go ahead.
I told you it's not just yes or no. You seem to think that a habeas corpus is an open sesame for you to talk about anything, whatever, and anything goes. That's not how it works. Okay, as for your question, if there is new evidence that wasn't previously known by the defense or the prosecutors, and it wasn't discoverable, aka it wasn't discoverable, then yes, they could bring that from the post-conviction phase on up. Yeah.
Thank you.
But something that was already known. No.
Thank you. That's what I said. So y'all see what I'm saying? Oh my God, be quiet, boy. You guys see how hard it is to get a yes out of Ms. Walker when
you want everything to be
I don't.
Yes and no, and everything isn't yes and no. It's not yes and no. You got to keep explaining stuff to you 3 and 4, 30 and 50 times. It's like, Lord have mercy. Just don't worry about it.
Okay, Ms. Walker, I got to take this call. Listen, I'm listening to you, and hope we will revisit this when I can tell everyone's exhausted. Well, I want everyone to be rejuvenated. We'll further these discussions. But I'm going to listen to you and get some rest. I know you've been up a long time, and we'll. I'm gonna
play this. I got to play this open arguments. Crazy.
I'll be listening. I'll get back. I got to call these people back. All right. Thank you, Ms. Meansville. Thank you, guys. All right. Bye.
Okay. Now, let's play opening arguments again. Let me see, how should I do this? I think I should. I'm gonna leave them on this side. That way, I don't have to worry about short circuiting anything. What the fuck is doing this? Y'all, that was a very enlightening conversation y'all had. Babe, I don't know about all that.
Never ever again.
Baby, honey. Ooh, girl. Now you see what I be talking about. Baby, that thing before means necessary.
It's so crazy. And I don't know. And again, now see why My God thinks that I'm crazy too, because it's just like, what am I doing? Like, what? How did I
Yeah,
even
you
get
be
roped
going
into
around. You be
that?
like, what am I doing? Like,
What?
why am I
How am I
hollering?
even roped into this?
Yeah, because you know what? It's a subject that you're passionate about.
But yeah, and for me, it's just very challenging when I hear someone in one breath saying that they're about us, but then in the other breath, they're super cool with believing the negative stereotypes about, especially when it's right in your face. That's not, the
Yeah.
stereotypes are not accurate, and for you to keep putting them out there like that is crazy. It's just so harmful to us, for us to start. It's one thing for people who don't know us and haven't lived through what we lived through to falsely believe a narrative. That's one thing. But for us to believe it about us when we know that we know different, we live different, it's crazy. It just upsets me so much whenever I hear stuff like that. And at the same time, I think too been chomping at the bit here a little bit to correct sometimes, because Mr. Levi does it almost every time he gets up. He makes disparaging comments as if they're fact about Black people. And I'm like, bruh, what are you doing?
Right.
I
And
just wanted to
it's
know
like,
why
and
he
you
won't
know,
talk about this. Oh, go
the
ahead.
same. No, you good. The same disparaging comments that can be said about Black people can be said about any race. You know,
Every
and
race.
yeah, it was said about every race. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I look, listen, it's a few people. I don't care if it's in my race, the next race, whatever. I'm looking funny at them, hey, like, shaking my damn head. You know what I'm saying? When they do what have you. So, but never, ever will I ever think that the politicians is going to solve our problems.
No.
It's just not going to do it. It's just not going to be the way out. It's not going to be the way out. Mm-mm. All right, because we've been going through this every 4 years, or every 4 years, and what? And it's like, and what I was saying is that every election year, it's just a a response to the last election year. What happened then that's what we're gonna go out and do. That's what's going to move us. That's what's going to direct our steps. Do we want this? Do we want change? Do we want the same? You hear the same story? And I am when again I'm on the end of the politics, and I don't know how to explain this too well, but
Mm-hmm,
like,
mm-hmm.
except for the Joe Biden campaign, I just was at the polls. But with Hillary, I was able to like write something and include it into some of the pamphlets that it was, putting out, whatever, because I was really investing into having her, you know, become elected. And let me tell you something. When we couldn't elect her, and this is what I'm saying. Now I know everybody got their opinions, whatever, but I'm looking at most qualified. I'm looking at it's a whole lot of things I'm looking at when it comes to a candidate, especially
Mm-hmm.
a leader. And you got to think about it. They just don't lead this United States. They are like we
It's the
are
world.
running the world.
Yeah, it's the world.
It's the world, and it's like you can't have no damn fool uh talking crazy and Levi, it looks like he's a proponent of sedition and all this
Yeah.
craziness and stuff like that. This is craziness. This is craziness, Levi. We can't just do that. Like
No,
everything, just let it all hang out. Let's get
no.
that bayonet and march the street and let's what? Are you
Yeah.
crazy? We
And
can't
then
do that.
no. And the other part of it is I can't. Hopefully, I mean, obviously, y'all only see me a little bit here or there when I come through. But I'm just a person of integrity. You can't speak bad around me about somebody or around people that I care about. You just can't do that. Period. You know how they always say, if somebody said, "Oh, such and such was talking about you," you should ask them, "Well, what did you say?" Right? Why were they feeling so comfortable as to talk around you? And so
Uh-huh.
that's the other part of it for me. I'm not cool
Right.
with, even if you're not talking about me particular, right? He says I'm upper middle class, all this, that, whatever he wants to call it. But or me or you or whoever, you could say what you want to on that. But at the end of the day, I don't care. My heart breaks for people who have less than me. The
Right.
people, if you're being oppressed, period,
Right.
that's what it is. And I'm not going to be okay with it. And it's
Right.
very disheartening for me to see that he's okay with it, all because he feels like, okay, I'll be proven right. And we know Mr. Levi loves to be right. I'm right. The person I went with, or I'm, I'm pushing against these narratives, But again, I can't be cool even if he never said, if he changed his tone tomorrow, and if anybody who was racist, they changed their tone tomorrow and started saying that black people are the best thing ever, I'm not okay with you then talking about the other people too.
Right. Right.
It's just crazy to me.
It's
It
crazy.
gets me really fired up, and I'm sorry, y'all, that I took up that much time and
Oh, yeah, you good.
everything.
They'll come back and get it on the replay. But it's this conversation that this to me just need to be had. You know, that is
Yeah,
not my area, my neck of the wood, whatever. But I just know I have strong convictions on what I have strong convictions of, and it is so crazy that I was talking to somebody about the same thing you talking about. Like, why would you feel that comfortable coming to me talking about somebody that I'm close to?
yeah,
And when you make these points and shit like that, everybody think that some people may think that your thinking is off, or
yeah.
you starting shit. No, 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 no. Because that's what I'm saying. If like that boy, he want to put out some shit that I'm talking about somebody that's talking about me, that we actively beefing, that we have an issue with. Yes, that's what happens during beef or whatever. But find something about me talking about somebody that I'm supposed to be cool with or whatever, or I'm sitting up letting you talk about them and things of that nature. You ain't gonna find that, because that's not. And people don't even try me like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes me want. I gotta look at me like, huh? Why would
Mm-hmm.
they feel that comfortable
Mm-hmm.
coming to me? And see, now I'm about to get mad, and I don't want to go there. So, baby, see, I don't even fuck with them type people. Oh Lord, Mo, I'm sorry. See, I'm gonna get off in. All right, y'all, give me about 5 more minutes. I got the thing up on the screen, but I don't even fuck with them type of people around me, where
Mm-hmm.
you can come to them and just sit up and just be talking about somebody you cool with, whatever. Now listen, I'll be like, okay. And like if I'm in the middle, like two friends or whatever, I'll be like, okay, I'm listening to what you say. I'm listening to what you say, whatever. You're not saying no bad shit, and they gonna say it to each other and all of that type of stuff, because like we known each other whatever 30 years or whatever. But like somebody just come in and just sitting up talking about somebody, I
Yeah.
don't have them type of receipts and shit like that. And you don't even can't find them out here. But they can come
Mhm.
and sit up and talk about somebody that I'm, down with.
Yeah.
Ew. Mm.
And especially too, like, you don't know enough about us to speak on us. Right? You don't
Yeah.
know, and you don't respect the struggle when you have things documented for decades and decades of blatant attempts to discriminate against people who were not me but look like me and my cousins and work hard. You know what I'm saying? And like I think I mentioned to y'all before, my grandfather was a veteran. He came back from the war and could not even. He was able to cook for millions overseas, thousands overseas in a war, and then come back over here and he can't even get a job. And then you have the nerve to have stuff like that through Navy Federal, USAA. They not giving loans to people like us to have the same. That's the same exact credentials for me to have that bank account as anybody else. Why would you separate me out from that. And for you to be cool with that because, quote, the liberals created,
Mhm.
like, I'm not going to sit up here and and I think that's a big part of the social media piece of it. And I do research about this stuff, sort of stuff as well. But it's like, a lot of us do not realize how damaging these algorithms that feed you information. Again,
Mhm.
zero fact check, zero data to back it up. You just see somebody who puts something out there, they say it in the right cadence, or they say it in the right tone, or they say it just so often it keeps pushing in front of you. And the next thing you know, you're holding to it. And that's part of what we even know took place in some of the last elections, that we have other countries that are deliberately influencing our thinking. They're buying our data. They are trying to figure out how to persuade us of things that are not true. And the fact that you still haven't picked up on, hey, wait, I'm seeing this here and it says that, but I still need to fact check that, and I need to check in on my biases, and I need to check in on what I'm thinking about this situation. I shouldn't just go off of, okay, well, I'm listening to, all conservative radio and I trust them to tell me the right information, or I'm listening to all liberal radio and that's telling me the right information. If you're doing that, you are putting yourself inside of a silo. You and I know this from your doctorate program. When you write that dissertation or whatever you're doing in the end, you're not allowed, effective research does not allow you to only put forward the view that you're trying to question. You
Yep.
have to lay out and be familiar with the research on both sides just as
Right.
much. And you
Right.
have to be able to point out the positives in that
Yeah.
ideology
Right.
just as much as you are the ideology that you want to, or the theory that you want to put forth. So it's like, you can't, how are you, when you put yourself in a silo, it's a very dangerous place to live, because you're going to miss a lot of information. You're going to be fed a lot of misinformation. And if you're accepting that as fact, it can absolutely change how you navigate life as a whole. And you can do things that are even to your own detriment because you've been influenced so much. It's one of the things we have to fight against. And I worry that that's the space that we could be in this upcoming, our future in general. In our future in general, if people, I even talk about this with the mental health stuff. There's so many people who, and I love it that we now have more conversations about mental health, right? It's amazing.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is coming from people on TikTok, like people who may or may not have ever even gone to therapy themselves. They just know how to make a good TikTok, and they're throwing out ideas. They're calling everybody a narcissist. They're saying the solution to everything is just to cut everybody off, your family, your friends, just cut them all off, and because they're all narcissists or whatever. These, same thing with these high value men conversations. Like, you just keep
Yeah.
pushing. They see something, because people aren't accepting the fact that they see, hey, when they said that, it got numbers. Kevin Samuels was the man to beat. So guess what? I'm going to come and mirror that same formula, because I know it can get the clicks and the views and the money, and I can push it forward. And people are holding to it like there's science behind it, like there's research behind it,
Right.
and it's
Right.
tearing down our ability to connect with one another. That should be dangerous. And watch who you're listening to. You cannot just listen to everybody who has a talk show or a radio station or a TikTok or a like, most of those people, when the cameras go off, their life is in shambles.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yep. I mean, I like for you to show me the data. You sit, don't just, tell me, because here's the thing, right? And where people where it gets real dangerous. They will put it out and don't tell you this, that it's their opinion, or it's
Mhm.
their perspective, it's their theory, or it's their
Mhm.
whatever they're saying is based on their own belief system
Yep.
and their own morals, and we don't know how they were raised, and so on and so forth. They don't
Mhm.
give us none of that. They don't give us no background. We don't have no data.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want to hear and I'm able to be biased. I mean, not biased. I'm able to be balanced because I am listening on both sides constantly, both sides. When you go to resolve stuff, you're making a resolution for both sides of your client and the other party. Well, what's best for each person. It's
Mhm.
always, you know resolution on both sides. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and that's just how it is, and that's how you can leverage your 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 fucking degree. Your
Hmm.
That's how you leverage your degree. People think you pigeonhole just when you get a degree, you just gonna can do one thing. Are you serious? It's
Hmm.
so many attorneys that will tell you how to leverage that JD, doing everything under the sun,
Yeah.
and then some.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? It's just like we could talk about some societal things to for the next 3 hours, but I'm gonna get close to that. So anyway, let me get into this. All right, Karen. All right, let's get into it. Let me cut up my speaker because I'm not gonna put it on there because it be. Well, maybe I can put it on here. Present. Y'all, but these are conversations I always think needs to be had, we got some people that can have them, that can go there. Levi has his extremist point of view based on everything. You know, I wish he would just take the time and understand the things that he really don't, because he doesn't have the proper foundation to understand those things, how it works. You know, um, I can't keep telling you that, hey, mistake of age is not a defense in most states, especially when it comes to the government, especially when you are being indicted under crimes where the mistake of the age is you don't have to prove it. See, that's going down another lane. I can't even go down. I'm not going to go into that. Okay, that required me to be explaining some shit and it's like we're not getting the first. We're not getting the basics. So we're not going to get the other part. We're not going to get that part. So I don't know. But when I heard Miss Pam say, she said, "Baby, I don't argue with nobody. I don't argue about the law with nobody that ain't my peers." I'm like, ooh, Levi ain't heard that. Yeah, but oh yeah, y'all. Y'all got a bigger problem. Like I told, put in the chat. Y'all got a bigger problem. Mr. Taz is over there doing the breakdown of the call today. So he might be entering into the sector. I love it, baby. It's gonna get interesting around here. I knew it. I knew y'all was gonna finally show y'all ass now. Y'all gonna be sitting around in this sector quiet to the motherfucker because Mr. Taz don't play that shit. Yes, honey. Anyway, let me go. Oh, let me put this up there. So he's pretty much saying, okay, either you're challenging the jury instruction, which both both of you guys, both sides, submitted exactly what is supposed to be the guide for the jury to either find him innocent or guilty based on what was proven and what was not, right? And he's saying, okay, so if you have seen, he's, I guess he's come out and saying, you sound like you have a problem with the language that is that they use to convict him, which is would be found in the jury charge, right? The jury instructions. Okay. And if the language would have said, hey, this RICO is an illegal enterprise and it was set up and established for the purposes of such, then thereby changing the wording of the law, because if you go and read the RICO, it says legal or illegal. All right. So at that point, I don't know if he's being like, I don't want to say a wise ass, but I don't want to say that, okay? I don't want to say that, but he knows as well as I know, because we don't read that RICO statute over and over again, that it can be both legal or illegal. So I don't know why he would like question her about that, because I believe he knows. I mean, he might not know what she's saying, but he knows she's not saying that, because that's common sense. And when she came back and said, and I can't no, the jury instruction is fine, like, why are you stopping me and asking me this stupid shit? But it seemed like he was trying to make a point, so I don't know, might be one of them wise ass people, judges. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
Miss Angie, can you hear me?
Yes,
We
yes,
can't
ma'am,
hear.
I did.
We can't hear
You
anything
can't
you're
hear
playing.
nothing.
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, let me take this off here then. All
Okay,
right,
I'm
my
gonna let.
bad.
That's okay.
I
I
thought
thought I'd
Mo
get
was
up
still up
here.
here. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, because you're going behind here. I can't see y'all. My
Yes, ma'am.
bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so I got to do it the way I was going to do it, y'all. Cut it up. Damn.
All right. And is it Ms. Bonjean or Bonjean? How do you pronounce your name?
Bonjean.
Bonjean. All right. Ms. Bonjean, you have reserved 3 minutes for rebuttal, so that gives you 7 minutes out of the gate.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
May it please the court. My name is Jennifer Bonjean, and I represent Robert Kelly. Like every RICO indictment seemingly in history, the government charged the defendant with being the member of an enterprise that had a common purpose of carrying out an illegal or illicit activity.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand. Are you challenging the jury instruction, which didn't say that the RICO enterprise had to have an illegal purpose?
No, Your Honor, I'm not challenging the jury instruction, nor could the jury instruction be challenged. The jury instruction is entirely consistent with United States versus Boyle. In fact, it's almost word for word the same jury instruction. And in Boyle, as this court may recall, where the enterprise or the instruction was challenged, even though it wasn't set out with specificity what the structure of the enterprise should be, the Boyle court said that's fine. It doesn't have to be. The jury doesn't have to be instructed with that level of specificity. In this case,
but you're arguing, it seems to me, that absent an illegal purpose, there can be no RICO enterprise.
yes, because it would make nonsense of the statute.
Okay, but is it so? I guess A, what's the authority for that, and B, isn't that really a challenge to the jury instruction?
I don't believe it is. I think that.
And he asked about the authority for that. That's the precedent. Okay, remember I told y'all last live where it's the decision that they use to decide other cases. Okay, so they'll be like in United States versus Johnson, so on and so forth. Okay.
Did the district court tell the jury that they had to find an illegal purpose so there could be no enterprise?
No, but the indictment did, and the indictment was incorporated.
No, the indictment listed a series of purposes.
Yeah, series of purposes pled in the conjunctive, and the jury instruction, which.
So pleading in the conjunctive pretty much means that joining the different theories of the crime by the word and. Okay, by the word and. Usually when there are multiple offenses, then you plead each one in a separate count, right? That's when you see the different counts. All right.
Had the indictment incorporated into it, pled that there were 4 different purposes, 2 of which were legal essentially, and 2 which were illegal.
All right, but I'm asking a basic question to start, which is that if the government had just listed the legal purposes, your view is that that would not be sufficient for a RICO indictment?
No, in fact, district courts routinely dismiss complaints that do not demonstrate that the purpose of the common or the enterprise is illegal in nature. In fact, neither party has been able to find a single case where the purpose of the enterprise was entirely
You're arguing
legal.
that there was insufficient evidence here to prove an illegal purpose?
Correct, or illicit or fraudulent or some type of
Wasn't there substantial evidence?
No, Your Honor, I respectfully disagree. There was substantial evidence yes. There was substantial evidence perhaps of defendant's wrongdoing in the context or using quote unquote the machinery of his organization, his entourage, those types of individuals. But there was very little evidence, almost and certainly not sufficient to meet the government's burden of proof, that any of those individuals acted with this common purpose to, quote, recruit women for Mr. Kelly for illegal sexual activity or for the production of child pornography.
So I'd like to just make sure I understand. It sounds to me as though you're making a legal argument that a RICO enterprise has to have an illegal purpose, as well as that here an illegal purpose was charged, but there was insufficient evidence of it.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor,
that
that's,
right?
that's correct. That is precisely right.
And I want to understand, in light of Turquette, why
She
we
said
have to find
illegal.
evidence
What she
of it.
said?
Yes, Your
Wait a
Honor.
minute.
Enterprise has to have an illegal purpose, as well as that here an illegal purpose was charged, but there was insufficient evidence of it.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor,
that
that's,
right?
that's correct. That is precisely right.
And I want
Is she saying, is Bonji, I'm sorry, is Bonji saying that's what she's,
To,
Wait a minute.
quote, recruit women for Mr. Kelly for illegal sexual activity or for the production of child pornography.
So I'd like to just make sure I understand. It sounds to me as though you're making a legal argument
okay.
that a RICO enterprise has to have an illegal purpose, as well as that here an illegal purpose was charged, but there was insufficient evidence of it.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor,
that
that's,
right?
that's correct. That is precisely right.
And I want to understand, in light of Turquette, why we have to find an illegal purpose as well. I mean, there's language in Satinwood, and most of the cases that have been cited and discussed are in the context of a fraudulent purpose that may have some legitimate enterprise around it, but there's room for confusion there. But Turquette seems to say quite directly that the term enterprise as used in RICO encompasses both legitimate and illegitimate enterprises. So
Right.
maybe you can help me.
Yes, the issue isn't whether it was a legitimate organization, a legal entity versus a non-legal entity. Turquette held, and the question before Turquette was the exact opposite, whether a RICO enterprise could be exclusively criminal, not whether it could be exclusively legal. And our position is that this was an organization that the government failed to prove had any criminal purpose. The government takes the position that for a RICO enterprise to exist, it need not be rooted in criminality at all, which would find.
Okay. When she says criminal purpose, listen to the words. Criminal purpose means that that enterprise was established for the purpose of criminal acts. Okay? Let's go back.
Whether a RICO enterprise could be exclusively criminal, not whether it could be exclusively legal. And our position is that this was an organization that the government failed to prove had any criminal purpose. The government takes the position that for a RICO enterprise to exist, it need not be rooted in criminality at all, which would fly in the face of Turquette, frankly. Turquette looked at Congress's intent, both the statement of.
Didn't the government prove that one of the purposes of this enterprise was to recruit girls so that Kelly could have illegal sexual activity with her?
They pled it, they did not prove it. What they did prove is that.
Okay. Now, let's see, could she say that and be factual? She said that they did not prove that he recruited the girls. Hold on. Let's go back. Hold on. I want to get exactly what she said.
All, which would fly in the face of Turquette, frankly. Turquette looked at Congress's intent, both the statement of.
Didn't the government prove that one of the purposes of this enterprise was to recruit girls so that Kelly could have illegal sexual activity with her?
They pled it, they did not prove it. What they did prove is that through the course of a period of time.
She's saying, oh, let me finish. Hold on. I don't want to break the sentence up. Hold on.
Of Turquette, frankly. Turquette looked at Congress's intent, both the statement of.
Didn't the government prove that one of the purposes of this enterprise was to recruit girls so that Kelly could have illegal sexual activity with her?
They pled it, they did not prove it. What they did prove is that through the course of a period of time, there were perhaps efforts to pass along information, a phone number, to invite someone backstage. There was no evidence presented that any of those individuals did so believing or knowing that someone was underage, that you go to a big concert, there are 17, 18, 19-year-olds. Even the victims themselves said, well, nobody asked me for my age.
Okay. And that was a good point she made, right? She's trying to speak on intent, right? Okay. Meaning that they did not recruit girls for the specific purpose of Mr. Kelly having sex with them, right? So she's trying to strike at the criminality part of it as well. And she's also trying to make the point that all they did was get phone numbers from these women and stuff like that, didn't ask them their age and anything like that, dispelling the point that he specifically wanted underage girls. You see what she's doing here? Okay. She's trying to dispel the notion that he only wanted underage girls. So no, his alleged enterprise isn't collecting numbers from specific individuals that look like they could be under 18 or, minors, if that's what you want to call them. All right. So this woman is good. Now let me say this. Wow. I don't believe that she moved the needle or whatever in a favorable position for Mr. Kelly, right? But I have to give her kudos because she's sharp. So when you go back and listen, and I got to listen for strategy, and I'm also trying to listen for the law, and killing them, and I let Larry and them, whatever, they deal with the facts. They know the facts of the case, backwards and forwards. Who did what and when and where and all that bullshit, right? I'm just listening for the law and the strategy part. All right. Now, this is a proper, sound legal argument she's making. It's meant to be persuasive, okay? But I don't believe that it will do what it needs to do to get him from up under this sentence, right? To untangle this RICO, okay? Let's keep listening. So she's going to have to rely on that brief and coupled with her oral arguments, right? Okay.
When the age came about, perhaps Mr. Kelly may have known, and that's what I think some of the women testified to, but there was no evidence that anyone went out there saying, may I find out what your age is? Are you underage? Come back. We want to serve you up to Mr. Kelly. That just didn't.
Boom. So if I would have kept on playing it, they would have reinforced what I just said. Okay. So I knew that's where she was going. I said, I speak Jennifer. I speak J-Bo. Let's go. So we get some right over here. That's exactly what she was trying to do. Okay. She's a 2-for-1 type. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? She will just in that one brief, it has like 2 or 3 different purposes. Okay. Which that's the kind of person you need. And now I can't even cuss and act all unprofessional like I, usually do. Whatever, because y'all done went out there and went and got them people and shit and come on over here and encroached in our goddamn little crazy ass sector. Damn. I want to be all, Damn. Hold on. Oh, there's my little thing. Shit. They don't let y'all do nothing. Ooh. You know what? We're gonna put somebody on to watch Bozo and damn Audra. We're gonna have to put somebody on y'all. Motherfuckers.
happen. And in fact, there is extraordinary evidence that the and members of the enterprise, these are some of the people, I guess, that testified, repeatedly made it clear that what happened behind closed doors was not something they understood. Yes, there were rules and things they did, these anodyne tasks that were perhaps a little unusual, but not that put them on notice that what was happening behind closed doors was illegal. And we are talking about matters that happen behind closed doors. The fact that a video recorder exists.
Okay, so right then she's still working on intent, right? They had no knowledge that what they were doing was illegal. Do you see how she I don't know how to explain it, but it's like it's like a multi-purpose cleaner, okay? Where you buy this cleaner and it removes the grease, it cleans the walls, you could put it on your mirror, that type of shit. That's what she does. All right, she's working on intent. Why she working on intent? Because in the indictment, anywhere you see knowingly and willfully or intentionally, that means the prosecutor has to prove intent for that particular what? Crime. That particular charge.
Existed in a bedroom does not ipso facto make it evidence that there is child pornography.
You're saying these other individuals didn't know that these girls were underage?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I think the evidence that was presented to the jury was deficient in that regard. There was so much excessive evidence, frankly, about Mr.
Okay, so what she's doing, she is peeling back that enterprise. Now, I don't recall her making this argument with regards to the enterprise in her brief. Okay, so this will go, of course, the oral argument will go on top of it, right? But usually it reinforces what you already put in your brief. This is like an additional, okay? So if she can roll back that based on the fact that, hey, his alleged workers didn't go out there recruiting women, girls underage, didn't have any type of intent to have sex with them. Therefore, that takes the criminal intent out of the enterprise, okay? Although it can be both criminal and, legal, illegal and legal, right? But if she can try to, say, hey, they didn't even know. They didn't know that it was, and if she can attach that it wasn't Mr. Kelly's intent to have his employees go out there and to recruit girls underage, then that can remove criminal liability from Mr. Kelly too. See, I know she's trying to break up this enterprise, right? Because there's several components in a RICO, and especially when you're dealing with the enterprise portion of it, and so on and so forth, right? And you're talking about the activities and the actions that they took, okay, which thereby qualified it to be an enterprise that had a pattern of racketeering, right? But if you remove that intent from Mr. Kelly, he would have no way to instruct his people to do what the government said he did. That's one. Your fallback strategy can be, hey, Mr. Kelly had no knowledge that that's what they were doing. Although he benefited, but he didn't have the 3 B's. What I told y'all 3 B's were at the behest, on behalf, and at the benefit of, right? He would just have 1 B. Okay? So that's a 2 for, right? 2 for 1. He didn't know, so he couldn't tell his workers to go out and do the things that the government alleges. Or he had no idea that that's what they were doing. Before he knew it, he was in a full-blown relationship with these women. Okay? All right. Now, that second part, well, both of them pretty much. That's for the first part. The first one, R. Kelly didn't have any knowledge of what have you. I think, that's what she's kind of pursuing here. Like, therefore, nobody had any knowledge to commit crimes and things of that nature, because the government is saying that this is a criminal enterprise, right? But both of those, and I don't know what happened in court. I forgot. All right. Both strategies that I just said could have played, in the court of law, right? I said at 2 different times I've explored both of those defenses, okay? Both of those strategies. All right.
Mr. Kelly's wrongdoing, that it would be easy to be tempted to go down the path. Well, everybody must have known, but that is just not what was demonstrated at trial. And
the appearance of these girls would be evidence enough, wouldn't it?
These were not 12-year-olds. These were not 13-year-olds. There were some example. What was testified to is that some of them looked young. And having multiple teenagers myself, looking young does not mean someone is a minor. And the question becomes, did they have an obligation to ask? Did they have to do due diligence, do inquiry? When he said, just go pick somebody up. Again, just using individuals, unwitting individuals who perhaps even turned a blind eye or who didn't inquire further, does not a RICO enterprise exist. And I would leave with this point that, simply speaking, I won't leave with it, but the law presumes in Turcotte, which was an entirely criminal enterprise. They weren't speaking to the question of whether it could be a legal enterprise with a one man doing illegal acts in the context of the enterprise and using his employees. So Turcotte does not, from our
Okay. Stop right there. So she in Turcotte, I guess it does kind of speak to the strategy that I told you in a couple different lives way back when I explored that, but I put it together just now today for the purposes of this. So she is kind of exploring both of those ideas. Okay, all right. I told you I speak, J-Bo.
Put this issue to rest. And what the government wants to do is simply read out of the statute organized crime. And at the end of the day,
they want to read out organized crime? What do you say?
Yes, because the purpose of the statute, the RICO statute, is to address organized crime. Now,
it's not in the text, though, right? When you say read it out, right?
The definition of organized crime is not in the text of the statute. And in fact, courts have universally read organized crime very liberally, very broadly. And we're not quarreling with that. But you can't just have an organization that is not associated with any crime. Simply speaking, a RICO enterprise is a criminal organization. You can define it broadly, but it's not an organization simply with a criminal. And that is what the government is asking the court to find here. I believe my time has expired.
I mean, you're not challenging the jury instructions, so you're agreeing that everything the district court told the jury they needed to find was correct, right?
Your Honor, the jury instructions were consistent with every jury instruction ever given in a RICO case, historically. And frankly, is consistent with what the United States Supreme Court held in Boyle.
Right.
I don't know how.
So the jury wasn't asked to read out portions of the statute. The
Again, I go
jury was
back-
correctly instructed. I'm trying to figure out. You're saying that the evidence didn't support the elements that were correctly instructed to the jury.
What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that the government.
I'm saying that the evidence didn't support, meaning the facts. The facts are also included in the evidence didn't support, right? So what was said on the stand and a couple along with the evidence. Okay.
Government had an obligation, and in fact, the government or the jury was instructed that the government had to prove the theory of the enterprise. The theory of the enterprise included criminal conduct that was pled in the conjunctive. And if it had been just simply legal activity pled in that indictment, it would have been dismissed. Because routinely, again, and we cite numerous cases, as does the government, district courts simply do not allow RICO prosecutions or RICO suits to move forward where you don't have an actual fraud or illegal or illicit activity that is the moving force or that is the common purpose. This would be outside the realm of.
Oh, I don't know if she's trying to say if it was, because it was several different behaviors that were pled as a single count. So I don't know if she's saying, hold on, let me see if I go back far enough. If she's saying if the RICO were pled as single counts, it would have been dismissed. I don't know about that because the same behavior, although it was for different months, it was still like the same year. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that is the truth. So let me see what J-Bo is trying to say.
Government or the jury was instructed that the government had to prove the theory of the enterprise. The theory of the enterprise included criminal conduct that was pled in the conjunctive. And if it had been just simply legal activity pled in that indictment, it would have been dismissed. Because routinely, again, and we cite numerous.
Well, legal activity pled in that indictment would have been dismissed. Well, yeah, that's common sense because it's legal activity pled in the indictment. I mean, there's no criminality in the indictment. So, okay. All right.
Cases, as does the government, district courts simply do not allow RICO prosecutions or RICO suits to move forward where you don't have an actual fraud or illegal or illicit activity that is the moving force or that is the common purpose. This would be outside the realm of, again, contrary to the purpose.
So, again, she sees upon the common purpose, okay? Meaning, the people that work for him, he and the people that work for him have a common purpose to recruit girls in order for him to sleep with them or what have you, whatever they allege, okay? And she's trying to show that they have no common purpose there, either because that's not Mr. Keller's intention, or those people that work for him had no idea that he wanted them to recruit the girls for the purpose of him sleeping with them. They, as she alleges, that they were just, giving out the number and, as a, I'm not going to say as a a relationship that wouldn't later on develop into something, sexual. I'm not going to say that, but she's definitely saying that it wasn't for the intentions on having sex straight up in the beginning, initially. Okay, that wasn't on anyone's mind. All right.
There, back on the issue of whether the staff knew the age, sometimes the staff booked the travel arrangements for them, and therefore they had to have identification documents. Isn't that evidence that they knew they were underage?
I think if you
Whoa. So it almost seems like Keller talked to them. Because listen, now this is where it might get a little, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't see and it has nothing to do with her performance. I don't want y'all to say anything about that. I mean, you can, but I don't want you really to say anything about that, because I told you, with charges that require physical activity, it's kind of hard to get from up under there. And then when you have every kind of evidence, whether y'all call it evidence or not, just about every type of evidence represented from every category, is hard. This justice just asked her the information about the he said when he made let me rewind it, because that was a good question. When they made the travel information, the travel arrangements, then they know how old they were and so on and so forth. Yeah, Your Honor. And this is what I'm saying. Yeah, Your Honor. Oh, thank you. He said, yeah, Your Honor. But guess what? We knew the age. We knew the ages once we made the travel arrangement. But her comeback can be, I don't know what it's going to be, because of course I don't remember, or I wasn't listening, that it wasn't made for all intents and purposes of him having sex with these people, him engaging into a romantic relationship with these people. But let's see what she says.
outside the realm of, again, contrary to the purpose.
There, back on the issue of whether the staff knew the age, sometimes the staff booked the travel arrangements for them, and therefore they had to have identification documents. Isn't that evidence that they knew they were underage?
I think if you look closely at the record, you will see that the government was very clever, frankly, of conflating these issues, where I do not believe there was any evidence that the employee booked travel for someone who was in fact under the age of consent. So you have to remember that in Illinois, the age of consent is 17. It only becomes a federal crime if it's being videotaped. Now, do these people know what's happening in the bedroom? No, there is no evidence that
Wasn't there evidence that the staff made sure that in his backpack he had his iPad and recording equipment? The evidence doesn't show that?
There is no evidence that.
We got to go back.
In Illinois, the age of consent is 17. It only becomes a federal crime if it's being videotaped. Now, do these people know what's happening in the bedroom? No, there is no evidence that
Wasn't there evidence that?
So she's definitely trying to remove any knowledge of the association in fact, right, which are the alleged employees, that they had any knowledge of what was going on. Okay, she's trying to remove that, because again, she's trying to dismantle that RICO. All right, very good.
Staff made sure that in his backpack he had his iPad and recording equipment. The evidence doesn't show that?
It shows that people picked up his luggage. I mean, people pick up my luggage. I pick up other people's luggage. Am I responsible for what's in that luggage? It just takes this to the point of absurdity. We cannot hold can't say an enterprise exists because unwitting employees are engaging in normal tasks that they do, particularly for high-profile people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to
Normal
go back a
tasks
little
that
bit.
to the point of, it shows that people picked up his luggage.
Hold on.
Staff made sure that
It only becomes a federal, who was in fact the actual fraud or illegal or illicit activity that is the moving force or that is the common purpose. This would be outside the realm of, again, contrary to the purpose.
There, back on the issue of whether the staff knew the age, sometimes the staff booked the travel arrangements for them, and therefore they had to have identification documents. Isn't that evidence that they knew they were underage?
I think if you look closely at the record, you will see that the government was very clever, frankly, of conflating these issues where I do not believe there was any evidence that a employee booked travel for someone who was in fact under the age of consent. So you have to remember in Illinois, the age of consent is 17. It only becomes a federal crime if it's being videotaped. Now, do these people know what's happening in the bedroom? No, there is no evidence that
Wasn't there evidence that the staff made sure that in his backpack he had his iPad and recording equipment? The evidence doesn't show that?
It shows that people picked up his luggage. I mean, people pick up my luggage. I pick up other people's luggage. Am I responsible for what's in that luggage? It just takes this to the point of absurdity. We can't say an enterprise exists because unwitting employees are engaging in normal tasks that they do, particularly for high-profile people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bensing?
May it please the court, Assistant United States Attorney Kayla Bensing on behalf of the government. Good morning, Your Honors. I want to start with the defendant's challenge to his RICO conviction and what constitutes an enterprise. As the district court stated at the sentencing in this case, the defendant had a system in place that lured young people into his orbit and that he took over their lives. And so I want to start with this claim that was made in the reply brief and is made today before the court, that the enterprise members or that the defendant used his inner circle to simply carry out anodyne activities. Demetrius Smith, the defendant's...
What evidence is there in the record that the staff who arranged these things knew that they were underage?
Yes, Your Honor. So in September of 1994, I'll start there with the victim, Addie, who testified. She testified that she was 17. She was invited by Kelly's bouncers to come backstage at a concert in Miami. That was 3 days after Kelly's marriage to Aaliyah, in which he bribed a county official in order to hide or alleviate the consequences of illegal sexual activity. And obviously members of his enterprise arranged for that bribery, and so we're well aware of that illegal sexual activity. A few years later, in 1998, Stephanie, who was the victim named in Racketeering Act 2, was approached at a McDonald's by a member of Kelly's entourage. He asked how old she was. She told him that she was 16. Kelly's associate then gave her Kelly's phone number and said Kelly wanted her to call him. This is the same girl who at 17 was instructed by Kelly to give him oral sex in the backseat of a car and to be vocal and make noise while doing so that Kelly's driver and another individual who were present in the car could hear, which was a obviously deeply humiliating experience for her. Turning next to Nicholas Williams, he was one of the defendant's runners beginning in 2003. He answered phones and escorted Kelly's girlfriends inside of Kelly's studios, and he testified that Kelly's female guests were very young, keeping in mind that he was 19 at the time. He also testified that he could hear sexual activity and yelling between the defendant and his female guests. The jury is entitled to infer from that Kelly's employees helped maintain and facilitate Kelly's contact, including sexual contact, with these underage women. I want to also turn to Anthony Navarro's testimony. He was another one of the runners employed by Kelly. Navarro, who started working for Kelly in 2007, specifically identified that he would help answer phones for Kelly's girlfriends. That was his word, and there was some claim in the reply brief that these were just female guests, but he testified using the word girlfriends. And he identified them as looking very young, specifically mid-aged teenagers.
Okay. So does anybody know what the prosecutor is doing at this point? I should have asked Mo how to work this team stuff, because I swear I hate teams. I think I got it on. I don't want to put it on like silent where I don't even hear rings and stuff, because it ain't no pressing issue that I need that shit. Hell, they damn dead. I ain't over to Wednesday. What you think they're doing now? What you think the prosecutor's doing now? Somebody, if nobody just says nothing but I don't know, I'm gonna give you the answer. Okay. No, what she's trying to do is she saw that Jennifer Bonjean is trying to remove that element of intent, right? Remember I said Mr. Kelly, that wasn't his intention, therefore he couldn't have told them to do it, his employees to do it. I'm just gonna call them employees because, I mean, whether they're his direct employees or not, there's a way under the law that we can assume or we can infer that they were his employees, right? So Mr. Kelly had no knowledge of it, so thereby his employees had no, knowledge that they were going to eventually, become sexually involved with Mr. Kelly allegedly, right? So the government is trying to say, yeah, they knew, either they had direct knowledge because they booked the hotel trips and had the ID and things of that nature, or by observation, they look young. Okay? And mistake of age or mistake of fact is not a defense in most states. And even if it is a defense in the other states, it's red tape behind that. You got to go in front of a judge during pretrial to see if he'll let you, if based on the evidence and things of that nature, to show that your client didn't have any reasonable expectation that that person was underage. And you have to go through all of that. But so what I'm saying right now, she's trying to counter Jennifer Bonjean. And apparently she was prepared to, because I don't know, again, I can't remember exactly what Jennifer put in her brief that would suggest that, hey, she would, try to remove the intent element away from her client. Like he's oblivious. But when you think about it, that's exactly the argument what most attorneys would make. My client didn't know. So how could they tell my client had no intentions on having sex with nobody? So how can he go and tell his employees to recruit people for the purposes of having sex? You knock that out, you remove the criminality portion of this RICO.
And the jury heard testimony from Deronda about how she recognized Navarro as one of Kelly's runners who she interacted with when she was 16 years old, being sexually abused by Kelly. In addition, there's Cheryl Mack. She was Kelly's assistant beginning in approximately 2013. She repeatedly saw Kelly with 17-year-old Jane. She had booked travel for Jane as early as April 2015, so she knew Jane's age. So
you see what I'm saying? So she is You see what she just said after what I just said. You got people booking making travel arrangements and things of that nature. She's trying to establish that, hey, they knew. His employees knew. And it makes it easier because Mr. Kelly is the benefactor. Okay, remember the B's. His employees knew. Mr. Kelly is the benefactor. We have something in the middle, in between there. Okay? What we have between his employees knowing and Mr. Kelly being the benefactor. Which I tried to explain to Levi, is that because there's no mistake of age, Mr. Kelly should have known. Okay? So you should have known. You should have exhausted every opportunity to know that that person was under 18 or under the, I guess it's 18. So when he was 18. 18. All right? The employees knew. I'm saying what the prosecutors are saying. So the employees knew R. Kelly was the benefactor. It wasn't good enough for just say the employees to know their age or not. R. Kelly should know their age as well. Okay, that's what they're saying. Y'all get that? All right. So if the employees knew, it's saying R. Kelly should have known. Especially if he's the benefactor. So there's a B. It's easy to draw the conclusion that on the behalf of R. Kelly, through the means of his employees, he was, allegedly recruiting those girls or whatever to be a benefit to who? Mr. Kelly. That's the way you can work in your 3 B's. If you were in my class, that's what I would tell you in this particular instance. We also work, like if I give you the 3 B's, I also have them work in the 3 B's. Okay?
A couple months later, in July of 2015, she testified that she observed Jane going to perform oral sex on Kelly. There's also Suzette Mayweather's testimony. She learned that Jane was 17 years old in the fall of 2015. She knew that Jane was one of Kelly's girlfriends. She observed her following all of the same rules as Kelly's other girlfriends. There's also testimony from Jane about Juice, who was another one of the defendant's girlfriends, but whom Jane testified acted as one of the defendant's assistants. Juice helped teach Jane rules, and Juice also knew Jane's age. I believe that's SA 527. So this is all evidence that the jury was entitled to infer that Kelly's inner circle knew what was going on, that he was recruiting and maintaining underage women for sexual activity.
Does the allegation that Kelly was also inducing these folks to come in violation of state law because he was infected, is there evidence that his entourage or the folks in the enterprise knew about Kelly's status as infected with herpes?
Yes, there is. There's testimony that his assistants picked up his Walgreens records. Anthony Navarro, who was one of the runners, testified that he would pick up Valtrex for Kelly. That's at A467 to 68.
Remember, everywhere where it says knowingly and intentionally, prosecutors have to prove what? Intent, that they knew. So that's what they trying to establish on the record here.
Diana Copeland accompanied Anna, who was one of the testifying victims at the trial, to the hospital for her STD test. And only Diana Copeland received the results of that test, not Anna. Juice, again, who Jane testified was like an assistant to Kelly, took
Was
Jane.
there evidence that the staff knew that Kelly wasn't disclosing his condition?
Well, a number of the women, in fact, obtained, got an STD. They were not just exposed to it, but they, in fact, got
But
an
that
STD.
doesn't go to the consent question. I mean, if they consented, then it wouldn't be a violation of state law, right? If the girls had consented knowing that he had herpes, that would not violate state law?
Well,
Am I
the state
right
law,
about that?
I believe the state law, the violation is specifically exposing somebody to an STD. The jury was instructed that R. Kelly did not also give consent in those, that they did not give consent in those circumstances. So that was part of the jury
Right,
instructions.
my question is, was there evidence that the staff knew that there was lack of consent?
Well, I don't think that there was direct testimony on that, but I do think that a jury, drawing all inferences in the government's favor, was entitled to infer that from the evidence that did exist. And again, just to complete the record on that, about the testimony by Jane about Juice, that Juice took Jane to see a doctor in downtown Chicago, and she was prescribed medication for her herpes infection. I also, though, want to talk about another illegal sexual activity.
And I talked about timelines, right? Legal timelines. They're important. They establish a lot of shit. Okay? So, just say, for instance, just say going back almost 30 years, just say after Aaliyah, maybe around the time of Andrea, right? Just say around the time of Andrea. We're not sure if R. Kelly allegedly had herpes way back then, right? We don't know. We don't have a clue. Just say we're not sure. You know, there is also some type of dispute when it comes to his doctor, okay, about everybody got herpes, the negative test and all of this shit, right? And when you're not showing symptoms, all this shit. I don't have herpes, so I don't know, okay? All this stuff y'all say. But along the way, somebody apparently in that little circle or whatever popped up with the herpes. How we know that? Because we have a timeline of people getting medication. That medication, whomever got that medication, that was his notification as well. Okay? So he, at that point, was expected to cover it up. Just say he didn't have it previously. But once he knew people had it, he was supposed to cover it up too. That if he didn't cover it up, then they can use the fact that, okay, he got he started having some kind of symptoms. He got with somebody new. She started getting the herpes bumps. Okay? They can use that timeline of when the girls that was in his care was going to the doctor or going to the pharmacy getting those drugs for herpes. That's a notification. That's either going to tell you to go to the doctor and see what's going on. But if you don't go, that doesn't absolve you from not being criminally liable, from exposing somebody to herpes if you have it. Okay? What we be saying, I don't know if y'all say it here, but I don't know if it even fits. But we say, your lack of preparation does not create an emergency for me, right? I don't think it fits here, but y'all understand what I'm saying? So we can go with the argument where we didn't know, he didn't know he had it, whatever. But once somebody on that timeline popped up with them herpes, that was his notification to tell everybody that he's involved with that he may have herpes, and he's supposed to cover up, and thereby getting their consent. Well, oh, okay, you might have him. All right, I ain't down with no shit like that or whatever, right? Because consent is the problem. Well, it's not the only problem. Exposure and the consent, right?
For which there is tons of enterprise evidence that that Kelly has not really raised on appeal at all, and that is forced labor. That the defendant obtained labor and services here, sex acts, through threats of serious harm or physical restraint against the victims, and the evidence is replete with examples of how tightly tied the forced labor charges and the predicate acts were to the enterprise.
So I'm a little concerned about applying the forced labor statute in this context, because it seems that you run the risk of really federalizing all kinds of state sexual assault and being able to turn it into federal offenses with much different consequences for the individuals. Can you address that concern?
Yes, of course. And I would just return the court to the plain language of 18 U.S.C. section 1589A, which prohibits whoever knowingly provides or obtains the labor or services of a person by any number of combination of the then subsections of that, which includes a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if the person did not perform that labor or services, the person or person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint.
So wouldn't that apply to any kind of rape prosecution?
So I don't think the court has to reach the outer boundaries of what the statute may or may not apply to in this case, because there was a clear pattern that was far beyond something like a one-time rape. So for the specific victims,
in some cases we are talking about just one or two instances, right?
Well, I don't think so. So as to Geronda, what was charged was a specific instance as to the forced labor. But of course, there was an entirety of the pattern that led up to that specific incident where he choked her, he spit on her, and then he made her perform oral sex on him. What led up to that was a whole series of Kelly enforcing his rules, teaching her the rules, enforcing the rules, and then punishing her.
So you think we should focus on the actions that constituted the force as opposed to the labor?
Okay, I got to take that back some because I wanna get that. Hold on, let me take that back some, y'all mind.
I guess the allegation that Kelly was also inducing these folks to come in violation of state law because he was infected. Is there evidence that his entourage or the folks in the enterprise knew about Kelly's status as infected with herpes?
Yes, there is. There's testimony that his assistants picked up his Walgreens records. Anthony Navarro, who was one of the runners, testified that he would pick up Valtrex for Kelly. That's at A467 to 68.
Let me take this back some more. Hold on, I'm sorry.
The testimony from Geronda about how she recognized Navarro as one of Kelly's runners, who she interacted with when she was 16 years old, being sexually abused by Kelly. In addition, there's Cheryl Mack. She was Kelly's assistant beginning in approximately 2013. She repeatedly saw Kelly with 17-year-old Jane. She had booked travel for Jane as early as April 2015, so she knew Jane's age. And a couple months later, in July of 2015, she testified that she observed Jane going to perform oral sex on Kelly. There's also Suzette Mayweather's testimony. She learned that Jane was 17 years old in the fall of 2015. She knew that Jane was one of Kelly's girlfriends. She observed her following all of the same rules as Kelly's other girlfriends. There's also testimony from Jane about Juice, who was another one of the defendant's girlfriends, but whom Jane testified acted as one of the defendant's assistants. Juice helped teach Jane rules, and Juice also knew Jane's age. I believe that's SA 527. So this is all evidence that the jury was entitled to infer that Kelly's inner circle knew what was going on, that he was recruiting and maintaining underage women for sexual activity.
Does the, I guess the allegation that Kelly was also inducing these folks to come in violation of state law because he was infected? Is there evidence that his entourage or the folks in the enterprise knew about Kelly's status as infected with herpes?
Yes, there is. There's testimony that his assistants picked up his Walgreens records. Anthony Navarro, who was one of the runners, testified that he would pick up Valtrex for Kelly. That's at A467 to 68. Diana Copeland accompanied Anna, who was one of the testifying victims at the trial, to the hospital for her STD test. And only Diana Copeland received the results of that test, not Anna. Juice, again, who Jane testified was like an assistant to Kelly, took
Was
Jane.
there evidence that the staff knew that Kelly wasn't disclosing his condition?
Well, a number of the women, in fact, obtained, got an STD. They were not just exposed to it, but they, in fact, got
But
an
that
STD.
doesn't go to the consent question. I mean, if they consented,
Right.
then it wouldn't be a violation of state law, right? If
Right. I remember and then when we did that defense exercise where I was saying, now, it's just me, and I'm thinking the 16-year-old me and the 15-year-old me. If somebody disclosed to me that they have an incurable sexual transmitted disease, I'm not going to consent to sleeping with them. As a matter of fact, it's going to be over with. So it wouldn't make sense. However, there are some people that will consent to still having sex with you and marrying you and all kinds of stuff while you have an incurable STD. Okay? So it wasn't so, crazy for this justice to state that.
the girls had consented, knowing that he had herpes, that would not violate state law?
Well,
Am I
the state
right
law,
about that?
I believe the state law, the violation is specifically exposing somebody to an STD. The jury was instructed that R. Kelly did not also give consent that they did not give consent in those circumstances. So that was part of the jury
Right,
instructions.
my question is, was there evidence that the staff knew that there was lack of consent?
Well, I don't think that there was direct testimony on that, but I do think that a jury, drawing all inferences in the government's favor, was entitled to infer that from the evidence that did exist. And again, just to complete the record on that, about the testimony by Jane about Juice, that Juice took Jane to see a doctor in downtown Chicago, and she was prescribed medication for her herpes infection. I also, though, want to talk about another illegal sexual activity for which there is tons of enterprise evidence that Kelly has not really raised on appeal at all, and that is forced labor. That the defendant obtained labor and services here, sex acts, through threats of serious harm or physical restraint against the victims. And the evidence is replete with examples of how tightly tied the forced labor charges and the predicate acts were to the enterprise.
So I'm a little concerned about applying the forced labor statute in this context, because it seems that you run the risk of really federalizing all kinds of state sexual assault and being able to turn it into federal offenses with much different consequences for the individuals. Can you address that concern?
So pretty much their concern is that, based on what she just said, that you can consider all types of criminal sexual sexual acts as federal charges rather than state charges, because most of them are state charges, right? And which will have a much different penalty. Okay, we all know that federal charges usually come with a stiffer penalty than state charges. But she's saying that justice is saying that what she's like the forced labor, something that would usually can be considered as rape, that's usually a state charge, and that comes with the statute of limitation, unless that state rolled it, remove the statute of limitations for it, right? With federal, that falls under sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. One of them comes with a much different penalty. We all know federal charges are broad. And one charge, one statute is usually an umbrella for a whole bunch of stuff. What did I always tell you guys? You can put domestic violence into sexual abuse, but you can't put sexual abuse into domestic violence. Okay? That's state or federal. Okay? So that's why when you see sexual exploitation or sexual abuse, however the feds have it, that encompasses the child pornography, some type of domestic violence, the forced labor, that type of stuff. Okay, the rape or whatever they're calling it. Okay, it can be several different things under the umbrella of sexual exploitation or sexual abuse.
Yes, of course. And I would just return the court to the plain language of 18 U.S.C. Section 1589A, which prohibits whoever knowingly provides or obtains the labor or services of a person by any number of combination of the then subsections of that, which includes a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if the person did not perform that labor or services, the person or person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint.
So wouldn't that apply to any kind of rape prosecution?
So I don't think the court has to reach the outer boundaries of what the statute may or may not apply to in this case, because there was a clear pattern that was far beyond something like a one-time rape. So for the specific victims,
But in some cases, we are talking about just one or two instances, right?
Well, I don't think so. So as to Geronda, what was charged was a specific instance as to the forced labor. But of course, there was an entirety of the pattern that led up to that specific incident where he choked her, he spit on her, and then he made her perform oral sex on him. What led up to that was a whole series of Kelly enforcing his rules, teaching her the rules, enforcing the rules, and then punishing her.
So you think we should focus on the actions that constituted the force as opposed to the labor that was forced?
Well, I think as to labor and service, under this court's definitions of those recently in Raniere and recently in Marcus, sexual activity, I think, clearly falls within the definition of the expenditure of physical or mental effort, especially when fatiguing, difficult, or compulsory, the performance of work commanded or paid for by another. And of course, in the context of prostitution, I think that the court would have no issue finding that that constitutes forced labor. And here, this is no different. A sex act is a sex act.
What about a single one? What about a single rape?
Well,
Okay. Now, the force of a single, the force of, a prostitution. Who were they? Oh, okay. It was some allegation that he made them sleep with other guys. Okay. Because I was going to say, if it's just talking about sleeping with just, and well, that could be prostitution as well. Sleeping with just him under force.
again, I don't think that the court has to reach the question of the sort of the outer boundaries of that question about a single rape. I guess what I would say is here, the conduct has met the elements of forced labor, and I think even the district court noted in its opinion that this was the kind of case where the defendant had a pattern in place of making these women feel isolated and ashamed, and he used the enterprise to make them feel like they were confined, and that.
So
and
let,
that
let me show you
pattern
where
in
she
place,
hid. Let me show where she
I
hid.
think even the district court noted is here the.
Let me tell you where she hid. Remember when I told you guys? Remember when I told you guys that sometimes, and I pointed out, the prosecution would say, hey, all we had to prove is this, that, and the third. And that's what was proven in the court. That's all we had to do. Because remember, I was showing you where I think we got introduced to Jennifer Bonjean's style of writing and with the post-conviction motion. All right. And she would allege that, let's see, when it came to the enterprise, and she would allege that, it wasn't no crime that was proven. It's something like Jennifer wanted them. I put it like this: Jennifer wanted the prosecution to prove certain things that was outside of the elements. All right. When you have the defense wanting you to prove other things outside, like just say for instance, all that shit Levi be talking about, and I want y'all to understand, Mo and I, probably more than Mo, love Levi, but Levi get on my goddamn nerves. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know where that come from. But anyway, well, I just woke up and said that. Y'all know I've been back and nodding. But listen. I want y'all to listen to this. Because this is where the prosecutors can hide. I don't care what your complaint is. That I didn't prove this and I didn't show this and the logic, the logic wouldn't, that he wouldn't have, just say the logic he would have followed, Mr. Kelly would have followed would have been A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And me being a prosecutor, I say that the logic Mr. Kelly did was D, A, B, F. Okay? I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck what you think I should have proved. It's not my job to prove your theory. It's my job to prove my theory, my allegations, not yours. So sometimes, now whether it be we're going to hide behind the jury, and just because, and due to the fact that I ain't got to tell you shit, and I don't feel like arguing no more about it, I'm going to say, this is one way of saying it. Like a lot of times I showed you like one or two times where the prosecutors, in their response back said, hey, all we had to prove is this. They can do so in their brief. It doesn't make it a bad brief, doesn't make it or incomplete brief or anything like that. It's just telling you this is all we had to prove. Okay. Let's see how she put it.
What about a single rape?
Well, again, I don't think that the court has to reach the question of the sort of the outer boundaries of that question about a single rape. I guess what I would say is here, the conduct has met the elements of forced labor, and
right there, here the conduct has met the elements of forced labor. Period. That's all you need.
And I think even the district court noted in its opinion that this was the kind of case where the defendant had a pattern in place of making these women feel isolated and ashamed, and he used the enterprise to make them feel like they were confined and that they had no way out. There was an expert who testified at trial as well about the defendant's use of these isolation.
Right, but the issue is the labor component, it seems to me. So what does the isolation have to do with labor? It might all be true, but where is their labor?
Well, I am just pointing the court to the other portion of Section 1589, addressing the court's question as to whether a single rape could constitute forced labor. I think here, sexual activity can constitute labor or services.
Right, we know that. Raniere says that. What about the facts here? This is very different than Raniere, right?
Well, I think in many ways it is similar. For example, the women were forced to give over collateral. Geronda, who was one of the victims of the forced labor charge, testified about how she had to write false letters. Faith also was forced to send a text
But is
message.
that the labor? So writing false letters is the labor?
No, the labor.
I mean,
would be-
Raniere, these folks were doing other things. They were doing things for free, right? That would be easily described as labor. Some of it's
That's a fair comparison, right? The prosecutor's trying to say that because they had to write letters. And remember, the idea of prostitution is an exchange of something, right? They're talking about forcing them to write the letters. That's exchange of something. She's trying to conflate it into one. He's making the distinction that is under Raniere. He's citing, I'm pretty sure, Keith Raniere. Some authority, precedent or case law in that occurred in Raniere that showed that they were actually like doing some type of labor, maybe not physical in the sense of out there cutting down trees and shit, but they could have been actually getting out there prostituting in the traditional sense of the word of prostitution. No. Let me go back a little bit and see if they'll tell us.
Forced to give over collateral. Geronda, who was one of the victims of the forced labor charge, testified about how she had to write false letters. Faith also was forced to send a text
But is
message.
that the labor? So writing false letters is the labor?
No, the labor.
I mean,
would be-
Raniere, these folks were doing other things. They were doing things for free, right? That would be easily described as labor. Some of it's sexual, some of it not.
Well, again, I think that people pay money for work on websites. People pay money for transcribing tapes and reviewing articles, and people pay money for sex. So I think under the definition that this court has given in Raniere.
So any sex. So I think that's where we're back again. You keep saying we don't need to go to the outer boundary, but it seems to me your argument is any sex act, including a rape, is forced labor.
I believe that sexual activity does count under this court's definition of labor and service. And again, I would just note that, of course, the other provisions of the forced labor statute would also have to be met. And that may be where there's a limiting principle in terms of whether a single rape would constitute forced labor, because the whole other part of the statute would have to be met, which includes, as relevant to this case, the use of the means of any scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if they didn't perform the labor and services, that person or another person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint. And so that brings me back, I think, to sort of my initial point, which is, and I see that I'm over my time, so I can continue to address sort of the record
Please
evidence.
go ahead. There are a lot of issues here, so we may want to get to some others too.
Okay, so just very briefly, I think the record is replete.
I think she did herself a disservice when she introduced the forced labor part of it, because read the room, they got real quiet. They confused as hell, it seems. So they're gonna probably have to go and deliberate on what the hell she was trying to illustrate with regards to the forced labor. And I mean, like, I'm not gonna put up that indictment. Y'all know I like to be accurate. I want to know in how many places was that forced was forced labor. Was a forced labor count, right? Like, why would you, like, unless she's trying to make it seem like that R. Kelly was a real danger, make him seem like way worse than he, allegedly was or is. I'm just trying to figure out, and I remember hearing that the first time I played it. Why would be the necessary? Because you see, like, she jumped at it to say like she like it was, oh, I got the pot of gold, baby. I'm finna hit him with it. You know, I got the home run. I can't wait to introduce this into this argument. And she didn't do nothing to me but lose the justice. They like, huh? Everything was doing going fine. Basically, you screwed our head up with some goddamn forced labor. Because then they went to compare, because they have something to compare it to. You understand what I'm saying? She's not saying that they have something to compare it to. They have Rainier to compare it to. Okay? And Rainier, based on what the justice said, that those people was actually doing something. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Get them likes up or do something. All right, I'm back. Ooh, all that water. Okay. Let's go.
with evidence that the enterprise was tightly tied to the facilitation of the forced labor predicate acts in this case. Members of the inner circle heard Kelly beating his girlfriends. They knew that Kelly was isolating his victims, and they helped him do it, including by enforcing his punishments, such as watching over them while they were confined to a bus.
Okay, I was right. She introduced that forced labor part to make him seem like a monster. All right, this is the part where now they're going after the psyche of the justices, pulling on those strings, right? Remember I was telling you about that, about Aristotle? Yeah. This is where she's trying to get them. This is where it was so important for her to introduce the forced labor. Because the forced labor part in the indictment is the part where they talk about the threats, the making them write letters, the this, the that. Remember the force part of it. Talk about force, make them look like a bad guy. The other components, right? You have the other components, which are what that count as sexual in nature, and then you have the video where the didn't they have something about an image or something like that? You have that, you have the herpes, and you have the sex, right? But they introduced the force, which is sexual in nature as well. But remember, you have Faith in there, and I think you have Jane Doe number, I don't know, maybe it's a Deronda, maybe choked her, something like that. This is so now you're, although you are supposed to just be trying to get a standard of review applied due to errors, okay? But if you have a chance to sneak one in there, that's probably why the justices are puzzled. Like, what the fuck do we need this part in here for? Huh? Okay. She's the government is the defendant, right? They are trying to lay out a defense where, I mean, it should be countering, what J-Bo puts up, and that's fine. That they're doing that, but they also are trying to do what? Tell the justice that he forced these people to do that, because the forced labor part really don't fit, in my opinion. Doesn't fit. All right, it doesn't fit in within their defense. I'm going, and you know what? I don't know, Diva, if you feel like looking, or maybe I can look. I don't feel like pulling out no paperwork, but I want to see in the government's response to the appeals brief if they said anything about this goddamn forced labor.
For prolonged periods of time. There's testimony about that from the Mayweather.
Let's go back.
Punishments, such as members of the.
They talk about punishments and shit.
With evidence that the enterprise was tightly tied to the facilitation of the forced labor predicate acts in this case. members of the inner circle heard Kelly beating his girlfriends. They knew that Kelly was isolating his victims, and they helped him do it, including by enforcing his punishments, such as watching over them while they were confined to a bus for prolonged periods of time. There's testimony about that from the Mayweather sisters, from Diana Copeland, and employees were punished when they didn't comply. There were financial sanctions when they, for example, Copeland testified that she let Anna escape. And so I have numerous other examples of that, but if the court has questions about any of the other charges.
I'd like to ask about restitution.
Yes.
And about, it seemed to me that the record was weak, that Kelly infected Jane and the second young woman with herpes in states where the exposure was illegal. And I wondered if what the government's position is on that. If Kelly gave Jane herpes in the state where the exposure was legal, someplace other than New York or California, do you agree that she would not be entitled to restitution?
Well, I think the record here establishes that the first time that Jane had sex with Kelly, so her first exposure to the STD was when she was in California, and that was the basis for that particular racketeering act, and for the charge as well. And so that was the first time that she was exposed. She subsequently later that summer tested positive for having herpes. And so I think that the record has demonstrated that the crime was exposing her to herpes, and there's direct causation that she then later contracted herpes. And just to close the gap, she also testified that she had not been with any other sexual partners at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And causation, we talked about causation before I had a channel, right? Causation is what? Causation is the cause of the injury that was related to the event, or in this case to due to them having sex. And the other causation is actual causation, which is the outcome of R. Kelly and them having sex. So it's the but for test. But for her, let's see, meeting R. Kelly and having sex, she wouldn't have never allegedly caught herpes, right? So they're saying R. Kelly is the cause, and his behaviors is the effect. Okay, so that's causation. That's the easiest way to kind of remember it.
So I think here we do have direct and proximate causation, and of course, the district court had the.
Which is what I just told y'all. How did that keep happening? Direct, proximate, and direct. Let her tell you.
To herpes, and there's direct causation that she then later contracted herpes, and just to close the gap, she also testified that she had not been with any other sexual partners at that time. Mm-hmm. So I think here we do have direct and proximate causation, and of course the district court had the facts to make that determination.
Uh-huh.
And as to Stephanie. So she had filed, I believe she filed a letter with the district court indicating that the defendant had exposed her with herpes, and that was part of the sentencing record. But in addition, the government had referenced a report of investigation and interview that she had given to HSI agents that during the time that she was with Kelly, he never wore a condom.
Yeah, let me go back. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notes.
Yes.
But wasn't by the time that Kelly met Jane, wasn't he on Valtrex by then?
So the testimony was that, first of all, herpes can be transmitted even while you are taking Valtrex. That was part of the expert testimony in this case. And there was also testimony that his use of Valtrex was very inconsistent. So there's testimony from his doctor that the doctor would prescribe 11 months of Valtrex, and then 4 months later, he'd have to be prescribing more Valtrex. So I think there's testimony from which the district court could conclude that he was not taking Valtrex as it was prescribed, which simply increases even more the risk that he could transmit herpes to
And this is
Jane.
applying a preponderance standard. in any
Exactly, of
event,
course,
right?
Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could address Stephanie now.
Yes, thank you so much. So, so in this report of investigation from HSI, which the government referenced in its letter seeking restitution for Stephanie, we represented that the only person that she was with was Kelly at that time, and that was in 1999. Of course, in 2000, Kelly did have a negative culture for herpes, but there was testimony from both his doctor and the expert witness in this case that it is actually quite frequent that you might get a negative culture even when you have herpes, because the timing of that test.
And
is
there was
so-
evidence that she was having sexual relations with no one else.
Correct. That was part of the report of investigation that the district court had before it. There was a specific 3500 piece that was referenced.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, I guess, to come back to what I think is a legal point? Do you agree with Ms. Bonjean that there has to be an illegal purpose in order to establish an enterprise, which is really the first element of the RICO claim?
No, I think as we have made very clear in our brief, that is nowhere in the text of the statute, that is nowhere in the Supreme Court's precedent, and in fact, there is precedent in this circuit that does not require any sort of illegal common purpose, and specifically the court's opinion in Daddario, but also a recent summary order in this circuit in the Ranieri case. In that case, there was a completely legal common purpose that was alleged, and this court found that was completely sufficient.
Right, and then I guess the next question is that I think Ms. Bonjean's argument is that when you've decided to charge an enterprise with a list or a series of purposes, her view is you have to prove them all beyond a reasonable doubt, or you haven't proved the enterprise in question.
Well, the jury instructions, in fact, stated that the government is not required to prove each and every allegation about the enterprise or the manner in which the enterprise operated. The enterprise must be essentially the one that was alleged in the indictment. And for all of the reasons I started with today, the enterprise was the one that was alleged.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is it essentially the one charged in the indictment if the jury only finds 3 of the 4 purposes proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, I absolutely.
Okay, so what he's asking, okay, because remember I told you a long time ago, can't change the indictment, right? And the jury instructions must match the indictment, with the exception of small administrative changes, okay? If you change the indictment after someone has been indicted, you just wrongfully indicted someone, okay? So what he's asking her is, does it change? Let's see, I forgot what he asked her, but y'all see I'm sleeping. Hold on.
Or the manner in which the enterprise operated. The enterprise must be essentially the one that was alleged in the indictment. And for all of the reasons I started with today, the enterprise was the one that was alleged.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is it essentially the one charged in the indictment if the jury only finds 3 of the 4 purposes proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, meaning they were supposed to find however the indictment states. So if they have supposed to find like all 4 purposes that's stated, then that's what they should have found in order to say that is a enterprise. He's saying if they found 3 out of 4, does it still mean that it's an enterprise? Go back so we can get it.
The enterprise was the one that was alleged.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is it essentially the one charged in the indictment if the jury only finds 3 of the 4 purposes proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, I absolutely think that it is. It's not like there's some sort of unfair surprise that R. Kelly's enterprise was the Gambino crime family. I think if the court looks at the definition of the enterprise in the indictment, the means and the methods used by the enterprise, those were proved by the government at trial. And so I think that there is sort of no way on this record, and I can continue to go through the various factual allegations if the court was like, but I would also reference the court to the district court's very thorough opinion in this case as a place to look for the evidence of the enterprise, which was one I think that was alleged in the indictment.
So you see where she kicked the ball up to Ann Donnelly. Remember when I told you that opinion that she wrote, all right, when she responded to that motion to acquit and that motion for a new trial, and how she wrote was 100 and something pages, and she took her time to answer everything and explained herself why she ruled the way she ruled, how she thought about what she thought. This lady did a lot of hiding. It's fine. It ain't a lot of hiding, but you know, it's cool. But she's telling that judge, that justice, go read Ann Donnelly's shit. She telling him that on the slide. Go read Ann Donnelly. She laid it out perfectly. Let's hear it again.
Of the enterprise in the indictment, the means and the methods used by the enterprise, those were proved by the government at trial. And so I think that there is sort of no way on this record, and I can continue to go through the various factual allegations if the court was like, but I would also reference the court to the district court's very thorough opinion in this case as a place to look for the evidence of the enterprise, which was one I think that was alleged in the indictment. So I think under the factual record, there can be no doubt that the government proved that the enterprise was essentially the one alleged in the indictment.
And nobody asked for a special verdict form that would have the jury identify which purposes were proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, and nor that's of course true.
Well, let me change that, because I think she did say opinion. So after the verdict, she Ann Donnelly wrote a pretty good definition, but also during that post conviction, I think that's where she wrote a very good explanation as well. After the that day of the sentencing, okay, when she was responding to that motion to acquit and that motion for a new trial. So if I write it down, I might go read it.
That was alleged in the indictment. So I think under the factual record, there can be no doubt that the government proved that the enterprise was essentially the one alleged in the indictment.
And nobody asked for a special verdict form that would have the jury identify which purposes were proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, and nor that's of course true, and I think that this argument has been thoroughly waived, including by the statements today that the jury instructions were appropriate under both parties' position. But also I think we're talking about the existence of an enterprise, and a common purpose is sort of one sub element of what constitutes an association in fact enterprise. So I don't think that there need to be any sort of special verdict as to which common purpose was proved.
I mean, if they all thought that what they were doing was just promoting his brand and music, that the illegal purposes would be irrelevant to the enterprise?
Well, I again, in Raniere, there was a very similar common purpose that was alleged. It was to promote Raniere and to recruit new members into the pyramid organizations.
Mm-hmm.
That was the common purpose that was alleged, and this court found that was sufficient. Now here, the government alleged additional common purposes, and the government continues to submit that the proof at trial was overwhelming, and certainly that the jury's verdict should be credited.
The criminality is picked up by the pattern of conduct.
Correct, and also the required nexus between the person acting through the enterprise to commit a pattern of racketeering activity.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Ms. Benson, we'll hear now from Ms. Bonjean for 3 minutes of rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start really briefly with the forced labor issue. Forced labor counts were based on a single act in both cases, Jahanda, an act of oral sex, and in Faith, an act of oral sex. I know the government, again, keeps referring to all of the enterprise activity that they allege is enterprise activity. But at the end of the day, those forced labor counts were premised on a single act. Unless the court is prepared to say that a single act of oral sex, even if it's forced, frankly, constitutes forced labor, that is just making federal law coextensive with state law. And that is one of the problems with that argument, which we did raise in our opening brief. The government is taking the position that a RICO enterprise need not be rooted in criminality. That is what they are saying. And that is a new position that frankly is unique and not really supported, including by D'Addario, where D'Addario,
Well, in D'Addario, there was an estate that had to be administered, and there was nothing inherently illegal about that, right?
no, but the court in D'Addario did say, in the context of after finding the estate to be an appropriate structure, the exact language was, D'Addario found the individual defendants were alleged to assist the executor of the estate to effectuate his schemes. It was a estate that effectuated schemes, an estate that engaged in criminal activity. It was a state that engaged in illicit activity. And so what the government is saying is, in this case, if we merely charged the defendant with an enterprise that's common purpose was simply to promote his music, that would have been A-okay. But I think that is...
Why is that wrong if the government also has to prove a pattern of criminal activity, racketeering activity, and the nexus?
Well, I think in Boyle, the United States...
In other words, the RICO's looking at organizations that are then used to commit criminal acts. And it doesn't have to be a criminal organization. It could be a completely legitimate organization. But if it engages in racketeering activity, then it violates RICO.
Yes, but first of all, if you look at the racketeering acts, it's defending Kelly's acts. Those are the acts that are charged. There are no acts except perhaps, I guess we could make an argument about Demetrius Smith's conduct after after he learned that there was illegal activity occurring with Aaliyah, allegedly. He's much of an outsider, but overwhelmingly, and I think all of the racketeering acts involve the victims and defendant, not the enterprise, the alleged enterprise.
But I think you're conflating the fifth and the first elements of a RICO claim. The first is just the existence of an enterprise. It can be a labor union, right?
Again, Your Honor, I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure. I'm talking about the structure.
I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure either. I'm talking about the legal entity of a labor union is sufficient for enterprise.
Agreed. It still has to have a purpose.
The fifth element is that the defendant conducted or participated in the conduct of the enterprise through his previously established pattern of racketeering activity. So it has to be a link between what the defendant is doing as a pattern of racketeering activity and the conduct of the enterprise. That's the last element. You seem to be flipping that in.
Okay, so he said it more eloquently than what I said. Remember when I said, like, his employees, then what's in the middle? Then R. Kelly is the benefactor, right? Same kind of concept, right? But of course, this white man said it better. Let's go back to what he said.
The fifth element is that the defendant conducted or participated in the conduct of the union is sufficient.
Your Honor, I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure. I'm talking about the structure.
I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure either. I'm talking about the legal entity of a labor union is sufficient for enterprise.
Agreed. It still has to have a purpose.
The fifth element is that the defendant conducted or participated in the conduct of the enterprise through his previously established pattern of racketeering activity. So it has to be a link between what the defendant is doing as a pattern of racketeering activity and the conduct of the enterprise. That's the last element. You seem to be flipping that into the enterprise, and I think that's where you're getting confused.
I don't believe I am. I think the United States Supreme Court in Boyle made it very clear that an enterprise has to be more than just the pattern of racketeering. It has to
Yes,
be.
it has to. Yes, an enterprise has to be demonstrated. An enterprise is defined as an entity, legal or not legal, that has purpose, structure, and form.
Right, and
And
one
history.
of, I'm sorry.
And history.
Yes, and one of the elements of the structure for an association in fact enterprise is a common purpose.
Right, but not an illegal common purpose.
Well, I mean, then we are, again, this is a new approach that would.
I don't think so. I mean, again, you didn't object to the jury instructions.
I didn't try. I didn't represent Mr. Kelly at trial.
No, I mean,
point out.
not
But-
you personally, right?
But let me put. I think that that would have been a frivolous objection when every single, including the United States Supreme Court, has said these exact instructions are proper. What has never come up, and because the government has extended the RICO statute to a set of circumstances that's so beyond what the framers intended, which was to get at organized crime. And now we're talking about an organization with an alleged criminal, but not organized crime. And it is not enough simply that there be a pattern of racketeering that satisfies the enterprise. There has to be something more. The pattern of racketeering can be proof of the enterprise, but it cannot simply be the only evidence of the enterprise. And I think if the court looks at the evidence closely, the government conflates a lot of the evidence that came in, but at the end of the day, we're talking about, in a couple instances, some of these victims that testified were very clear that no one asked me my age. And if you're 17 years old in the state of Illinois, it would not necessarily put anyone on notice that what's going to happen is illegal. It's preposterous to suggest that because a runner goes and picks up a famous person's medicine, that puts them on notice that Mr. Kelly is exposing and giving STDs to his partners. And for example, Cheryl Mack, as an example, she testified very clearly that when she saw some inappropriate conduct with Jane, she quit.
That wasn't his only notification. I didn't know they talked about notification in here. Oh, I was asleep. So his other notification, like I said, when he had the other girls or whomever was getting the medication, that was another notification. I just don't know the timeline on who was getting the medication in his care. But I reckon it was Juice. Is Juice Dominique? Oh, I don't know the people like that. But yeah.
The next day. That is not evidence that she came together to participate in recruiting girls or producing child pornography. That's evidence that, whoa, this is not what I would approve of, and I'm out of here. So this shows that this was not a collection of people who had a purpose to recruit girls for sexual abuse or for child pornography. Whether they turned a blind eye, whether some of them suspected that some of these girls were underage, that's a whole different matter. And once we get into that sort of territory, we're going to say that constitutes a RICO enterprise. Well, we have a lot of organizations, we have a lot of frat houses, we have all types of organizations that are now going to become RICO enterprises. And that has not been the case. Frankly, if that was the case, it's unclear why Bernie Madoff wasn't prosecuted under a RICO theory, because he certainly was using the machinery of his organization to carry out a RICO enterprise, and yet he wasn't. So I think... Well,
he got 150 years. I don't know that it mattered, but I mean, I guess...
Agreed, but I think that there, if you look really closely at the law, these are all cases where it was assumed absolutely the RICO enterprise was criminal or illicit in nature. It would be contrary to the purpose of the statute. Now, I agree that
the standard instruction from SAND, which is generally what we look to in this circuit, says an enterprise includes any legal entity such as a partnership, corporation, or association And then it goes on to describe non-legal entities that may also meet the definition. So your view is that that's a wrong instruction?
My view is that that the instruction was proper in accordance with the way that instruction has been given throughout history in this district and the United States Supreme Court in Boyle. What is problematic is that it is clear that the heart of the purpose of this was illegal activity. That's what was charged. None of this evidence really went to promoting his brand or his music. All of the government's evidence allegedly went towards his illegal activity. So it's kind of disingenuous to say now, oh, well, there needs to be no nexus. We can just say that this was an organization that was out there promoting his music. And oh, by the way, there were, we can call it a RICO enterprise so long as Mr. Kelly is doing these criminal activities and relying on his, again, underlings, whether they know it or not, to facilitate it. And that.
Okay, so you call it that. So she's saying that, yeah, the government said, well, that's all we had to prove. All right. But Jennifer Von Jean saying that's totally unfair. Because, yeah, the government can say this, they can say this. You can show that this was a business in structure, right? Due to the structure of it, it's a business. Whether or not the people, the underlings, that's what she calls them, that's what I'm calling them, knew whether, if they were doing something illegal or not for Mr. Kelly. By Mr. Kelly being head of the business, check off all those elements, boom, you got a RICO enterprise. So, remember I told you a long time ago, she wants you, and for this particular, for his charges, in this case, she's going to have to rely on the interpretation of the law and not the law as it's written, or as you hear them refer to it as text, in text, right? And I told you a long time ago, she is praying that they rely on the interpretation of the law and not how it's written. How it's written, you just go down the line. But when you're asking them to evaluate it, they're going to evaluate for the fairness of it. You're in the interest of justice. And make sure he's not being oppressed, all those type of things, right? Now, I don't know if that guy, that man, if he's willing to bend, because he seems to accept and rely on the statutory law, which is in text, how it's written. He's not interested in creating common law, right? Which is case law and the law that is created based on inferences, okay? All right.
That, I think, is not what was contemplated by the framers of this statute.
All right. Well, thank you both.
Ooh,
We will
yeah.
reserve decision. That concludes the arguments on our argument calendar. We will also reserve the two that have been put on submission. And with that, I'll ask Ms. Beard to adjourn court.
So you heard what she said. She said that she didn't. Let's go back in here because she ended that pretty strong. Hold on.
Mr. Kelly is doing these criminal activities and relying on his, again, underlings, whether they know it or not, to facilitate it. And that, I think, is not what was contemplated by the framers of this statute.
All right. Well, thank you both.
Thank
We
you.
will reserve decision. That concludes the arguments on our argument calendar. We will also reserve the two that have been put on
So she
submission.
said that
And
the
with that, I'll ask-
framers of that particular law, meaning the people that wrote it, she's not sure that they intended for it to function that way. That's a good point. Also, is the way that law written as it is today fair? Is it fair? Because any business can become can be considered enterprise under RICO. And although you didn't have the, just saying your purpose wasn't to do anything to break the law, but just say somewhere up and through there, you missed some, you I don't know, you skipped out on a few contractors, you didn't pay your taxes, whatever. Now you got the qualifications for a RICO. I probably would have snuck in there that the framers of that law probably didn't anticipate that just about every business could be considered a RICO enterprise. Especially how the language it has written. You look at it, it's talking about you. I think she's hoping that, hey, that law shouldn't have been applicable in that situation. If that's the case, then of course those charges, go away. You still got the 20 on. I think she dealt with that during her appellate brief. The other charges. Now, did I confuse y'all? I'm still groggy. I'm still kind of sleepy. Did I confuse y'all? Or did y'all understand? What? Okay, Juice is Valerie Payton is Juice's mom. Who is? Okay, so Juice is not Dominique. Okay. Right, Mo, and that's the issue. And they're just carrying out arbitrary tasks. Like, I mean, that's scary, right? You working for a company, you ain't got no knowledge of some of the goings on, because that's for RICO, a RICO enterprise, you don't need to know. Everybody don't need to know, need to be in on it. But yet they say it's supposed to be a common purpose. You got one person over there answering the phone, one person that's making arrangements, one person over there passing out bands at the club and shit, and next thing you know, somebody had sex with an underage girl and all y'all on the stand. Like, huh? I don't know. Don't she do civil rights work? Because she act like she do. She act like she do civil rights work.
Hey, Miss Angie.
Hey, honey, what's going on?
Girl, nothing, listening and trying to see something different and stuff. Do you be honest? Do you really think them people didn't know what was going on?
Oh,
R. Kelly's enterprise. Like they trying to paint the picture like they really didn't know what was going on.
Depending on who it is.
Yeah, you gotta pay.
I think the ones that was directly involved in the travel part, I mean, that's kind of hard for you not to know that something inappropriate could go down because one, it's a young lady, and two, you're making the travel, and you know
But
it's going to a hotel.
I gotta say this. I'm trying to think. Maybe one or two might not have been sure, but I feel like they knew because they were all taking advantage of him. He was raping them and they were raping him, taking his money. He blackmailed. He blackmailed the girls. He blackmailed his employees. It was a lot of stuff going on. Something like that. They know. You know, some of those people that work for him, you know how people get credits or something for being like in the I can't think of it, the music stuff or whatever. Some of those people's names are on some of his albums and stuff. They were taking his money. That's why nobody said nothing. And he wasn't smart enough to catch on. Some of them people still getting royalties some kind of way.
But now the problem I have, okay, the people that's in Chicago, that's 17, although I don't agree with none of it. But the ones that's supposed to be in Chicago, that's 17. And that's legal. That's legal.
Yeah, that is legal. The Geronda and Rashana.
That should be judged on a curb. Go ahead.
17. I think because of that 5-year law, no. But
I forgot about that. I forgot all about
to a degree, yeah. But that if it was in those 5 years, maybe.
Yeah,
I would say maybe. But it was above and beyond that.
Yeah, I forgot Illinois has that because a lot of states don't have that little.
And Barry Hankerson introduced Aaliyah when she was 12. Rashana was 12. There were some young ones in there. I just feel like, me personally, if you got off this stuff in 2008 and a bunch of other stuff, 30 and up, you can. It's not that hard. Some kids try to play grown and look grown, but it's not that hard. Something has to let you know this is jailbait. No. Especially if your freedom was on the line once, that's on you. You getting your hand caught in the same cookie jar over and over and over again.
That's how I try to explain it to. Let me make sure. Smooth V, do you understand? Did you understand what I was saying? I didn't want to make sure I confused y'all. Girl, Melanie, did you understand what I was saying when I was going through it? Okay,
I was in and out, but yeah, I understood. Okay, I done listened to it a few times and stuff. It was hard. I'm glad you played it. I've listened to it a couple of times. The male judge, I could follow really well. After a certain time, when women going back and forth like that, I start losing focus because it sounds like they whining.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't like the whining. Just stick to the points. I felt like both sides had a little shakiness going on, and I just liked how the male presented his questions and explanations.
To me, sometimes I like, you know, he was most interesting, of course.
He was blunt.
Times I felt he was the most interesting, of course, but at times I felt like he was condescending. You know, like you should know this, and that's why
he was, and I caught that.
Yeah, that's why I was telling Levi about them text messages and that consent shit. That he always want to holler somebody taking up on no phone. I'm taking up on her motherfucking ass. She coming up with
that's why I like that male judge, because
her license, they'll be like, you should know this. Get your ass out of here.
Yeah, lady. I caught that. I'm like, I can get like that sometimes. That condescending tone and stuff, whatever, because sometimes people will try to play on your intelligence, and after a while you get sick of that shit. And he probably was prepared. They all probably sick of him. But my thing is, if she finds an error, then and that can help something, okay. I don't see much wiggle room though. I just don't. But of course, who am I? I don't know a lot of the legal side. I just don't see a lot of wiggle room. I see a little glimmer, maybe, with how they were talking about that forced labor stuff. And just how I felt like the other side was kind of not explaining really good. But again, is it going to be much of a change? How long do they have to decide? Is it months or it just depends?
Let me see what most say. We don't grade on a curve for other laws when you cross the state lines. Think of marijuana laws now. It's up to the citizen to know, research what you say. You true. That's right. You're right. You're right.
True.
That's right.
That is true.
But what I'm saying is like, well, you're right. But think about this, Mo. Okay, when it comes to weed and firearms and whatever, okay, to me, that is, those are actions that are, like, those are actions that, to me, that would just provoke research and going to find out and get the data and things of that nature. When you meet somebody and they're 17,
Angie, let me help you a little bit. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, what I was going to say is this. What I mean, great on a curve is this, right? If he thought that the state, the law in his state was 17, and the girl is 17, why, like, why are we going to hold him responsible for that? That's again what I'm trying to say. That's the great curve I was talking about.
When the judge got condescending on like that should be obvious, it's like think back to you remember seeing the picture of Azriel in her school uniform sitting on his lap.
Yeah.
Did that not look like somebody's grandparent and somebody's kid? When the judge says such and such should be obvious by look, that I'm sorry, I cannot agree with anybody on Surviving R. Kelly did not move me, the series. What stood out to me was those two girls not being home and not being in contact with their parents. A lot of that shit flew over my head. I had to watch it several times, but what tugged at my heart was those girls not being in contact with their families and parents. And people dying. That threw up a red flag because even if I'm mad at my mama now, I'm still gonna talk to my aunties, my grandma, my cousins, and my siblings. I just might not have shit to say to my mom and them for a while.
Yeah, and your
friends. That struck odd. That really struck odd to me. And that's what made me start paying attention more, Angie, because when he got off in 2008, I didn't think nothing else of it. I went to all the concerts that was close to my city and state. Every last one of them. But I wasn't a super fan. I'm a fan of music. He walked right past me. All the girls grabbing all at him. I'm stepping out the way. I'm with my nigga. I don't give a damn about R. Kelly. That's a persona. And that's what people get mixed up too. If y'all a fan of him and his music and his art, he is hella talented. That's a persona. Me as a fan of somebody's art, when I started hearing that shit, I was curious, like, why would somebody of his stature do some stupid shit like that? That ain't the same shit they saying now. I said, damn, they just trying to mess with a black man and this and that. Those were my thoughts when in the beginning. Hell, I was in my 20s. But after seeing that damn tape, girl, I was like, okay. But then he got off. So we was like, okay, well, maybe it's more to it we didn't know. Until Surviving R. Kelly came back around, ain't nobody thought about R. Kelly like that. I hadn't. Shit, I listen to all kind of music. everybody is capable of something. But I did go and read his book, and when I read his book and started researching a little bit, I understood. So he's sick. He needs help. He was abused. I didn't know he was abused, and I didn't know that he was married.
Yeah,
Again, I'm a fan of his music. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about all of that.
That was a surprise to me. So that lets you know there I was a fan of your art, but I wasn't following every little detail of his life like that. I don't have time for that.
And see, I would have known he was married or not although I wouldn't know his music because I just be all up in them damn stars business like that. But
Yeah.
that's why I didn't
You have
know.
your favorites you might pay a little bit of attention to, but shit, I got too much regular life going on to be keeping tabs on everybody whose music I love. I couldn't tell you how many kids they got. I'm like, I'm not a teenager no more. My mind is full. I got too much other stuff going on. These pretend fans out here on these YouTube streets be capping big time. Some of them, I haven't even been to one of his concerts yet. And what the fuck is you out here causing all this madness and mayhem for him? Like you just been to every damn thing, VIP passes, and some of them don't even know his music. And I ain't gonna say her name, but y'all know who Sister Salt Shaker is, who's shaking us all around the jail. I'm gonna call her Sister Salt Shaker.
Oh,
girl, who was praying and lighting candles and walking around the jail sprinkling salt? and that God Taz just tore her up the other night.
Oh,
I'm like, yeah. Oh my goodness. She just got released. That's crazy.
Okay. That one who sent my blood pressure through the sky was the other one that was walking around.
Lord.
Amnesia.
Oh Lord, they are crazy. I'm like, y'all do y'all crazy. Watching one of them things. This how much a fan I am. Somebody had R. Kelly on their chest. Girl, she looked like she was 52. Too old for that shit. I don't like the music.
It's like I Dream a Goddamn Genie. Bitch. Girl, that woman that I ran, baby. When I tell you, she done got her whole enemy for life, honey.
Which one you talking about?
Nisimo. The one who
don't nobody like her. I ain't that much familiar with her, but I do hear people saying shit. She over there with ain't she over there with Devon now?
Who?
Nisimo. What they saying she has something to do with the girls? Is that what you talking about?
I don't think that's true. It was a girl with this. I ain't gonna lie on the motherfucker, especially if I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie on.
Wait, somebody put in the chat that was a salt shaker.
What you know? Oh, Lord. But then again, I had to slow up my words because she was right here with the Lily lady, and the Lily lady is in the paperwork. Well, I don't know. I don't put nothing on nobody. I don't do all of that.
DV, hit the link. He just be down there talking.
I don't make up on nothing on nobody. Especially when I got enough truth to goddamn tell about your ass,
Thank you.
Right.
That'd be my thing. Don't make up stuff. If you want to spill the truth, tell the truth all day. When you got a lie, go on somewhere with that. That's
think of all this crazy shit.
That's crazy.
And now, child, the Mr. Taz man, he over there talking about the hearing.
I like his channel. I just started listening to him. He's funny.
Yeah, he's funny.
He be reading their ass for filth.
Yeah, I hate that, him and Sylvia and all of them are into it or whatever, but
he like, I'm not about to go back and forth with these people. And his wife, honey, she put Audra in her place, baby.
Oh, gosh. I'm like, oh, my goodness.
I had to watch the replay because I heard about it. I'm like, oh, my gosh. I was hollering.
I wonder will he let me. I hope that. Oh, no.
I liked his wife, and she was just like that judge. Matter of fact, bitch, I'm his wife. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, that shit had me hollering. Oh, I wonder if she
Me
get
too.
mad if I play shit.
I was so tickled.
That shit had me
I
hollering.
was too tickled because his wife, honey, I was like, ooh, child.
She gave Audrey that same motherfucking monotone that she said, and she
She
said,
did.
"Oh, I hollered." Let me see something.
She did. I'm like, ooh. I see the me in that.
Oh, I hollered. That shit was so damn funny. I said, "See, y'all don't win got them people, fucking with them damn people. The worst two
Uh-huh.
representatives to go over there and get them people in our damn business. Cause you know it's a goddamn shame before God that we down here. Now I got to act like I got some sense in front of company. Now
Yeah,
I
my
can't cuss
girl. Hey,
everybody
man.
out.
I know, right? I didn't even want to type in his chat. I'm looking. I'm like, y'all don't take that mess over there, cause he look like he don't play.
To them people, please.
Yeah, be civilized. Y'all just up
Yeah,
over
that
there
man, them people
with
ain't
the same shit.
Yes.
Like, did not take that riffraff over there, cause this show bull just going. That man and already he didn't need no help. He already
Mm-hmm.
felt how he felt, and I felt where he was coming from. Oh my goodness. He was like that
Mm-hmm.
wife, girl. I'd have
Yeah.
better back up. Don't take your ass over there no more to her channel or his.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. I laughed my ass off. She got her ass good, and then Audrey gonna get mad at me. I'm talking about I'm stalking her, yet I'm in the Tasman channel. I didn't
Whatever.
even know she didn't know where his ass is. I'm in the damn channel. I, I'm just I'm saying, hey Diva, how y'all, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Bozo. And not even really nothing harsh. Not even really nothing harsh, right? But the obvious. Okay, he lies and all that. Everybody knows that. So here she come popping up like I mean like she is the motherfucking air tag on my ass. Like I thought you said you wasn't supporting, you don't support nobody. And you showing you a member of OCO, bitch, because I spoke to members of OCO.
She, you
Is
know
that your
what? That
evidence?
shit.
That's what I've been.
Yeah,
Don't you
she's
bring
so
your
full of
bitch.
shit. She's so
Crazy.
full of shit. That's crazy as hell. Everybody want to associate. I go to
Bring your
whatever
ass, and
channel I want to
I
go
was
on.
nice. Everybody was nice to her motherfucker. Bitch, you bring your ass. Well, girl, you gonna have to meet me
She
on
was
that
mad
five,
because
bitch.
she got her ass handed to her, her teeth,
Yeah, no,
her
she gonna
titties
meet
and
me on 90
everything. Your teeth
motherfucking five,
too.
bitch. I'm gonna any more goddamn, any more motherfucking
Hold on, my earpiece.
harsh words you have for me, bitch. You gonna say more because you like to hit people in the head with a hammer or a shovel, bitch. Okay,
Right.
You find you get somebody to bring your ass to motherfucking 95.
That shit
Or
wasn't working over
I can
there
come
on
pick
Mr.
you up,
Ted's
bitch, wherever
channel.
you live at. Stupid,
Cause Nyla
crazy ass.
put,
Because
look,
after a
Nyla
while, and I
shot that
know
ass.
when I'm not picking at no crazy people or nothing. But I'm not. But listen here, you let kill Bozo. Either way, don't come fucking with me and keep my name out your damn mouth, crazy bitch.
Right. Nyla was like, no, not tonight. You got the wrong one. I like them together. They a mess because they both was the same.
Yes.
He's like, call you
I
about some YouTube shit.
I like them together.
Me too.
Listen, I have my best couple goals when I have a damn fool. That somebody that's a male Angie, and I'm a female him. Oh baby, we good and crazy together. We good and crazy together.
Now look, I would love to see Levi on his panel. Woo! That would be a Jiffy Pop popcorn night.
Yeah.
taking his ass all over there. Oh my goodness, Levi probably would not have a voice, and the liquor store would be run out of Hennessy.
Yeah, honey.
That would be too tickling.
That man
Oh,
don't want no part of that shit. But that goddamn Bolo thought he was gonna get that man and link up with him because they got a problem with Celia. I like this man because he don't do all of that. He ain't gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna befriend you because that's
like
the
choke, no joke. I feel
yeah.
like did. I'm like new people or other people you run across, and then you start seeing people in the sector. I'm like, they always try to throw their shit on everybody else. Let people think for themselves. That's the problem. All y'all thinking with the same mind. Don't nobody have original thought of their own. If one person says something, everybody go with it. I ain't read a transcript, ain't looked at nothing. I heard it on so and so's channel. You can hear all kind of shit. I don't go by what I hear. I go by how I feel about it. If you say the opposite of them, then they want to fight.
Hawkins, yeah. I got to play something with Mr. Larry Hawkins too. But yeah, like I am my own person. Like check this out right here, right? I have been, in a relationship with somebody, right?
Yeah.
They didn't like Yvette, which a few people don't like Yvette. I don't know why Yvette has so many issues with the people I've been involved with, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
And I don't ever like they, say all of this, whatever about Yvette or whatever. They don't never change our friendship and whatever until she do something fucked up. And then, that's when shit changes. But other than that, then some people don't do that. There's some people think that they got to be, they got to follow what the man say and shit like that as far as not liking somebody and shit. Like I don't let nobody. I'm too strong for that. I don't have no shit like that. You can't tell me who to like and who not to like.
For that.
Yeah, you can't tell me who to like and who not to like. These people try to do that around here.
Right. It's silly. It's high school. That's all I be getting. I'm like, this shit crazy as fuck.
Oh, thank you, Purple. I didn't know you had gave me a super sticker. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, like you can't tell me who the fuck to like and who to dislike and all of that. Because what's going to happen?
Channels. They protecting somebody. I ain't asked no. And look, if you dish it, you should be able to take it. And if you can't, log the fuck off. Quit making police reports. This shit's stupid. It's crazy. My husband would probably look at me so damn crazy, like such and such bother me on YouTube. Take me to the police station, make a police report. He would take every damn device I got. Like, is you fucking crazy? Give me that shit. Go read a book. I'm going to the police station. Drop your ass at the hospital with your crazy ass. Like, who live with these people? Because this shit should not be happening. This shit is ridiculous, Angie. I promise. I'm looking for something to laugh at. It's plenty on here. It's worse than Jerry Springer.
I be telling people, let me tell you something. The only way you're going to hear my friends and family voices over the motherfucking phone. I would not tell them no link at. What? Are you crazy, bitch? If you don't believe it, you don't believe. Fuck you. I ain't got to lie. The fuck I'm going to lie for? But that's what people do, try to, so they can discredit your shit for whatever reason. It's a bunch of weirdos right here.
You know what I found funny today? I had it because I was working. I was bouncing around some channels. You was what? You know who was bouncing around from channels?
Okay.
I saw the Bug made a video trying to discuss it. That shit was so funny. He didn't comprehend nothing he heard. But he over there then trying to break the damn hearing down. So I'm done with these people. And people follow that and think that is the God honest truth that they hear it. I'm like, y'all being misled. Y'all are
Lord.
being misled. Before he knew he could make money off of R. Kelly supporters, he was calling him what? A dope dealing singer that messed with underage girls. He seen how stupid these people was with his crackhead ass, and he flipped the script. That's just what happened. That's crazy.
Girl, listen. There's so much shit that done went on. Oh boy, I got a good idea.
It's
I ain't gonna say
crazy.
nothing out here, honey. 'Cause I wanna go and run my ass off. Cause when I tell you, I had put that Levi video in. I laughed so much this morning till I fell asleep laughing about,
And
honey. He
Levi.
talking about that damn frontal. I don't know where you was, 'cause you know you be dipping in and out. We talking about that damn frontal lobe, honey. That frontal lobe shit took me out.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to go
Salinas,
back.
Salinas.
Mm-mm.
Yes, honey, that shit took me all the way out. I was cracking up like I had never heard it.
Yeah, I half-ass remember last night. I forgot, girl. I got a new granddaughter coming. We had a baby shower yesterday, so we was out for a minute. Another granddaughter.
Yes, honey, but
Damn.
yeah, that man is over there. Hey, Diva,
She might
did
be
you ever
putting
get
it.
a did you ever get an answer whether or not the man gonna let us use his commentary? 'Cause I want to play that part about Audra. What if I go over there and give him a couple dollars?
He seemed like he cool. I mean, isn't it some kind
Yeah,
of
well, I'm
disclaimer
on
to
there.
use? Like, we just giving you props for putting it. That's all.
Yeah, I holler.
That shit was hella funny. I think that made me holler, and then I think a couple videos back, I was listening to one of yours, and I heard Robert Kelly tell her, talking about don't stab me, Stabler.
Yes, honey,
Oh my
girl.
When they kept going back saying that on somebody's video, I'm like, y'all asses is crazy.
Girl, you know who started that?
And it don't
You
matter
know
how
who
many
started that?
times you hear it. Who started that? Larry ass.
Yeah, girl,
Don't stab
Levi.
me.
Levi started that on
Leave.
JoJo's
Oh,
channel.
he,
Levi
Levi
started that
is
on
crazy.
JoJo's channel. And child, listen, and you know they be back in peace and into the Middle East back then. I be so, because you know I'm just disruptive.
That shit
I
is
come on the
funny.
channel and honey, we're gonna have a good time. I'm like, Lord, these people here is talking about Bible study and stuff, and then I'm coming here fucking it up.
I'm like, I want to laugh. I understand they
I
want to
want to
fight, but
holler.
I'd rather laugh.
Oh my gosh, that boy, that man.
Listen, learn, and laugh. Shoot, not all other
Yes,
stuff.
that guy. Oh, I like that little tag right there. I might take that. Listen,
Learn, and laugh.
That'd be perfect for this channel. Listen, learn, laugh. That shit so goddamn good. He said, "Yeah, Danny, stop him, Danny." Larry said, "This is breaking news. I ain't never talked to the stabber." Girl, you ain't see that live on JoJo. Oh my god!
I remember hearing that. I saw some of it. That is
Girl,
hilarious.
I couldn't stop laughing. I'm a giggle ball. Y'all just don't know. Don't get me to grinning. You can look at me.
I didn't see the whole thing, but I heard some clips. That shit is funny.
Yes, honey. That shit was that goddamn Larry is crazy. He'll set that shit up like he telling a serious story, and the next thing you know, it's a joke at the end of it. I be done. I have to go on mute.
His ass is crazy. I wait to
And like
catch
when
him on.
he told that goddamn rated R on my channel that day. He said, "I done seen how you live. You need to steal 1.6." I was on mute.
Oh my god!
If
I
somebody
wish
would have
he
asked
quit
me a question,
saying that.
I couldn't come off mute. I couldn't come off mute.
Lord
I'm
have
on mute.
mercy.
Yeah, I'm on the fucking. Oh, Danny said she watched it twice.
They some damn fools.
Yes, honey. Don't get me the
They
damn
are some
child.
fools.
If Larry, me and Levi
I'm
come on
mad
your
I done
channel,
had the time to hit the link when y'all was up here talking about Debo, and I don't want to talk about him too much or whatever. As far as his behavior, I threw something in the comment and he read it, talking about how that 3-year-old was talked about. Somehow she apologized. I wanted to jump on here so bad. I was so mad. I don't give a fuck how many apologies she gave you. If I was Janine, you would have been getting cussed out. Period. You would have been getting cussed out. That lady talked about that baby bad. Ain't no forgiveness for that. You
yeah,
can forgive and
that
move
was
on.
totally out of line. Yeah, that was crazy.
That was very out of line. I was like, it made me so angry. It made me so angry. I'm just
Yeah,
like,
I mean, but my
mm-mm.
thing is, I mean, if he hadn't forgave her, I mean, yeah,
You ain't gotta talk to her. You can
and,
forgive in
and
your own heart. Tell it to the Lord.
right,
Let me catch you
right.
talking to her. Oh, you catching all this mouth. It's gonna be a problem. I'm sorry. Mm-mm. There is nothing. You're not about to be on the phone. You're not about to be chatting. No, she ain't shit she can say, do, or come. Or you can't interact with me after that. You can interact with me before that. She's off the chat. Her mouth was foul anyway. But after that, shit, you
Hmm.
got me fucked up. Period. All the way fucked up. And I'm the first one to say this is just some social media shit. But to talk about a child that way,
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave you where you had me
yeah.
fucked up at. You're not gonna get a chance to apologize to me. Apologize to somebody else, cause I ain't trying to hear shit you gotta say.
Well, I don't even accept apologies. I ain't no goddamn.
If you was on fire, I wouldn't piss on you. That's where I'm at with it. I'm sorry. I'm an Aries. My temper is terrible. I'm chill, but on some bullshit like that, then my husband, you got me fucked up.
Tabu,
Not
who you
this
talking
one.
about? Who you talking
Mm-mm.
about, Tabu? Yeah, child, it's some shit I ain't never seen
That's
or heard.
crazy. It's too much
Baby.
follower shit. Oh, she apologized. Let's go over here. Fuck that.
No,
Nah.
what I mean by that is like, okay, so he accepted the apology and it was all right, but then some of the members of his group, I ain't gonna say her.
Yeah.
I can't call it harassment because at that point she should have been harassed, but I just don't know. I just like to stay out of people's shit. I hold my feelings
Yeah.
against you. I might cuss your ass out, but I ain't gonna
For the
block you.
most part,
You
it's
put it
just
in
like
my channel.
anything I see related or hear about a kid like that, that fires me up. Especially I be on Instagram and just, oh my goodness. I hate when people be posting videos of a parent whooping their kid's ass and this and that or whatever and yelling at them and embarrassing them. It's just like you're already abusing a child. Now you're gonna socially abuse them and then you got all the mixed reviews. When it comes to kids, don't play. I can't. I'm not gonna deal with you. Once you show me who you are, when it comes to somebody's kid, I don't care whose kid it is. I'm not fucking with
Mhm.
you. There's nothing good about you. A child is innocent and it does not deserve to be here. I don't care how bad you piss me off. I'm gonna talk about you because you pissed me off. What your
Mhm.
kid got to do with it? What do anybody's kids got to
Yeah.
do with it?
And my thing is, I never in my life that I've ever heard the mama and the children and shit like that talked about. Right? I ain't never seen no men like this, where the
Yeah,
women get threatened or not protected. I never in my life. It's just
it's
not attractive to me.
crazy. It's
I just
not.
not used to it, and I'm not gonna get used to it.
Mm-mm. It's
I'm
crazy.
not gonna get used to it. That's
And everybody
crazy.
has to be honest. A lot of we've antagonized each other to a degree, but once you see somebody really got some screws loose, leave them the fuck
Uh-huh.
alone.
Taboo. She was on a channel called Taz Exclusive Live. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I've never that shit just don't fly here, and it ain't no Florida thing, whatever. Cause you start talking about somebody, mama and kids and shit. You like,
Yeah,
baby, like, hold on,
yeah.
hold on. You know, wear your
And
ass
that's
out
crazy.
racing and shit.
I'll get upset over a kid, but I don't with the mama thing. That's very hella disrespectful. But I had to train myself to look. When you was little, you used to say this and that or whatever. My mother did pass and stuff and whatever. I try not to let stuff get to me. When people find out your weaknesses or let certain shit easily irritate you, they'll keep on pushing as we watch every day back and forth with them. I'm like, y'all are easily upset.
And then
You,
not a problem. And then when I beat your ass, then that's
thank you, thank you. I'm
ain't
only
no
gonna
I'll
say
keep
so
pushing.
much. Yeah, it's
Keep
crazy.
pushing.
And some
It does
people, the
not
shit
even
that they
matter.
bitching about somebody done to them, you done it to them too. When y'all gonna have a draw? Like,
Yeah.
come on now. The knife's been cutting both ways, been sliced both ways for a while now. It's a double-edged sword.
It
Everybody needs to push the
yeah.
reset button and just start over. Like
Yeah.
tomorrow, everybody get up, say, let's get up, let's quit fucking with people and let's mind our business.
Yeah.
Laugh behind the scenes. At least that's what we used to do in the beginning. Now it's just like, ugh, we gonna drag this person every day, all day.
Let me tell you something. When it comes to certain issues, how my mind and my temper about certain things, I don't be caring. I keep about 25 jobs, about 4 or 5, certifications and shit like that. So I'm always be working. I don't give a damn about none of that. And it's always somebody that's telling me it be my temper that gets me in trouble, and it always be somebody around or somebody that be telling me, talking me to end the stop or blocking me or what like it has been my daughter and other that because baby your mama be somewhere clowning, and it's always they be
Okay, I
like
had to
think
train
about
myself out
they
of it.
always like, think about losing this, think about I don't give a fuck about none of that. I be thinking about respect.
Yeah, I done had to. I feel like I've trained myself well. I'm working on my kids with that because they be ready to set it off. I'm like, y'all, don't let a temporary thing cause a permanent decision. You like
See,
laying in your bed. You like your
okay.
luxuries. You want to make it to your house. Stuff. Mm-mm. They forever talking about how somebody they felt disrespected in the store or something. I'm like, some shit you just gotta walk away from. Now, when somebody touch you, that's a different story. That
Melanie,
is a different story.
Mel, I
Like
clown.
it's in me, but it's gonna take a lot to pull it out of me.
Melanie, I clown. What up? What up? I didn't do nothing to Audra or Blessed. Mel, listen, I clown. If I look on that damn sign and it say you supposed to have 8 items, and I look up there and you got 10 and 15, and I know I'm following the rules, I'm going to talk about you until either you get out the line or you let me go in front of you. And
Boy,
it's
I
going
do
to be
that still a little
loud.
bit too, Angie, and I get mad when they try to check my receipt. I'm like, if you didn't get theirs, leave me the fuck alone.
Okay, I'm standing in the line, and the damn cashier ain't gonna say nothing like, ma'am, you got to me. No, they're gonna take you. But when I said I start off, I have my prepared speech. I said, "Oh, you must be can't count. Go ass out of here." Yeah, baby, I be baby, I'm a whole lot to deal with. I don't play all them type of games. But I tell you what, all my people good. We all protected. We good. As long as we
Right.
good, my crew good. I'm good. Fuck
You
all
gotta
that.
pick and choose. Like COVID time
And
when
you
we was
see, you
kind of
one of the
shut
ones.
down, they couldn't. You needed me to stay home during COVID time because they was trying to
You
come
and
up to
matter
you.
of
You can only get 2 waters. Get the fuck away from
that
me.
boy, that boy said I roll around with goddamn bodyguards and let me, cause I ain't heard from the two in a minute. So hold on.
I think I'm about to make me a
I
biscuit.
know they ain't invite me for no crabs, and I ain't even see the text message.
You like crabs? I eat crab cakes, but I'm not messing with no crab legs.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
have to have.
fight to eat. Mm-mm.
I have to eat I don't like them. I mean, I like the big blue crab legs, but it's just too much to be fighting over that little meat. I ain't about got time for that.
Like I eat crab cakes, crab dip, but I don't. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I don't like crab legs. I
I
don't
can
like.
make a crab.
I
Mm-hmm.
know we eating some kind of animal or something, but if I seen where it
Thank you,
came from,
Karen.
I don't see it.
Thank you, Karen. I was minding my damn business. I wasn't bothering nobody. Now this helper done left me all these messages talking about I'm harassing her. You are crazy.
Right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that girl, crazy ass girl done left me all the messages talking about I'm harassing her. How?
She don't got to listen to what you're saying.
Mm-mm.
mind,
I'm done.
mind your business.
I'm done with all of that. But let me tell you. And so if one day I'm trying to tell you Jacksonville was playing the Texans. If y'all saw a whole bunch of commotion on that TV in the Bud Zone, that was me fighting.
He was in there cutting up at the game.
Yes, fighting, honey. My daughter was there. You don't let
Oh
me get. I
wow.
told that story before. Don't let me get on that line. She'll tell you, babe, I'm on a, you don't know,
That is
crazy.
funny.
But you just like my two friends, right? They always with the cool, calm conversation. So I
I
don't like
try.
talking to you. I don't like talking to you. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to an extra fool. I want to talk to somebody like, who did it? Where? Scoop me up.
That is funny.
Yeah. I call you, let you know, hey, okay, I'm gonna need you to bail me out, whatever. If something go down, I'm gonna tell you where to get it.
Right.
But yes, honey, I
What is
like an old
DV talking about?
fool. I don't like nobody. And then I guess somebody always calm down. Da, da, da. Like, okay, like one time we was in Georgia and the fake ass girlfriend, right? I forgot she was there for the melee. Honey, that melee was crazy. I'm
Oh
telling you,
my
the melee
goodness.
was crazy. My daughter ended up fighting. The melee was crazy. And when I tell you all I can remember, because she don't want no trouble either. She standing in front of me. I was telling Open, I was like Tony, it was my friend Tim who will be on the line, I call him, and some more guys, right? And they went to a game in Georgia, and I don't know what it is, but them white people down there is awful. And so they had gotten into it, right? A little arguing back and forth. And Tony and I, we not too long broke up. Well, but we dating on and off, right? But anyway, so was telling Open, I was like, Open, I said, I guarantee you, I'm going to find out what Tony was doing with that scuffle, and I guarantee you he wasn't doing nothing because he was standing somewhere trying to be pretty. He ain't. I don't listen. I don't even never remember him even raising his voice or arguing I don't remember him ever getting mad. Like,
Is that something? Wait, Smoothie asking Angie, was it Ricky you was with in the
And
chat?
was it Ricky? You was Ricky. And you watch about them texting. Ricky, who is Ricky? I don't know. Actually, I don't know them people that I call myself taking up for some dude that was getting bullied. Now you listen here. Hold on. Y'all know what I'm finna do.
Hello?
Hey, you at home?
No.
Where you at?
I'm at the mall.
You at the mall?
Yeah, at work.
Oh. So we're telling us it's story time. So you remember? Okay. Listen, this is my number 2 witness, Mama Clown. But who is Ricky? Who is Ricky? I wasn't with no Ricky, and when we got into it, what is Ricky some kid? Because one of the guys was he looked like he could be kin to you. But girl, let me tell you how irresponsible I was. I wasn't irresponsible because what I did was I brought two kids to the game, 2 little boys. They weren't little boys, but they were in high school. You know, the kids always like to hang with me. I brought those got 2 boys to the game. I had my daughter with me. Who else? That's it. And then my 2 other friends was there. Oh, my 2 other friends was there. Then one of their nieces called me auntie. She was there, and then the other friend's daughter who called me auntie. She was there. So it was all women. When we went to the Bud Zone, I had the little boys. I let them, walk around or whatever the game. We tailgate. We don't tailgate like on the back of some truck or something that's parked out in front of the stadium. We don't do that. We tailgate with Pepsi on the field, not the field, but on inside the dome with the Jaguar cheerleaders and Jackson DeVille and that other thing, and and you have a like a buffet style little dinner thing, right, baby? So we was in that Bud Zone. And I remember that game was on TV. I'll never forget that. And we came in there, and it was some girls and this dude. They were bullying this white guy. So Captain Marvel went into action. Like, hey, I'm the goddamn police. The fuck? No, actually, I ain't say that. But hey,
Yeah.
so I'm online, so don't say a lot. But I'm telling the story about when we was in the Bud Zone and trying to fight that. Well, they fight that black boy that was messing with, that was bullying that white boy. Remember that? Me, you, Toledo, all of us in there. I brought. You remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then where was Dominique?
Hello,
You hear me?
Okay.
I said, where was Dominique and Big Man? Because why weren't they with us?
What are you looking for? Some shades? Oh, okay. Is there any particular brand you're looking for? Not Okay.
Well, tell that cuss when you talking to your mom.
Is it your first pair of shades or pretty much? Gotcha. Okay. Well, I would definitely take a look at our Ray-Bans. Definitely that's bang for your buck, and they got variety styles.
I told you it was live. People listening to you.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and do
this
your
whole
job.
right here, and then this tower right here. Yep. And then you're welcome to try any of them on. There you go. Yes, sir. Hello. Hi, how you doing? Okay, yeah. Look around. All righty.
You done?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
You said, yeah, still got
I said, no, I said, where was Big Man and Dominique?
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Really?
I can't remember. Yeah, I'm sure.
I know when we came from the fight, yeah, but when we came from there, they told me, Miss Angie, why you ain't let me? We want to fight. I'm like, I got it. I had it. But now I was telling them about if they ever see a game with some rumbling going on at the Butt Zone from back in the day. That was me acting like a damn fool.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah.
Yep, that surely happened.
And then that boy, remember that boy was gonna hit me back, and then, but when I punched him, he backed up where you was, and you know who always be talking me out of stuff. I was telling them about who always be talking me out of stuff. Miss Two and Nina. Yeah.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Cause they don't like for me to get upset. Yeah. Shit, I'm old, and Miss Two older than me, but Nina is younger than me. Shit, we old.
Hello, how you doing?
Oh, fuck it, you busy. I ain't got time for you. I mean to cuss at you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, just not this way.
Hey, take a picture of them shades you bought. Let me see how they look. Let me see if you bought the right shit. Cause you be fucking up. Well, I want to see what the style is.
Okay. They're Prada A06S.
Wait a minute, Prada who?
A06S.
Prada A06S. Better not be about no bullshit.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah. They ain't $500.
Give me a second, my headphones back.
Oh, those are. Oh, yeah, those 500. My bad. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh yeah, those are nice. This other. $500 something. You must be bought for the arm. Cause I got tricked by with a lot of Gucci because them damn arms. The designer arms and shit. Oh, baby, I done forgot y'all on. Bye, girl. I done forgot y'all asses on this damn thing. Oh, my finger damn dead. I forgot you. But anyway. So, between her and them other two girls, they be my calming. They be like They be like, Angie, don't do it. Don't worry about it. Except for when she came and told me that they was trying to steal my Michael Jordan shit. She came with her shorts on. I had my back and my gun. Thank God. Now, who was Ricky? Oh, Ricky Bell? Oh, that was a long time ago, honey. But no. Let me tell you. I like Ralph. They convinced me. Now, I'm the one that found them. They convinced me that I was too young. Even though I was the youngest one, they convinced me that I was too young because one of the older girls had liked Ralph. So they're gonna put me with Michael. Yeah. I ain't really like him, but guess what? He turned out to be one of the most successful ones. Outside of, I'm talking about money wise. You know what I'm talking about? Not you. Yeah, he had more money than Bobby because Bobby, by that second album, he was, tapped. He was tapped out. I revisited writing that book again. I don't know. I should. Now that I can add you motherfuckers in because they ain't gonna believe me. When I add y'all, the YouTube streets, into the book, okay? This R. Kelly shit. And then the fact that as representatives of this sector, you guys managed to elect Bozo. I ain't gonna believe it. She popped up on the people's panel. I don't think she has I don't think she read the room. I don't think she read anything, to be honest. And I think she just ride around on the bus all day, just looking crazy. Just checking YouTube traps. I was minding my business. I was in that man. And now I'm so scared to type in the man chat because he probably seen us doing all that talking crazy to that girl. It's so embarrassing. I'm a good clean girl. Hold on. Hold on. But yeah, y'all. So hold on. So listen. Now, set your feelings aside, okay? Set your feelings aside. How many of y'all think that Jennifer Bonjean did good? If she did good, say yeah, she did good. If you're concerned, say you're concerned. I just want to see how y'all feel. Because I don't know. I almost feel, and I might be reading into this because I don't have any other data to go by, so I don't know how these people act, these justices act, in any other, with any other review, right? I don't know, but it almost seemed like they didn't want her to be there. seems to me, it almost seemed like they really ain't want her to be there. I'm just gonna be honest about the situation. Seemed like they was acting funny. Nah, shit. You don't think she was persuasive? Okay, Dana. Okay, Dana. What you know about being persuasive? Dana, what you know about that? The terms. Dana coming with the terms. Legalese. Kind of slaughter. Yeah. I don't consider persuasive legalese because it is a part of legalese. So, but yeah, I kind of think that they ain't want her there. Like they had an attitude. You think she was mediocre? Okay. But see, you didn't appreciate her little clever thing she tried to get in. The male judge was trying her. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, man. I mean, they almost act like, that wasn't his right to appeal his decision. I'm like, well, like that. And I'm always gonna give my true opinion, right? I don't give a fuck how it make me seem. It make me seem like he's a supporter, or make me seem like I'm against the motherfucker. I don't give a fuck, because it don't have nothing to do with that. I'm just giving my true feeling based on my legal knowledge, and if it doesn't have anything to do with my legal knowledge, it would be based on my opinion on how I just feel, But I'm not a supporter of anybody, so what is this? Oh, I love you too. Ooh. Ooh. I ain't got one to send back. But yeah, right? I just think that he had an attitude. The prosecutor had a hard time too, though. She lost her cool when she said the people were paid to hold his luggage. Oh, so check this out, right? I don't think the prosecutor. You're right, because I think she lost those people when she was up there trying to push in there. But check this out right here. What about that forced labor? What can I get for that forced labor? And you could tell like they ain't like they didn't know where to go. Like, bitch, why you bringing this up? You understand what I'm saying? And I need to look in what I wrote down, because I'm not gonna go through it no more to see what it was in New York in that brief she brought up. I know that the jury, insufficient evidence, and what else? Something else. Y'all, I don't know. But Danny Wright, she said that she felt like the damn male judge was trying her. But if she can undo that RICO of 30, you still have the other charges in which he got 20 and 10. That's still in there. That's one concurrently. So, but shit. Now, when I look at Debo's situation, right? If Debo is facing a class 2 felony, which I don't know, because it doesn't state, then he could face between 3 to 7 years. And I don't know if that's advisory in Illinois, right? I don't know, because that's a state charge. If it's a class 4 felony, it could be 1 to 3 years. You know, Levi with his extreme ass talking about 15 years and all this extra shit. I'm like, where the fuck is he getting that from? The fuck did he do? Is he convicted for 2nd-degree murder? Yeah, amped up on that part. I don't know how to put a water mark on shit. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. But some Dior I want. That video, where's that man James Hawkins? Mr. Hawkins. The Polk County cop didn't say that they couldn't do anything about helping with Jane Doe number 5. They didn't say that. Hold on, what is this? Ooh, girl, where you get this shit from? Oh Lord. Right, let me. Oh shit, let me. You think that man to get mad if I play this content? I don't want nobody striking my shit. I don't want nobody striking my shit. I really don't. But I know they talk numbers. They talk dollars and cents, honey. I told y'all I had came across the Chicago 2008 trial. That's 61 pages. So what y'all want to do next? Now, what y'all want to do next? We got the 2008 trial. We do that. We got the Fonnie Willis opinion from the judge. We do that one. I got the 2008 paperwork. And I want to know about who took the stand. What did this say about the mole on the back? All this extra shit. Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh, baby. Oh, it's a lot of pages. Oh, yeah, we'll be here for a minute. This a whole, y'all, this a whole damn lie. Y'all think this man will get mad if I play it? Where's the man Cash App at? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if it's on his channel. Oh, wait a minute. Yep, it's scrolling across there. Can we? Okay. Let me write it down. Hey, Smooth V, or Just V, or Karen J, can I use y'all name? I don't want this man to find us. He gonna think we crazy. Can I put the money in y'all name? Ooh, shit. Let me see if you got any rules or regulations about playing this shit. Hold on. Yeah, I'm scared. Listen, why? I'm not scared of nobody. What I'm saying is, I don't know why. Because people always think we crazy. I just want to play that part when that damn Audrey come up there. Y'all think I... Wait a minute. Audrey ain't worth that amount. You crazy? Audrey ain't worth that amount. You on drugs. You gonna pay it? You crazy? Wait a minute now. Shit. Yeah, hold on. Mm, 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 mm. my credit card? Dun, 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 dun. I'm serious. I want y'all to hear that shit. Cause I know Melanie told me she ain't here.
Yeah, TT, I give you $10 on it.
Yeah. Where that?
Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me I had to pause my TV. You know, I always be messing up with that. Yeah, I'll shoot you $10 in the
Okay.
cash out. On the cash out. I want to see that part.
Yeah. Get my shit together. Get my cards. My card. My damn card. It's crazy.
hmm Yeah, because I kind of missed that. I missed, but I ain't over there. But you know what I'm saying? I just saying what was kind of said or whatever, and then I was in between shit, so I kind of missed it all. I really didn't see nothing. Then I fell asleep on you last night. Didn't make it no better.
I fell asleep on me.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Because I went back on a replay and I'm like, what is all this recording shit? I'm like, what? See, I just skimmed through it though. And I'm like, okay, nobody come up. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
okay. But when I skimmed through it though, that was this morning when you was back at it. And then, you was finna get ready to do the other live when I skimmed through it right quick. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't know what was what anyway. Yeah. Me and Cookie was out of there. She was kind of busy. She was kind of tied up this weekend anyway, so she really was kind of tired. You know what I mean? So I couldn't even come back. But
Let me see. Long.
that's
Okay.
okay, girl, Mel. I get you next time, baby. I ain't want to bother her though.
Hell no.
I wasn't gonna say nothing much. I was just, I was gonna let her stab me. Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, Miss Mo, you did a real good job too, Miss Mo. Thanks for that, sis. I really appreciate that because he did tell you I be listening and I be learning. I can't write everything down, but I do be paying attention and I be learning. You know, some stuff go over my head. But I do be learning. That's all that matters.
I did not know you had the was Mo in here. Who I was talking about Mo?
I did. No, I was just saying, speaking on in case she listening. She ain't in here right now. Right now, not that I know of, but I don't know. She might be listening.
Trump filed an appeal against Fannie
That's
Brielle.
that's what she said something like that. I don't know. I was kind of thinking, I was a little bit kind of thinking along the lines like maybe J Bo could have did a little bit better job. You know what I'm saying? But then I don't know. I was just listening. Like I think I think we get it misunderstood because there are court proceedings. It's a way to go about it. You know what I mean? Certain language, wording you can use, certain stuff you can't use, certain evidence you can't, mention, and certain things you can't mention. So Where everybody at? Everybody jump out the chat? What's good? Listen, where you go? Mr. Big Hand. I see Open must be busy today. I had, some catching up on some rest or something. Huh?
I don't know which one is. Wait a minute. Exclusive. Let me make sure I got the right person. Where all these goddamn cash out? Hold on.
Right. And everybody don't have no pictures on their stuff, so.
EX. TAZEX.
Yeah, go back and make sure you wrote everything down, TT, before you even do it. You know how that go.
Oh, that ain't the right person. I don't know which one of these goddamn people. Wait a minute now. Is it him? But that ain't him. That's him, but that ain't what he got on his thing.
How many tabs did you see?
It's 4 of them.
Oh wow.
TAZEX.
Do when it's a cash app, do it make a difference between capital letters, small letters, anything like that? I mean, I'm not sure because
I don't know.
most of my clients they do Zales and stuff, so I'm not sure. So since I'm a contractor, you telling me I can get somebody a Rico? I got a couple of people I want to give some Ricos that owe me some money then.
No, you can't give nobody no Rico. You can be under Rico. You can't give nobody no Rico. I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know. The fuck? Oh, what?
That's why I don't do the cash app thing.
Oh, there's somebody coming up going to tell me. I'm trying to cash app this dude, the Taz man, so I can play the part of his commentary with Audra. Yet he got 4 different. I don't know what. Ain't none of them what's on his screen.
Oh, his cash app is $ Robert Keller 83.
No, he's so shut
up.
What's good with it? What's good with it, cuz?
What to do?
You call it, man.
What's going on, Black and Mild?
Black and Mild? I don't smoke no Black and Mild.
Don't worry about it. What's up?
I'm late to the party. I didn't even know. I didn't even know the appeal was today.
Where was you at, man? Where you been, man?
Man, it was a crazy day today. Crazy day today. But
you know the appeal was today?
Nah, I didn't.
I thought I was telling you. I didn't say it to you. I didn't mention it to you because somebody asked about it.
I knew it was in March, but I for some reason I thought it was the 22nd. For some reason,
the other day, I thought I said something about it because somebody asked.
For some reason in my head I thought it was the 22nd. So I got to listen to it, catch up. But I want to know: did she bring up the text messages in the oral argument?
No.
God damn.
I know you said that as a joke, right?
I mean, that's what's gonna get them out. She didn't bring that shit up. What the fuck, Jose?
You terrible.
Mm-mm-mm.
You terrible.
He looking to ATT. He looking to argue
That's the
already.
meats and potatoes of the goddamn. Oh Lord, she did. Oh
He
shit.
didn't even know the oral argument was today, and he already looking for an argument, ain't he? He should have been here earlier.
Yeah. And I fought Angie because normally she'll send me a text.
So
So
you didn't.
you slipping on
I
your
thought
pimping.
you was up on it. I thought you was up on it.
Slipping on your pimping.
You need to go back and watch Miss Mo and Levi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you missed a good one, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Unless she put it in the clouds.
Now, she don't delete her shit.
Nah, I
She
know.
don't delete her shit.
I don't know. You don't never delete it. That was a good one.
Was she acting crazy on that show, Edge? Or something?
Who?
Audra.
Audra?
Yeah.
Yeah, she don't win this
Yeah.
sector and not a man. I can't even spot. Boy, hold on. Hold on. Let me concentrate so I can tell you.
And that she making it seem like she was over there, like like PT came over there stalking her or something. Like,
oh wait, she brought you up?
Like, where did you get that from? No, I said, oh yeah.
Damn, Angie, the fuck?
No,
You gotta stop gang banging, man.
I'm over there in the people sector, and hold on, let me send this man a formal message.
Right, it was in the chat though, Keller.
You can't use it for fair use.
Do you know? Have you seen this man on these streets?
I saw him today. It was in my group. Like he was playing the appeal, right?
And he was in your group.
No. The appeal. I didn't. The appeal was in my group from him.
What you mean?
So I guess he played the appeal. I didn't listen to it. But I saw the link of him playing the appeal. I guess maybe I'm thinking of somebody different.
Go tap on that name, Keller, and see if she got the whole name right. I ain't saying you make no mistake.
$sign Robert Keller. Shit, that's what it is.
Y'all doing a lot of confusion right now. I'm just trying to concentrate.
Right.
I'm so
you trying to concentrate. That's why I'm messing with him.
Okay.
I mean,
you say she see 4 different names though.
Just tell him to send you a request.
Don't worry about it.
Somebody mentioned in the chat about tagging his name. You add his name.
You don't want to send it to the wrong person. So if it's unclear, then just
right. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
When in doubt, send it to $sign Robert Keller 83. Yeah, I gotta check that. Was it you heard the appeal, TV?
The appeal yeah, we heard it.
Oh, the Angie played it?
Yeah, she played it.
Oh shit.
It messed up on.
I missed everything.
That's why we had to end up doing a new live. They tried to snatch it from us the first time.
This the second live.
Right.
I'm way behind.
She was up all night, bro.
Yeah.
From what I heard, I dropped out on her. I was asleep. I went to sleep. Dropped out on her, went to sleep, and then she was still up all night, whatever. And then next morning, I wake up the next morning, Cookie, everybody in there. I'm like, damn, ain't nobody text me, Rob. But man, ain't nobody text me and said nothing or nothing. I'm like, ain't nobody woke me up. Well, nothing. I get up with the sleep still in my eyes, texting and shit.
You know what? I looked at the title. I'm like, what the fuck is up here? Then I went to my group.
Right.
And I see it was in there. I'm like, oh hell no. But yeah, I don't know why I thought it was the 22nd for some reason.
You don't be doing. So in your group over there, you don't be doing no live. No, you don't be doing no lives over there, right? It's just a group.
I did no live, and I don't know how long.
Right. That's just a
I think the
Facebook
last time
group.
I went live, and there it was right after his conviction. And I mean, that's what the group is really. I didn't intend for it to still be up now. I thought it would be
Right.
over with
It's
after
just a
the
Facebook
appeal.
group,
I mean,
right?
yeah.
Because the last time I know, it was a couple. I think that was a couple of years ago. Man, I ain't gonna lie. You told me about it, and I went on there to try to click on it and hit you up, and I had to go. I never got the a request accepted or something. I
You know
screenshot
what?
when I send people requests, I screenshot, bro, so I can remember. You
Did
know
you
what I'm
answer
saying?
the questions? Did you answer the questions?
This was like 2 years ago. It wasn't no questions then, was it?
It was questions. It was questions. We probably
I
didn't
don't
see you.
know.
If
I
you
don't
answered the
know.
questions, we probably wouldn't even see you.
I don't know, but it was
I
like
mean,
it was
you
like
can do it. I can prove you right now if you want to do it now.
I can't come off my because my tablet running slow.
Okay, well then, yeah, you can go in there and I'll keep an lookout for you. But
Okay.
I haven't really been.
It's still under Robert Keller.
No, it's under R. Kelly. It's under damn, what's the name of the goddamn group?
Supporter.
R. Kelly discussion group.
Discussion
Yeah.
group. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I looked at
hosted by a crackhead.
Open discussion.
Because when I looked
Open
at it, like
hosted by a crackhead.
when I looked it up before, like I said, it showed me like 4 different people, like Robert Keller's. I'm like, what is this?
Nah,
And
it's not even under my name.
Right. This was before, like I said, about 2 years ago, some shit. And then I'm like, okay. And then that's why I screenshotted it. And then when I never seen nobody click, accepted it, then I'm like, nah.
I don't know what group that was.
I'm like, I don't know about these groups. I don't even know these people because there's so many online groups.
Oh yeah, you know motherfuckers in there. You don't know a lot of people.
Right. If I don't see no bunch of people I don't know, I'm jumping out that group and deleting it immediately. I got to know motherfuckers, bro. I got to know a motherfucker. I don't trust that shit, man. They might be the feds.
Shit, they say I'm the feds.
Motherfucker be talking about, hey, I saw DV in another group over there, and he was over there with the feds. Oh yeah, no, you ain't seen me over there. I don't mess around with no feds, man. I ain't worried about it. They ain't looking for my little ass.
But you know they got surgery where they break your legs and make you like fucking 6 inches taller.
Yeah. Some shit like that, man.
You go ahead, baby. Work around this motherfucker 6'2".
I say they had some things that, like, I guess, stretch your legs out, though.
Yeah, I think you got to, like, over time, you got to keep stretching it out.
Or something, yeah. They got a thing, they build up. It's like.
I'm going to tell Tony to get his legs stretched out.
Say that again?
I'm going to tell Tony to get his legs stretched out.
But everybody hit DB cash out so he can get that surgery so he can be 6'2", man. 6'2".
I'm good, Kelly. I'm good, Kelly. I don't think, you know what? If I was to grow some more inches, bro, I wouldn't even be DB Wild no more, bro. I'll be shit. I'll be somebody else by then, man.
Karen. I'm talking Karen. Karen. I'm telling you know what I just did? What he played today? He played the Audra part.
Oh.
He was playing
Karen.
He played the pills today.
So what did she do exactly to you, Miss Angie?
It was a chat thing. That's what I'm saying. It was a chat.
Let me tell it, baby. This ain't what I'm talking about. Lord have mercy. I'm talking about what she went over there fucking with them people. Let me tell you what happened. You know how she like the candy man? She the candy woman. Pop the hell up.
Her name 3 times here.
Yeah. appeal or right. No, I'm talking about Cameron, tell you what I did. Hold on, let me tell Cameron did. I just I wanted to play the Audra part of when she popped up over there on his channel, and I was gonna cash app him and play the part.
He's
The
still
problem is there's four
still trash
different no,
stuff.
it's 4 different cash apps in there. So I want to make sure it's the right which one is right. None of them match what's on his channel. So now I done sent him a formal request. So I hope these people, I hope he don't be like, oh Lord, one of them R. Kelly people.
Right. 'Cause honestly, he probably won't even know you played it. Only way he gonna know is your haters gonna send it to him.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, I don't have no haters. That man's in a whole nother sector. The one in it with Sylvia, right? But check this out. Let me tell you what happened, Kelly. So apparently Sylvia know these people. I didn't know she was in a war with these damn people. I don't even know what's going on. So Sylvia did a little, whoever got problems with me, hit the link. So he hit the
Lord,
link.
that sounds like one of your damn numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was taking notes.
He calling out.
Funky ass link. Why you ain't hit that motherfucker?
Hit the link. You got a problem with me, goddammit.
So I got a problem with Sylvia.
Who hit it?
He did.
Oh.
And this, I didn't know that this man be like dragging people and stuff. I didn't know. I ain't know nothing about him, right? So he really, really don't like R. Kelly. And nobody with them type of charges, none of that type of stuff. He said he showed where he done did documentaries, all kind of little shit, right? So he really he's not with the bullshit. So listen, when I say bullshit, he's like no nonsense on this free R. Kelly shit. He ain't with all of that.
That's how it should be. We need more people like I said. We need more people like this.
So
go ahead.
So he hits the link. Him and Sylvia kind of get into it. Okay. Of course, you get the but before that, he had said that if the bozo done put fake ass charges on that woman or whatever, he is going to drag the bozo. Okay? He said because he don't support that, even though he don't fuck with Sylvia like that. He don't support putting no fake ass charges on nobody.
I don't think they fake. They may be frivolous, but I don't think they fake.
If he faked them, that's fake. Frivolous, fake, same thing. That
holds no merit. It holds no merit, but not fake.
That lady ain't put no track on that man car.
Well, did they investigate it? How did?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
How they investigate that quick?
All right, go ahead.
Now I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna tell you nothing. But anyway, just know that's Georgia. Anyway, so anyway, that was said before he had to hit the link over there to Sylvia. The Taz man and the Sylvia gets into it. So Taz's wife,
shit,
does a live and was talking about what had happened on Sylvia's panel. All right, I don't know what happened to her video. She shuts her video down and she directs it to go to the Mr. Taz man. He got his live going, whatever. The live going fine. Well, wouldn't you know it? Here come that brown A on the motherfucking goddamn sitting up there.
He said brown A.
Here come our bitch ass sitting up there.
Damn.
So, Cal, so she gets up there. Of course, she goes down to her only look like the only thing that Demetrius, Aaliyah, and what's the other one? The tape.
Yeah, penis size don't match up.
Yeah.
Which song?
So Carol, so the wife, she went to start talking a little crazy, and so the wife will get your ass too.
That's what I'm talking.
Before you know it, she will ask Audrey like, "Bitch, what's wrong with you?
Damn.
Hold on. What happened to you?
For real?
So you gonna kick me out like that?
Is that how she came at her?
Go ahead.
And then you know I had changed her name to Audrey, the real MVP. She still got that on her name. Oh hell. This shit was so damn funny.
You say why you
it was crazy, dude.
You say why you do that, huh?
No.
Yeah, it's on that talk. They on that talking about, yeah, she the MVP of the song. Oh Lord, I was like, oh shit.
That didn't make it no better.
So it stay like that when you change it.
What's up, Kim? What's up, Cookie?
Yeah, Karen told me that shit was funny. It was.
Damn.
That shit was so damn funny.
So how you get in the mix?
Oh no. So listen, because DY don't know how to tell the story because he can't tell my story. So let me tell you what happened.
Okay, you're right.
So I was over there on the Tasman channel.
Oh,
it was Diva was over there, Queen Brielle was over there, and who else was over there? Somebody else. Shorty was over there. I'm in the chat. I'm speaking to the people I know. That's all I did. And then I was saying he was up there talking.
Did you speak to the real MVP?
Hold on. I didn't know she was lurking. Hold on. I didn't know she was in the bushes. So I was on there. He was on there, talking about the bozo. I contribute. I said, yeah, because, he lied, this, that, and third. Just the normal shit. I mean, by this time, you shouldn't be offended by nobody calling you a liar, especially if that's what you do. And third, you should be, after 5 years, you should be used to somebody calling you a liar. That's what you do. You just lie. And so anyway, and that's all I said. I ain't said nothing about her or whatever. Honey, she popped up on my ass like I had an air tag on my motherfucking ass. Like I had a tracker. She be tracking my ass all around this motherfucking streets. She gonna say, I thought you said you wasn't against R. Kelly, some bull crazy shit. Then she goes to say, and you a part of O-Code. Bitch. Then that set me off. Oh,
it don't take much. It don't take much to set you off.
Yes, it
you
do.
know that. You know that, right?
Yes, it do. But no, what it is, I should have listened. I ain't gonna call no names, but I should have listened to everybody that told me not to give her no more chances, and definitely not to let her hold the live down, run the live.
She wasn't running. She wasn't really holding the live down. She just up there.
You know what I mean?
You put a trophy on her back that day.
Yeah, I was trying to, kind of.
I know. You was being nice.
Yeah, and then let me tell you what she did, Keller. Let me tell you what she did. So that video I did, right? About her ass a month ago, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, she left 3 messages, long, my type paragraphs and shit, longer than the ones I telling me to take the video down and stop harassing her and stop stalking her and stop defaming her name. I'm like, Mr. Bless, you're gonna have to get up out of here because I be trying to be respectful. But I said, bitch, I did not defame your name. They called your ass. The damn doctor called you crazy. Shit, I ain't.
Damn. Right. She trying to get you a recall.
You trying to get her?
Oh no. I'm good. No, I ain't need you. Uh, can you come out your way and give me some Popeyes chicken?
Oh shit.
I
Chicken
need some
salad.
Popeyes chicken.
Spicy. But the chicken salad spicy.
Don't do the spicy, TT.
Yeah.
Fuck your stomach up.
See, it's flavorful.
Baby, that because the Popeyes in the white people neighborhood, don't tell me about I'm not eating no more Popeyes out of there. First of all, that little chicken is too little. That's number one, and it ain't right. I need to. I
Some
want
nigga chicken.
Popeyes in the hood.
Some nigga chicken.
Yeah, bless to the Rico. So they don't
Cajun
even
rice
need
with
Not the
gravy.
same chicken. Oh my gosh! You know what? You need to get amongst your people. We had there go Atmos, Mr. Atmos up here.
Atmos, what's good with it, bro?
Atmos, come up, Atmos.
Atmos, what's good with it?
What's going on, Miss Angie?
What's happening?
What up, Keller? What up, DB?
What's happening, bro?
I was actually asleep and I heard Popeyes and
Man, don't play that. Man, Atmos, don't play that.
my spotty senses came.
Hey, Keller. Hey, Keller. He come up here with the fat man joke. Stop it. Don't do it.
Go sleep.
Okay, girl. What we talking about? Popeyes in the black neighborhood, not the white. Child, let me tell you who we got.
TT say they be cheating out of money over there at Popeyes and the white people.
We got all the let me tell you who in here.
Hey, Atmos, who got the best Popeyes? The suburbs or the hood?
We got
in the
hood.
The hood.
Uncle Blessed, he in here, but he cheap. I'm talking about y'all asses. Look up, Uncle Blessed. Oh, you have to excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry, but
what's going on, girl? What's up, girl Mel? How you doing?
We got Uncle
Diva.
Blessed and he's cheaper than a motherfucker, honey.
Girl Mel, she back. She charged her phone up, huh?
Was in 32.
But don't stay.
Hey, Atmos, why you tell me it was a goddamn appeal today, man?
Yeah, I tried to call you. You was busy, bro.
On me, so can't talk to Miss Diva. We have.
I gotta watch it myself.
They hood chicken hit. Yeah, but by the time you get 3 pieces and a little biscuit and a side, that's $15. Like, huh?
Yeah, you gotta go to Popeyes with coupon. They high throughout.
Yeah, they high. I called out. Listen, I was gonna get
I'm gonna get off here. I'll come back later.
What you?
Why?
What you gonna got jealous?
No, I heard the Popeyes, and you know I thought it was an extra piece for me, Miss. But you
man, get your ass.
You sound like you ordered.
It got 3 pieces. You got
on, Miss Mo.
Chicken. All I know was that chicken. It was about $100. I'm like, well, what?
Oh yeah.
No.
Man. Listen, inflation is crazy.
Uncle Blessed is cheaper than chitlins was in 32. That's what I said.
Do you know in New York and Diva Divine was telling me earlier, in New York, a 12-piece chicken from Popeyes is $36.
A 12-piece chicken from Popeyes is 30. How much?
$36.
I can believe it.
Do they do the Popeye like in the hood after a certain time? Oh, they ain't dropping no more chicken. They do that.
Oh no. They close early in the good parts. What's up, Cookie?
Yeah, they hey, TT, back in the
you gotta get this old chicken.
Hey, TT.
It's a chicken franchise.
Hey, look, TT, back in the day, though, in the 90s, goddamn it, they used to be cooking that chicken so much all through the night, Kelly, you remember? And then when it get time, when they get ready to close and shit, they'd have been cooked up so much.
They take all that shit home.
You taking it home. You got enough to get to your buddies. Your buddies meeting you up there at what 10 o'clock was it when they closed? Keller.
Yeah, I know a guy used to do that shit.
Yeah.
Used to work at Popeyes. Man,
not no more.
100 pieces of chicken every day.
Not no more. See, now they got them on camera.
About y'all niggas, Mr. Blessed, Uncle Blessed, cheap as hell. Miss Diva, she a bad influence on me.
Miss you
Miss
too,
Cookie,
Cookie.
she talking about love and love and
Well,
what
Cookie, I
about
love
love,
you.
love, all that good shit.
Miss Angie.
Miss Melanie, she is even headed.
Miss
Miss
Angie.
Boy, girl. Let me tell you. And Mr. Adams, we can go somewhere to a restaurant together.
That's right. All day.
Yeah, and he don't know how I do it, baby. I go to 3 or 4 restaurants and get everything I want out of each of them, baby, and set it off.
Burger
Set
King
it off
fries.
looking crazy. What?
Diva, we know you made that fast dinner, Diva, so we know you ain't intertwined with us. But you know what? I made some dressing, baby. I made that dressing, baby.
I'm gonna need that Puerto Rican rice recipe from you too.
Uncle Keller, all he do is just be in the car all the time. All his pictures in the car. In the car.
I do be in the college now.
Looking to the
For real
left,
life.
looking to the
He
right.
ain't changed that picture in 5 years, huh, TT?
Looking to the left.
I got
Hey, TT, he ain't even changed the sunglasses.
I got a quick question.
Yes,
any of y'all, do any of y'all remember when Hardee's used to serve fried chicken?
Yes.
They had the 8-4 biscuit. Oh my, woo.
What? Let me tell you something. You remember Cheryl?
Girl, Melanie.
What up?
What to do?
What you say, Miss Angie?
Oh, girl, Melanie, don't stab me.
Yeah. Well, I was asking my baby, do he remember my cousin girlfriend used to work at Hardee's, and when that chicken came out, baby.
Oh, they used to have them big
mercy.
old
And you know
biscuits. Oh,
what?
yes.
I can account for every last one of these pounds. But I ain't got no more, boy. Yes, honey.
Hold on before you leave, Agnes. Miss Angie, you see I'm even-handed. I'm your secret weapon. They're not supposed to see me coming. Agnes, you gotta tell her how Aries are. We street but sweet. You're not gonna get the street until you just really go there, and then it's going down.
We like stealth bombers. We come very silent. You don't even hear.
Right.
We just drop bombs.
We ain't gonna talk about it. We gonna be about it.
Girl, Melanie,
on
so
that
you like
shit.
one of them? You like one of them military guns that shoot around the corner, then, huh?
I'm urban but suburban. I got a switch. I just turn it on and off when I feel like it. That's how that goes.
That's how that go.
You'll never see
Right.
me
You probably the reason why they made the switch guns and shit, huh?
Whatever. Look, and I definitely ain't stabbing you. That shit take too long and it's too messy.
Girl,
Shit,
Melanie, you
rock-a-bye,
working with the
baby.
feds.
I'm that chick.
You working with the feds, man. You working with the feds. God damn
I
it.
definitely ain't working with the feds. Hey, what my boys say, I'd rather be carried by 6 than judged by 12. I'm not going to jail.
Hold on. Did Diva Divine say they don't do that out here, Angie? Nope. And it's really expensive out here to eat some. That you go to McDonald's. The cheapest meal at McDonald's is $15.
Right.
I heard that.
That's
Now,
like
when do it get to the
downtown
point
area.
where you're gonna just stop fucking with them?
That's like downtown.
Hey, Keller,
Adams.
Keller, if you want to get me to start eating fast food, start charging $15 for a dog.
Hell yeah. Hey, Adams. Hey, Adams, they want $15 for a Big Mac meal. They want $15 for a Big Mac meal downtown, man, bro.
Crazy, bro. They crazy.
Yes,
Y'all
it
still
is.
eating that big boo-boos? Yuck.
And that ain't including the tax. And that's not including with the tax.
Big boo-boos.
You fuck around, you fuck around and pull out that 20 thinking you finna pay for that Big Mac meal, you understand me? And then by the time they get through taxing, you be going back in your pocket digging for $2-3 more. I'm trying to tell you, I promise. Downtown is
I'm looking at these people that be trying to, they go and try to feed their little kids and stuff and be getting them Happy Meals and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, Lord.
You listen, Noodle, my baby girl Noodle loves a Happy Meal. But let the day go by. Daddy, can I get a Happy Baby? That Happy Meal is $12. Gonna get you a couple of
ain't happy no more.
My grandbaby funny. She hates McDonald's. She a Chick-fil-A queen.
Oh yeah, Adams. I saw Noodle. Huh?
Oh, yeah,
I saw Noodle.
Chick-fil-A.
He posted a picture of it the other day. I saw Noodle.
Yeah, man, it's my baby.
Yeah. and tell them other kids they better leave her alone.
I know.
Right.
Did y'all see girl Melanie grandbaby? Oh my gosh, the cutest ever.
She a busy body.
Who messing with your baby?
Oh,
because
I
show up at the schools too.
Oh, I don't
Wherever I
it's,
go.
it's so
I
many
act a fool
people.
wherever I go. I'm sorry.
See,
That's what, man.
here's the thing. I'm the type, like, I'm so, like, me and Noodle so close that I don't even eat. If she cry, like, I'm there. Like, what's wrong, baby? Come here. Like, I pick her up. Like, I didn't got her. This girl is rotten. She 4. But when she tell me, Daddy, am I ugly? I said, what? She like, a little girl and some boys said I was ugly. I said, girl, you are the most beautiful little baby in the whole wide world. I said, has anybody ever called you ugly before you start going to school? She said, no. I said, so you can't believe no little bald-headed little
I go up
Froyo.
there and stop the shit out them kids.
Bro, listen.
Keller, I couldn't believe it, Keller. When I saw the picture, Keller, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these
I
kids
stop the
now these
kids and they
days?
mom.
They
I know.
crazy.
Yo.
I'm like,
hold
get
up.
up.
And Miss
Jealousy.
Angie,
I
the
put a
little girl,
motherfucking N95 mask on. Stop the shit out them kids. They want to know who did it.
the little girl that called her ugly, her name, her legal name is Love. The
Her
little
legal
girl
name
that
is
called
Love?
Noodle ugly, her legal name is Love. Love.
Stop it.
I'm dead serious.
Adams, look,
And she don't
listen.
even look like Love. Huh?
Oh,
Go up there, put a COVID mask on, and put a hat on, and stop the shit out that
I can't
goddamn
do
girl.
that.
Bless
Man,
her heart.
I know, but I'm just teaching her also that the world is not. The world is cruel.
you going to
The world is
jail.
It
not
sure
nice.
is.
Don't go to jail, Adams.
Hell, who they gonna arrest? They don't know who did it. They said, motherfucker
We
with
all
COVID
look
mask
alike,
came
according
up
to
and
them.
stopped the
He
shit
said,
out of them.
hey, girl, man, this nigga said put a COVID mask on.
N95.
Hell yeah.
Hey, just go up there and do them like they do in jail and just hit them with the
know
quick
about
shank.
A nigga with a mask on stopped me and started singing
I
opera.
call it, huh?
Oh my
They
God.
were like, motherfucker, you crazy. Fuck
No,
out.
and here's
Right.
the thing. They had a little thing up there where they said they want the parents to come up and read a book for the kids. I said that wouldn't be good for me. I said, baby, you gotta go. I told Lady K she gotta go because I'll be up there reading.
Let me
like,
go up
yes.
there.
And
Let me
Bobby
go up
kept
there.
messing with Susie, and Bobby's daddy pulled out a belt because she called her ugly and beat his butt in front of the class. So do you ever
Right.
want to talk bad
Right.
about little kids? No. I'll say, okay.
Right.
Better rob, spoil the child. Let me go up there.
Yo, my daughter played basketball in school, and this boy was picking on her and broke her glasses. I had to let my husband go because I swear I was fucking him up on
No
everything
joke.
in me. Him, and his mama. And
Ooh.
she was the
Right, the
coach.
mama
And she
got
knew he
to
shouldn't
get
have
it
been
too.
there.
See,
Hey,
Yeah,
Adams.
yeah.
Hey,
Mama
Adams.
got to
y'all
get it
got to
too.
catch it.
Hey, Adams. Can you do your kids sing too, or what?
Oh man, yeah. Oh
Really?
man,
They
yeah,
they
man.
they doing their thing?
I
Okay.
got my oldest daughter. She's 22. Boy, she can blow. She
Right, because
blow.
you got 3,
Well,
right?
you got some youngins.
Man,
Your oldest
man.
is 22, Atlas?
My oldest is 20. Man, y'all, listen. Y'all know I've been married 5 times, right?
Yeah.
Lord, have mercy.
Yeah.
I know that Adams.
Ain't nothing wrong. You got to find the right one.
Adams,
I,
he was
I,
pimping back in the days, girl.
man,
Girl,
listen.
Melon.
Listen.
Yeah, my oldest about to be 32 on Wednesday.
Yo, what? She
My
about to be
oldest
what?
will be 32 on Wednesday.
Wow.
And
That's
then I
crazy.
turn 48 on the 14th of April. That's the one I had when I was 15.
Damn, I'm already 48, Mel.
You already? I turned.
Mel, I'm already 48, so stop trying to make
Hey,
me feel
you don't
old.
look 48, bro. That's crazy.
I
It's
don't.
all good. It's all
You
in
look
how you
about 30,
feel.
38.
Well,
You don't look
yeah.
48.
You got to see
It's
this
a
great.
blessing, DV.
Hey,
Some people don't make it to 21.
man, you
Right.
gotta let me see.
Right.
I gotta show you when I take that hat off. Hey, look,
Oh,
Well, I
Lord.
heard. So it don't sound like the R. Kelly.
food later. Ooh.
It don't sound like the R. Kelly supporters is happy about this.
nah, they ain't.
report.
They ain't.
Trouble.
What?
It was a good
What? I
argument.
gotta listen to it.
Change that damn picture.
It was an interesting exchange.
What's up, Keith?
Adams, you see, Adams, you
Oh,
keep-
what's up?
Lord.
What's up?
Y'all done dug up Keith.
Keep in the building.
Look at her picture.
Where's the cake?
No, you done fucked up.
How you doing,
Real
Mr.
quick.
Keith?
No, you
Yup,
done fucked
yup,
up.
that's my supervisor right there. That's the supervisor.
You
Build
you
New
you you know
Enterprises,
you done
baby.
fucked up, right?
Oh yeah, they done fucked up big time. They done fucked up big time.
Hey, Keith. Keith,
What's
if
up?
you ever decide to change your screen name, the perfect name would be Playing for Keeps.
Yup, sure will.
Oh, yeah,
That's tight.
that'd be nice.
Keith,
That's good.
Yes, yes,
Right,
yes,
Keith, why
yes.
I
you didn't
had to
tell
switch
me
mine because that ought to
it
let
was a?
motherfuckers
Why
know
you
to
didn't
fix
tell
them,
me it
hit me
was a
with stuff.
goddamn
I'm a
appeal today?
professional
You ain't
spectator.
know.
You
Man, you
ain't
was
lying,
still
Keller.
behind. You still
I ain't think I was
behind,
have
I'm
to
bro.
tell
surprised
you.
you didn't know.
Right.
No, I
Right.
thought the
That's
22nd.
crazy.
We thought you was
Crazy.
gonna. Hey, Keller. We thought you actually. We brought your
You
name
haven't
up. We
heard it
thought you
yet,
was gonna
Kelly?
be down there. We thought you
No,
was gonna
not
be
yet.
down there
I
I
at the
haven't
listened
heard
to
it
appeal.
it.
yet either.
We thought
Now,
you was gonna
Kelly,
be
It's
you
up
of
good
at
and
the
all
appeal.
shiny.
people, you of all people got the hookup, and you wasn't there, dude. Tis, tis,
Hold on, y'all.
tis.
Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna mute real quick. I'll be right back.
This
Yeah,
was the one in New York, right?
we thought you was gonna be down there at the appeal, Keller,
Yes,
Hell
seriously.
no.
and helping the
With
man.
boots on the ground.
On the ground.
Get my closing argument. Shit.
Oh no,
Oh boy. Can you imagine Keller giving his closing argument?
I would
As
love to
long as
hear
you
that.
I
don't
want to
bring
rebuttal,
Dr.
Your Honor.
King in there and none of our
I
greats
would
like
love to
Obama,
hear
like
that.
that other fool did,
I'm here to
that shit would have
rebuttal,
been
Your Honor.
interesting.
Amos,
He
can you imagine? Can you imagine that brother now?
Here go Keller rebuttal. Lock that nigga up for life.
Like, right. After
Facts.
every sentence,
Herpes,
Amos,
herpes,
after
herpes.
every
No.
sentence.
Facts.
That's all he gonna
Yep.
say. So
After
what
every
y'all want to do?
sentence.
Y'all want to lock him up? Okay, let's lock him up.
Y'all want to give him more years?
Y'all
More
want to give him more
years? Y'all
years?
want that?
Can you change it to consecutive?
Hey, look, y'all. Keller gonna be down there like, I got the tape. I got the tape.
Oh my goodness.
Got
I
some
got the tape,
Valtrex.
y'all.
Yo, let me tell you something. Bon Jean was shaking the table. When I
Oh.
talk about being flustered and nervous, she
Well, I
was
think
big
they're more
mad.
scared. I think they're more scared about that New York appeal more than they are Chicago. I think that judge, and that's Donnelly's the one that's over that appeal, right?
That's for New York.
For New
No,
York.
Not
she's
over
not
the
over,
appeal.
not over for the appeal. No. That's on the
Oh,
Second Circuit or
okay,
something like that.
okay.
Here's the thing with Chicago. Chicago says, and they told Bon Jean, if we award you, they're gonna give him more years. I want everybody to go and Google what happened to Sandusky when he tried that.
She said it's gonna be retaliatory. They said, no, it ain't, bitch.
Keller, they gonna come hunt us down, man. We are terrible. They go, oh my gosh, they gonna sit there and read the hell out of
This is
Yeah, and I think
crazy.
somebody put in the chat earlier that the other judge, what you call him, Limeweather, he was the one that did lock them up for the Central Park Five,
That was in New York.
but that wasn't Limeweather, right? That was and Donnelly,
However,
right?
No, that happened in New York.
Right, that's Donnelly.
Linda Weather's in Illinois.
Illinois, right? Somebody put in the chat earlier about you seen what he did to the Central Park Five. If I'm not mistaken, somebody
who
said
said
that.
that? One of the fake supporters?
Somebody said that in the chat earlier, though. You seen what he did to the. I didn't say nothing. I should have addressed it, but I ain't say nothing. I just was
People
like,
be
okay,
trying to say all
I
kind of
don't know.
off the wall shit.
Listen. People sit up there comparing a case like this to the Central Park Five is ignorant as hell because
Thank
this
you.
has no comparison to it.
No, it don't have no comparison. It's just the fact of it being the same judge, and you see,
I didn't know
and
it was the same judge. I thought it was completely different
yeah,
jurisdiction.
back then that was back when she first became a prosecution judge, though, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Wait a minute.
It can't be her because didn't they get out because they were innocent?
Yeah, got
Hold
out because
on.
the DNA cleared them.
Well, they
So, yeah,
got out.
something
They got
going
out
on.
because the DNA showed that
And the guy
it wasn't
the
them,
DNA
and the
match
guy.
said he did it.
Yeah, and he came
See,
forward. He came forward after
oh,
all them years. He came forward then and
well,
said
that's
he
not going to
didn't.
happen.
And he
That's
was a
not going to
Mexican.
happen in the pedal's case. The Sagan piss pot pedal. That's not what's going to happen. So he gonna do every bit of them years in North Carolina. Everybody's got to get used to
I
it.
just feel like his luck has finally run out because, like I said, I don't hate dude, but his luck has ran out. He's had too many
I hate him.
opportunities to get it right.
I hate him. I hate him.
Don't hate
I hate
nobody. It's a
pedals.
waste
I'm
of time.
sorry. I
I
know,
do. Yeah, I
but it's
strongly
not
She
wasting
said,
my
"I'm
despise
time. I
sorry.
like
pedal
pedals.
heaven.
I'm sorry."
Diva. That's what they were talking
No,
about, Diva.
No,
Okay.
I strongly despise pedals. I agree
We
with
were
that.
yeah,
talking about.
I
Okay.
despise him. I hate him. I hope he dies and burns in hell.
Ooh.
All of the above.
Ooh.
But my life is
Damn.
still gonna go on. My life is still gonna go
I
on. Go
just
still
feel
work my
like they should
jobs.
not let
I
those
am.
people back out
I'm.
of jail.
You know, say I'm gonna be. Have a hot girl summer. I'm still life still gonna go on for me. Um. Despite those feelings.
Yeah, yeah, I know, D, but that was a fact. That's a fact.
Hey, Keith, what if right now
Mhm.
he apologized, admits what he did, like sincerely apologize,
Mm-hmm.
get some help?
Uh huh. And do
How
his
would you
30
feel?
years.
I'm
50,
How would
fine
you
with
The
feel?
that.
50
same.
years, Keller. 50
The
years,
same.
Keller.
The
I've
same.
thought about that. Go
The
ahead. Let Keith
50
same.
answer
years.
first because I want to answer that.
You get a
Still,
Rico.
still feel the same. Still feel the same
He get a
because
Let me
Rico.
answer that.
because you want to know why pedals don't change.
No, no,
Sorry.
no. This is my hypothetical. Like sincerely got some help.
And I hypothetically answered you.
I feel like I feel like if he did all of that,
Damn.
then he can. I mean, he definitely deserves grace, but he definitely deserves to be there for the rest of his life too. I don't think that they could change either. I mean, maybe
See,
they can see him somewhere to where he's still locked up. If y'all worried about his music that bad, maybe he can get those
They
privileges.
cut his
But I
pickle off.
don't think they
see,
can change.
I
What if
feel
they
a
cut his
little,
pickle off? Cut his pickle off
I feel a little different, y'all.
I would remember,
and
Amos, you
sew
got
it up.
daughters. I don't think he should be free. It's a sickness. I really genuinely believe he's sick. And it's his people's fault. It's his people's fault.
I don't know,
And
Emma.
Listen, I'm not getting into semantics.
I
You knew
remember how
what he
you
was
used to talk,
doing.
Atmos.
I
I
don't care what
remember.
anybody said.
No,
He
I was just
deserves
playing,
to be
Atmos.
where he at. I don't care what
he
anybody said.
he
He deserves
doesn't
to be
deserve to
there.
be free, but
Hey
he
y'all,
is sick.
can I do something? I want
Yes,
to take
ma'am.
a chance to play Mr. Taz play a video.
Fucking up
Taz the
Congress.
goat.
Oh,
That's the
TT, you got
goat.
it. Oh, you got it together,
Did you
TT.
clear it with
I
him?
think
That's
and
the goat.
when he ever hold on,
That
I'm
shit was
gonna play the audio.
funny.
And when if he ever, lets me know if it's okay or whatever. Well, because them people
Why?
say,
Let
them
me
people,
talk
he
to it.
said, let me tell you what, I think the wife said, let me tell you what we do over here. We
Uh,
dox over here. They say they dox the pedophiles and stuff like that. Them people,
Oh
well,
no, I ain't.
Angie, stop.
Angie, let me say something. Let
No,
me
I'm
say
not.
something.
I'm not.
Angie, hold on. I have to say this to you. Oh, girl, you scared me. Hold on, I gotta say this real quick, and I gotta leave because I'm about to leave work right now. I gotta say this. Let me just put this out there. That side, that's not something that people want to play with. All that you don't want to dox those people, if you know what I mean. Not you, but if they have
yeah.
those super fans think of even doxing him or anybody, that's not going to be good.
That's what I was trying to
That's
tell
that's
them. They think it's a
that's
game.
not.
These people ain't fucking around. These are different
They're not
kind
the
of people.
ones. You will gag.
And from
I gotta
what
go
I
back
can
in the
gather,
bushes because I'm about to head on home. I'll probably come
okay,
back
for the
on
first
later.
couple of
Hey,
Okay.
days.
so Angie,
Nah, keep.
when you
Okay.
do
For the
when you
last
do
Just,
couple of
play it,
days.
just stop, pause, and speak
right?
in
Stop,
between.
narrate,
Yeah, I was just gonna
narrate,
say.
play, narrate, play.
Yeah, and
So
see
you
what
be under
happens
fair
then.
use.
Right,
Make sure you're under fair use.
because you can't do that
Okay. Let me
for
see.
Don't just
anybody.
play it.
Bless your
For
eyes.
You got to
anybody's
repurpose it.
commentary, you could do that.
Repurpose it. So play it, narrate, play
Right.
it, narrate.
That shit was funny. Bitch, I'm his motherfucking wife. Who are
Right,
you?
I know.
I was like,
But
oh,
I just like to give people respect. I ain't trying to get no argument with nobody. You understand what I'm saying? But I saw that
Mm-hmm.
he played
I just gonna
Sylvia's
stab
live.
you.
So I'm like, maybe don't stab me, stab Larry.
Right in your frontal lobe, TT. Right in your frontal lobe.
Leave the hell alone. And, it's like be people like that make you, clown, and you can't say people make you, but I'm just never like if I'm ever presented with be the better person, do the right thing or whatever. Most time I'm do the right thing, but when it comes to being a better person, the bigger person, I'm never gonna choose that. I'm gonna choose the one where I'm gonna cuss you out.
It's hard, Angie. It's a choice. I don't always get it right. I cut up when I feel like it, but it just depends on who it is. The energy you
I
give
got
me is the energy I'm gonna give you, depending on how I feel that day.
between
Don't
you,
catch me around PMS time. My mouth is deadly. My husband don't even he stay away
you
from
and
me.
Mo, y'all give me y'all make me y'all give me attitude goals. I have attitude
Damn.
goals. I give me
TT,
attitude goals.
Goals.
TT, where do you come from with these
I'm
words,
gonna need you
TT?
to repeat that when my husband get home, so
Straight
he can
up.
quit saying on me.
TT, where you come from with these words? She say attitude goals.
Hey y'all, I gotta do some work real quick. I'll be right back though.
You coming
All
back? All
right.
right,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
all right, all
All
right,
right,
all
bye-bye.
right.
But yeah.
You say
Women,
attitude goals. God damn.
yeah, that man, he did not Mr. Taz was trying to understand Audra. But by the time that wife got hold of her ass, she was trying to understand her for a minute. After a while, that
Shit.
shit went
His
out.
wife
That shit
like,
went
fuck
left.
all that.
That shit went left, baby. I hollered.
That's a shame. But you would think though, TT, as a person, not you individually, but you as a person, after you done been on several platforms and everybody done said the same thing, had the same fight with you,
Mhm.
you would think that, you would change your game, do a little
Hey, his
studying,
wife came on there
or
like,
or
fuck
just
this
don't
bitch
say
and the clique
nothing,
she claimed.
Goddamn
Right.
right.
know.
Package deal.
It went
That's
down.
should be. You fuck with him, you fuck with us.
Right. You should
Down.
man,
Mhm.
I don't know. You got your video together over there,
That was
TT?
crazy. I'm trying to
Go
get
on
it.
mute.
That
Okay.
shit was crazy. No, wait a
Then
minute.
other
I'm
people
trying
was trying to
to
catch her, but she was already gone. They was roasting her for a minute.
I be looking at it like
go
this
ahead.
though. Like some people say, like some people say Keller get on their nerves about certain shit. I'm not being funny, Keller. I'm just saying some
My
people.
parents alone get on their nerves.
I'm saying like some people will say you get on their nerves, right? But you argue with them, but you make commentary. You do a good job making commentary. I always give you the props, right? But she could be. I'll be like,
Gratitude.
man, she could be the same. My thing is though, she could be the same way if have the facts or whatever. Just like
That mental illness
that.
is too far gone.
She be
Too far
playing games.
gone.
I'm tell y'all
It's
straight up.
untreated.
I be thinking like, does
It's
she do it
Game
on
untreated. She
recognize
purpose?
don't
game.
know
She
how
like
to
to play
deal with
dumb and sweet. Audra is not sweet. She full of shit.
Like, is you
Sorry,
doing
but
it
she
on
is.
I be
like
purpose?
feeling sorry for her
that passive
sometimes
aggressive
until then
shit.
she get on
I
that
did at
bullshit.
first,
I'll
but
be
don't.
regretting feeling sorry for her.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Females
you
know
always
when
say
females
sorry
gaming.
for damn body.
She on bullshit.
And then you want me to
I
feel
called it.
sorry for the same people and he feels sorry
Uh-uh.
for, and then when they fuck me over, he know where to be found. What kind of shit is that?
Oh, huh?
Huh?
I don't got
You
nothing
heard
to do
what
with
I
that.
said?
I don't got
What?
nothing to do with that.
What you mean you got Keller? If I'm telling you, I be like, Keller, I'm not being nice. I'm not feeling sorry. Come on, and good morning. And then when they fuck me over, you ain't nowhere to be found. The fuck?
Yeah, TT.
That's what she wants. She wants that
That's what I
attention.
just
Don't
said,
fall for
though.
that
I
shit,
just
Angie.
said that. I
She be
said I
on
be feeling
bullshit.
sorry for her, but I end up regretting it because she be on the bullshit. That's what I just
Hey,
said.
Just B got that ass together the other
But
day, and Just
Keller,
B
but what
sweet
I'm
as
saying
fuck.
is, you be having me, you'll be talking, Andrew, no, stop it, don't leave her alone, Andrew. And then I leave the motherfucker alone, and then they get me work, and I'm like, I'm
But ain't
listening to
that's what I
Keller.
just said, Angie? I just said that I regret it.
Okay, but I don't want to regret it.
Damn.
I ain't gonna listen to you no more. Shit.
TT, she thought she was slick over there. I'm on Provoke channel the other day, and we up there talking late at night, and she thought she was gonna hem me up about the Aaliyah, the Michigan thing or whatever, and then Provoke, and then listen, brother Derek, y'all love that brother. He let us take over, so we up there for a minute. Then the other guy jumped in. I forgot his name, damn, but he jumped in. Cool dude, cool white boy. But anyway, she thought she was gonna hem me up about the shit. I'm like man. Like, I don't know any other way to really break this down to you. I said, you know what? I said, you must then. I said, when you over there on TT channel when Diva was talking and breaking this down, you did. I said, oh my God. Like she steady going the way she was really going in, talking about the Michigan part and about the licenses and stuff like that. She had it all wrong, bro. Every other word that came out of her mouth, I had to stop her. And I'm like, I mean, if she knew what she was talking about, bro, you know me. If she knew what she was talking about, I wouldn't say nothing. would sit up there and listen.
So your Popeyes.
You feel me? I would
But
sit there and listen if she knew what she was talking about. I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying? You added head on with me in the chat, and then you jump up on the panel, and then you call me out. You asking me to come up there and keep you company and shit. I do that, and then you want to go head on with me about some bullshit like I'm lying or something. Like, man, Kelly, man,
Who
like,
told you? Who called you up on the panel? Who
Audra,
did that?
TT.
She called you on the panel?
Yes, and I went up on the panel. TT, she tried to go head on with me
That's what she
about
called you
the
up there for.
about the goddamn marriage licensing and the motherfucking
Don't she know y'all on the same side?
Yeah, bro, I don't know what she thought, but she
Audra
not.
crazy.
But she wasn't listening. I mean, we went over. Oh God, we just went over the marriage license thing. Even me and Diva did it. A couple of what was that? A couple of months ago, TT, like about a month or so ago, when me and Diva and I
Wait.
had questions. You remember, TT?
Did y'all
Come
hear
on,
her
man.
Did
describe
she
the sex
touch? Did they
tape?
touch on the marriage in this appeal?
Nope. No.
They touch on the marriage. No Demetrius or nothing.
Just to say
Bribery or
that he
nothing about it.
married
Nah.
just to go down the, just to say that he married her. That's it. I think that's
Right.
what
They
he
didn't
Did
really.
Bojane say that?
No, that was the judge.
Oh, okay.
The
They
male
didn't
judge
really.
is gonna stand out to you. He
Right.
was good.
Right. They didn't really.
Okay. Yeah, Karen, if you don't leave me a goddamn long, you been on my ass all day. God damn, let me get the fucking video. I just got it. Okay, I had to download it. All right.
Miss
Y'all
Mo,
go
I
on
do
mute.
let
So I'm
people
gonna play.
talk, Miss Mo. What are you talking about? I let Audra talk.
Can
Yes,
you
I
go on mute so
did,
I can
Miss
play?
Mo.
Hey, Divi.
Okay. You said you
Y'all
on
go
mute?
on mute. I'm
Okay.
gonna play. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm gonna play what transpired with Sylvia and Mr. Taz. Okay. YouTube or whomever, I don't own the rights to this. Okay.
Don't
I
you
don't
have
know
a
the
fair use
speaking.
disclaimer you put up?
Yes, I do.
Go and put that up.
Okay. Hold on. Take y'all down.
All right. So you good. Long as you just don't play it all the way through, you good.
ABC 7 out of New York. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, Shouty. All right. Okay. Go ahead on mute so I can
I'm
play
gonna go
this.
back to the bushes. I'll be listening.
Man.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Diva. Hold on. Put that up on the screen. Okay. This is when it jumped off on Sylvia's.
Lie. He's not.
I ain't fucking with that. God didn't do it though.
It's the lies that's been put out.
And that's Mr. Taz in the background.
As soon as I have the opportunity, once the attorney completes this whole thing, this case, I will speak the facts. Not just my truth,
but the facts of what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think I came on right
Not
about
just
it.
truth. There's no people's like, oh, I'm gonna speak my truth. No, I'm gonna give you the laid out paperwork and everything, and you guys gonna see, and you're gonna be the juror and the judge of
Judge
that,
and the juror.
okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so we get it all cleared up with the wife. You know what I'm saying? We're allowed to go on a panel. So now we about
Whether or not you believe it, John, this is my ministry. This is my ministry.
Child, this shit here is crazy. I'm glad I did buy this little temporary
This is
sound.
my ministry.
Shit, he scared the hell out of me.
Man, you could have got up there wild on your
Thank
shit.
you, sir, for coming up. How are you?
What up?
How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm not sure who you are. I don't know you, but I see your name is Taz. But I received something from the past. Someone said that you had my name something on your chat.
Hell yeah, bitch! I had your motherfucking name in my motherfucking chat, bitch. You support our
Damn.
That's what.
Boy, if you don't go on motherfucking mute, are you gonna get your ass from
right,
off
so
now?
let's be clear, right? Because you might want to check around with some niggas in this space, man. I don't play. I can right on your shit and start wilding, dog. No questions asked. Fuck you. Kick me off, bitch. So that didn't happen, right? I'm just saying, and I might just do the rest of this shit like that. What I could have said versus what I actually said. Let's go.
Channel, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, you're an R. Kelly supporter.
Okay.
So with that, you, in my opinion, you would be part of a problem in our community that needs to be called out.
Lord,
I
have
view
mercy.
that as an issue, and so that's why your name is on my channel. I view you as supporting deviants and putting people in harm's way. Now look, that am I saying anything wrong here?
Not
Right?
yet.
Again, I'm letting it be known. You probably don't even want to have a conversation for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it as nice as I don't think there's a nicer way you can say this by supporting someone who's in prison for harming children.
Again, y'all, this is where it started. I'm gonna start.
I'm entitled to your opinion.
Right. So I mean, when you say, because like I say, some idiots in your chat like making it sound like I don't have my own content to do, as if I need to talk about you. Okay, that's not actually who I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to talk about you. I don't really care about you until you cross my path. Right. So I only know.
Question: how did I cross your path? I've never never been on your channel. How did I cross your path?
On video, urinating on a child. You supported a man that's in prison.
I have never seen the video. I support an individual who was wrongfully convicted on a charge of RICO. That's where I stand. RICO part. The RICO.
Now, see, again, you sit here telling me you don't know the man was doing this shit. You don't know he married Aaliyah, dog. You don't know that. You know what I'm saying? You don't know none of that. You don't know that. So
this man don't be
playing.
playing.
This one of them moments where I could have cut her off. Like, bitch, what you mean? You like you older than me. How the fuck you don't know? Like, you followed the case, but you didn't see that he married a 15-year-old. What do you mean? Like, that's what's not happening here.
I don't know
so
the rights
no
to this
mistake about it.
commentary.
They put the spin machine on to say, Dad cussed her out. Understand why, fam? Like, she playing games right here, and I know she playing. I know she knows. You cannot convince me she don't. Right. So what about the victims?
Shit.
You don't think there's any victims?
I didn't. Did I say that? Have you ever watched my channel?
Yeah. I put some of the clips of your videos in my video.
Okay. Did you watch the whole thing?
I watched most of. I can't say I watched a bunch of entire videos, but I definitely watched some of your content.
Okay, have you watched the transcript readings and things like that?
I took some clips out of those, yes.
But you know, sometimes you have to read the whole book before you make
It
an
seemed
opinion
like
about
stuff was
something,
going
right?
right for a minute.
Well, when it comes to R. Kelly, I don't think that there's much more that's hidden. I don't think we are unaware of anything. Nobody had to come up with some great big conspiracy to bring him down. A lot of what he was doing was out on public Front Street. You saw that.
Well, I had never watched a video that had no desire because that's supposedly child pornography. But why would you watch something that's child pornography?
Bitch, I ain't watched no motherfucking child pornography. Oh, wait. That's not what I said though. But look, that's what I'm saying. I could have spazzed out right there. Right? You want to defend the nigga that's locked up, but then infer that I watched the shit. You want to take this nigga out the motherfucking video and make the video not him, but then come back and use the same video and say I watched the motherfucker. Are you kidding? That's what I'm saying, family. Patience is 1,000. It just don't seem like that because when I'm on go, I go. But fam, I heard that shit, man.
I don't know if he New York or
Right,
California.
For example, when that video came out in the early 2000s, it was celebrated. If you remember David Chappelle and the Boondocks and all these different shows.
I've never watched those.
Right. So a bunch of people made a joke out of it. I personally never saw the video, but that doesn't discredit its existence. Everybody knows the video exists.
I didn't.
Bitch, do you think I'm stupid?
Oh, Lord.
You're the only place. Listen, I didn't say this shit now. It's not in the video. That's me talking now. Trying to make sure we understand that I sat through that lie. I sat through that lie.
I knew he was California person.
Me off. I might as well should have turned up right here. I blew it, man. I blew it right here. I should have went on turned up. Cause I'm gonna get kicked off any fucking way. I'm just gonna be saying Taz cussed her out. Taz did this, Taz did that. It's gonna be said anyway. So shit, I might as well should took her up top any motherfucking way. Cause you will never convince me that this woman don't know that, man. Come on, dog. Come on, man. You can't be running around saying you 60 years old and then make it sound like you that far out the loop. Let's hear that shit again.
Whole thing.
I watched most of. I can't say I watched a bunch of entire videos, but I definitely watched some of your content.
Okay, have you watched the transcript readings and things like that?
I took some clips out of those, yes.
But you know, sometimes you have to read the whole book before you make an opinion about something, right?
Well, when it comes to R. Kelly, I don't think that there's much more that's hidden. I don't think we are unaware of anything. Nobody had to come up with some great big conspiracy to bring him down. A lot of what he was doing was out on public Front Street. You saw that.
Well, I had never watched a video that had no desire because that's supposedly child pornography. But why would you watch something that's child pornography? That's my question on that.
Right. Well, for example, when that video came out in the early 2000s, it was celebrated. If you remember David Chappelle and the Boondocks and all these different shows.
I've never watched those.
Right. So
things was going fine.
I personally never saw the video, but that doesn't discredit its existence. Everybody knows the video exists.
I didn't.
Okay, and so that would mean you're out the loop and a terrible investigator, which means you shouldn't be on no case, right?
I am not an investigator. I am a content creator, a trial vlogger. I give information of what's going on in the courtroom.
So you do know there was a trial involving R. Kelly with that videotape.
I would know the videotape was never brought up in that case.
In
New York case.
You said in the newer cases?
The New York case, that videotape was not brought up at all. The Rico New York case, not at all.
And so listen, fam, I'm already insulted, right? Because look, man, now you're making it sound like we have to operate based on the courts. Like I don't like because it wasn't in this case. Now it didn't happen. Because I don't know which cases covered what, right? I don't know if what was in the New York case was in the Chicago case and all of that. I don't know all of that. So what I'm not going to do is play games with you on what case was covering what part of this
I ain't
piece.
trying to know all of that.
But that's what she tried to get me caught up in that moment, and I didn't like that shit. Okay,
That's why I was trying to tell you to read the transcript.
I understand in terms of court and law, but now let's take a step back and let's just deal with this as people. I don't care what the court says in regard to him doing. He's on video doing it. Why do we have to use legalese to introduce that to the conversation? He's on video doing it. Why do we have to introduce legalese? Right?
Oh boy.
Because I don't care which trial it was brought up in. It don't matter. He did it. Why are you telling me that it didn't say it in this trial? Come on, man.
Did you have the same energy for Weinstein and Epstein and Tyler of that rock band? Every single entertainer who has been
insult. Did I have that same energy for him? Right?
I think they could have worked this out.
Just continue to name names for her, right? Jason Pope. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, this is something we've done for quite a while, fam, going all the way back to, like I said earlier, Elvis and them. Like this is content that we've always talked about. There's no bringing up a white guy or separating this person because he's black or because we like him, we gonna leave him out. Man, we never did that. And to me, that's an open deflection, like right in my face. You know what I'm saying? Almost like, again, a smack in the face, because even if I decided for the first time ever to call somebody out with R. Kelly, it should still be okay, right? Even if this is my very first time doing a call out, it should still be okay.
Charged with things like that?
Yes, I've had the same energy from Elvis to Nature Boy. Now, you see, I just answered cleanly. Clear, concise, clean answer. I could have spazzed out right there. She trying to deflect like a motherfucker. I get it.
I just did too.
I promise you. I see what she's doing. But I'm here not necessarily to disrespect you, right? But to let you know, I might do another video about you because you are a goddamn R. Kelly supporter. Okay? So let's continue.
I haven't heard you say anything about it since you just brought up.
I can send you 100 videos. I can send you 100 different videos from John B. looking at Beyonce when she was 16 on down. Straight up.
See, right around here, I think that, you know, this was an opportunity for them to, it was an opportunity for them to do something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe at some point, not be friends or nothing like that, but be whatever.
No, she tried to pull an Audra and she got stabbed. He talked to her right. Ooh, let the white get him.
Yeah, but he didn't have to curse that much.
Man, Cookie was playing games. Go ahead. He didn't do this. This is his live, Miss Andrew, that you're playing, right? He didn't say all this to her. He's saying it on his own video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is saying what he should have said, and when you hear
he was respectful.
Them talking like that, they don't like, you know, talking calmly. They talk. That's when he hit her live. But what he's doing, he's playing her live and narrating like what he should have said. So let me hit the button.
That was 2019. Article came out about John B. desiring Beyonce sexually when she was 16 years old.
Oh wow!
I'm the only one did content on the shit in this space. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you something that I can remember because this is what I've always stood on. 2019, when I started doing content, is when this conversation started to heat up and people ran from it. So she's talking to the wrong person trying to deflect because I ain't running from that conversation. I feel like we need to have more men standing on it. And it's not enough men that's willing to say, we ain't fucking with them. We're not them. I feel like we do need to use these platforms for that purpose. So she's talking to the wrong person. When I said 100, I mean 100. You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't just me throwing a number out there, fam. I can send you 100 different videos of me talking about black, white, male, female pedophiles. It's not gonna be hard, fam.
Oh wow.
Right. Right.
Got the wrong one for that conversation. I'm well known.
Why are you still talking to me, Didi? Just go on mute.
If nothing else. Let's continue.
I'm not talking to you, TT.
And because you have your opinion, you want to bash me because I have my opinion?
I'm going to bash you. If you're now you telling me I was wrong for telling the truth? I ain't playing, fam. Most niggas ain't standing on shit. I'm standing on it. I'm telling you right here on your platform, I'm going to bash you. What do you mean? Fuck your opinion. What you talking about? Is your opinion that R. Kelly innocent? Then fuck your opinion. I'm gonna bash your ass. You lucky I ain't gonna do it tomorrow. Right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real with you. Why lie? Hell yeah, I'm gonna bash you. I'm gonna bash you in the worst fucking way. Right? So I want us to understand I ain't just going in like that, but I'm letting it be known I'm not gonna play with you and sit up here and make it sound like I'll never talk about you again. You got me fucked up. I might talk about you tonight. Right? You support R. Kelly, dog. What the fuck you talking about? Let's continue.
For supporting R. Kelly, I'm going to bash you because it's more than just an opinion. You're putting younger women in harm's way. Because if you're willing to stand by, you're willing to stand by and support the predator. So as a woman with elderly OG status, some younger women will look at you and listen to what you have to say as a valid opinion. So I listen, fam. Am I saying something wrong here? Bragging this motherfucker because I need it to be understood, dog, that at some point I am gonna call her a bitch.
Oh my gosh.
But I ain't did it yet. Right? I'm trying my best in the nicest, most respectable way to make my point. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm gonna respect you from here on, that we're gonna be cool, that I'm sorry. I'm not here for that, fam. You an old ass woman sitting up here supporting R. Kelly and this younger women list. I'm supposed to sugarcoat that shit?
This is where it started.
Because I hate to just go and just drag some old lady. Like I'm just saying, fam. I feel like she's playing me here at this point, though. So I'm still not going there. Still having the conversation, but I see what she's doing, fam. And that's why I say it started to turn up and you starting to hear it some.
That's not true because I have a daughter. She understands my fight for.
Yeah, and I was confused right there, fam. I promise you. You talk about somebody being confused. If you heard me, like I just said, okay, it was like she said, I have a daughter. And again, it could have been, bitch, I got a daughter too, and I would have never took her to be no fucking R. Kelly, right? Bitch, I got a daughter. I wouldn't dare. That's not what I said. I didn't do none of that. She said, I got a daughter, and I said, okay. I was perplexed at just even throwing that shit in there. Like, you have a daughter. Why the fuck would you see? Like, you know what I'm saying? What are you doing? Like, you have a daughter. Okay, so I'm thrown off here a little bit.
I knew that was California.
Like I said, okay, yeah, we're aware.
I'm trying to talk through it.
Fair treatment of men of color.
So wait, so you think?
So you're laughing at me. So you're being disrespectful to me because I'm giving you my opinion.
I haven't been disrespectful to you yet.
Because you're laughing at me.
Nerving that, right? I haven't been disrespectful to you yet. You fucking right, I'm laughing at you. Because I'm about to ask this question, right? I'm about to ask her if she does content about men getting out of jail any other time. Because I do. I can send you 50 more videos of black men who have been wrongly accused who have gotten out, right? So again, you're talking to the wrong person. Bitch, you support R. Kelly, and I'm just biting my tongue at this point. But you're now talking to a person who has actually done the content of men who were falsely accused, got out on that DNA shit in a whole bunch of different circumstances in multiple different cases. I got, like I said, at least 50 different videos of black men who have gotten out on faulty evidence. Do you? Or do you just do R. Kelly and that stuff? Right? So that's what I'm going to ask her. Because like I say, I ain't got that much more patience for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because she making it seem like she do what I do for real. You don't speak for no motherfucking men that's wrongfully locked up. You speaking for R. Kelly only. Yeah, I'm laughing at
That's a form of disrespect to me.
You use R. Kelly as an example of speaking up for black men. That's a form of disrespect to me. Oh, that was fire. Oh, that was fire, man. That's what I'm saying. I ain't even lighting into her like that, fam. I don't like the idea of spinning this and making it sound like Dad was on there wild. That was a fire response. You're disrespecting me by presenting R. Kelly as a black man you standing up for. Damn, I wish I was as clever as me sometimes. Let's go. There are black men who got out of prison after doing 30, 40 years.
I didn't say R. Kelly's the only person I stand for.
Do you ever speak on them?
I speak on a lot. See, that's the thing. You don't watch my channel.
It sounds like you chasing dick. It sounds like you chasing Nesto and R. Kelly.
Please refrain from characterizing my character like that.
Please refrain from characterizing my character like that. Well, fam, you asked me to come up on your platform, right? And let the record reflect that if you listen to the video I did about her, I said that in the goddamn video. So I'm not even saying something right there that I haven't said in the first place. Maybe you should have watched my video. That way you would know my stance on what you're doing, because I feel like you sticking your neck out there for deviance, you need to be called out because you sound thirsty. And that was the bottom line of the video. And she act like she didn't watch it. So I'm just telling you what I said in the video. I ain't saying nothing different.
That is not what I am. I'm a married woman. I am a married woman.
And I fucked up right there, because that's when I should have said, okay, well, go get your husband. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, it didn't register to me right there in that moment as go get your husband. But typically, that's what I would say in that moment. It escaped me in that moment, and I hate it because that would have changed the dynamic of the conversation. So if I'd have said, okay, well, go get your husband, I want to talk to him. I want to see how your husband feel about you sitting up praying with niggas. You know what I'm saying? How your husband feel about you supporting deviants that's in the penitentiary right now. Where is your husband? I blew it, man. That should have been the question, right? You know what I'm saying? If anything, you can knock me for that. For blowing the moment right there where I'm supposed to say, well, go get your fucking husband then. Let's continue. That's great, but I'm just telling you.
The thing is, you can argue with me, but don't disrespect me, please, sir.
I haven't yet, but what I'm asking is, have you done
Yes, you characterize me as chasing deep. Yes. I have not chased any deep.
I'll take your word for it. So now I'm asking.
So then you need to apologize to me for
that. That's not going to happen.
Oh.
You don't think she playing with me right there, fam? Who the hell do you think she playing? Because look, I hear her, but like that's why I'm throwing mine in there too. I ain't disrespected you yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm throwing mine in there too, just letting it be known, fam. I can get it in too, dog. You're not the only one who can talk slick here. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can slide them in, right? But if you think I'm gonna apologize to you now, to me that was a setup in itself. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what she thought I was supposed to say to that, so I said it again in the nicest way possible. That's not going to happen. I didn't say, bitch, apologize to you for what? Now I got something to apologize for, and I still ain't going to apologize. Matter of fact, before you do a bitch. That's not what I said, right? She playing games, fam, and I am getting like to the end of playing games. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Lord, I done dozed
I can keep
off.
going back and forth and playing these type of games, but I really didn't want to. That's not what I came for. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. So let's continue.
Okay, then you don't need to be on here then, because I am not going to disrespect.
Right. And that's what it's always been.
Yeah. So it went there with that. So let's get to the Audra. Now, that's what he played on his. All this is going on in his life. Okay. So
I don't know if you understand that, right? So
we get into
keep
the
in
Audra
mind
part.
that in 2008, like my kids would have been old enough to walk around and talk and all that type of shit. Like, for some of us, that's enough for us to not want R. Kelly's or that type or supporting that around. For some of us, that, you know what I'm saying, that brought that more to light, is what I'll say. Because I never really looked at that issue until I had a daughter and understood that issue is bigger than what I understand. My mother had to explain to me the depth of the issue, that you can't drop your daughter off. You can't leave her with anyone. Your daughter is in jeopardy. That came from my mama. Okay? So this thought process that I'm just some over-the-top man about my child, shit, my mama was like that about me, my nigga. What do you mean? And my understanding is that that's how you're supposed to be about your kids, because that's what I was taught through my mother's actions, that she gonna back me up long as I'm 100. Now, if I'm wrong, I can't depend on my mom, man. My mom got integrity. I'm just telling you on real shit. If I'm wrong, you know what I'm saying? We rolling the dice fucking with my mom, nigga. She ain't finna lie. You know what I'm saying? She might obfuscate something and just not tell on me. My mom ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? So we stand on business.
He's funny. He's funny.
And I feel like I was taught to stand on something. And with that, you're not going to convince me that it's okay now, but wasn't then, or inverse, that in 08, you didn't say nothing, so you can't say nothing now. Even if that was the case, I'm still saying a person should be able to call it out. Because the first case, I thought he got off with it. I thought he did it. I thought he was going to jail then. Just because he beat it didn't mean that he was innocent. And so some of these people thought that meant he was innocent. He would never go to jail, fam. Some of us heard about R. Kelly.
His wife, and Sylvia probably should have talked. You know,
right?
I mean, you know,
Some
I'm
of us
always in favor for peace,
the
but
West
hell,
Coast and all over the United States.
got nothing to do with me.
And heard about R. Kelly pulling up to
stab me, stab Larry.
It wasn't just urban legend for some of us. We knew about it. We knew people from Chicago, right? So again, I understand those on the outside who want it to be, but sometimes you're just wrong. And then this R. Kelly shit, you motherfuckers wrong. And him being in prison means you should be against him. I don't understand it, man. We ain't talking about somebody who just dealing with accusations here. We talking about motherfuckers locked up. And they defend him, but it's the audacity. The fucking audacity.
And you probably was listening to R. Kelly. you know. And so my point is again,
let me get off
you
of
have
this
to.
part. I'm trying to get to the Audra part.
I don't want.
Here we go.
Women. And you motherfuckers
It's almost
really think somebody
showtime.
gonna be sad about that shit or duck it or run? Not me. Everybody else can duck that shit. I ain't ducking that shit. Let me see who we got here.
Here we go.
What up?
Hello, good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I skimmed through it. What brought my attention to the video that Sylvia had the live was I thought she was talking about her case that she had because there was a Zoom live and she spoke on it. But I've asked her questions before I saw that Zoom and she lied about it. The Zoom confirmed that she lied about it. She even lied on her live tonight. But the reason I actually hit the link is because you're bringing R. Kelly's name into the issue you have with Sylvia. First off, she is not a supporter of R. Kelly.
Live.
If you heard the videos or the recordings of her with Demetria Smith, who was a key witness in his case, which also helped bring the RICO against R. Kelly, she actually talked badly about R. Kelly, calling him sick, all sorts of things, that he needs help. She actually helped Demetria Smith confirm his, federal witness status. She prompted him to become a federal witness. So she actually witnessed tampered, but not on R. Kelly's behalf, but on the behalf of the federal government. That's number one. So we should ask ourselves, why is she witness tampering? And she is the first person I heard mention a RICO in the Ernesto's case. She is also the first person I heard mention federal RICO in the YSL and the YSN cases. So regarding the title that you have, R. Kelly, I understand your stance. I am an African American woman, right? And as an African American male, right, 47 years old, right? Regardless of where you are today as a human, as a man, right? At the end of the day, I can't come on here and start calling you out of your name. That was
She an African booty scratcher. That's it. I'm sorry, Angie. I'm going back on mute.
Situation where elderly prostitutes, right, much older, in their 60s, 70s, I would give them my seat to sit down because I'm younger than them. But then you have another class or another sector or another group of people who could be 18 years old and won't give up their seat because of how they were raised, right? So there's always a way to do things, right? So when you were up on her panel and you cursed her out, yes, that makes you look even worse than someone that has been accused, and it puts you in that same group.
I cussed her out.
So there is a way to conduct yourself.
Wait, you saying I cussed
You
her out?
called her a B.
Well, what she said was that I didn't need to be on her platform if I couldn't apologize. What was there for me to apologize for?
She don't know she loves Sylvia. I hate her. She crazy.
No, that hadn't happened yet. That hadn't happened yet.
I skimmed through it, but all I wanted to say as far as that part,
well, no,
I am not a supporter of Sylvia, right? I'm not.
But just, I'm trying to figure out what you basing that on. Are you a supporter of R. Kelly?
I am.
Okay, so Are you saying that because she said something you didn't like? Because
No.
she got these same supportive of R. Kelly videos right here. Happy 56th birthday.
She's clout chasing. She uses his name for money. She's been scamming as well.
Oh
no, but see, that's what I'm saying though.
He saw
Kelly
through her
support is
shit.
R. Kelly support from the outside. If both of y'all supporting, y'all community.
She is not an R. Kelly supporter.
But
she has been. Okay, let me ask you this: do you know
y'all
anyone?
Y'all infighting amongst y'all group, but she's no different.
No. First off, I'm not clicked up with any group. But what I'm saying is, when you ask people for money on his name, using his name, saying he needs money to buy uniforms while he's in prison, that's scamming. She uses his name. She has said repeatedly, okay, that where there is smoke, there is fire. She does not believe that he is innocent at all.
Liar.
Okay, so
and if you didn't listen to what she was saying even tonight, she's saying she doesn't believe the RICO part. Well, newsflash, rape carries life imprisonment. I don't know what state it doesn't carry life imprisonment in. So regardless of how they got him, they got him. So if you don't, you know what I'm saying? If you feel that he's guilty, right? Why would you even care about how they got him?
But listen to what I'm telling you though.
She's
That's
not a
still
supporter.
amongst supporters. She's a supporter.
No,
And I do understand your argument of why you're saying she's not, but she's no less of a supporter than you would be to me on the outside. And I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to figure out where you get your understanding of R. Kelly from, because you're missing what he did, right? You don't acknowledge what he did.
Okay, so in your mind, what are you saying that he did?
Well, he married Aaliyah for one.
Okay.
He was a
Okay.
child.
See, and that's the thing. Most people believe that he married Aaliyah. Most people believe that he is the man on that P tape, the infamous sex tape, right?
Right, so can you tell
Those
me how
are the
that's
main
not
two things.
true?
That's not true. And those are the main two things that I have been trying to get people in the so-called R. Kelly sector to look at, to revisit. Most people haven't even watched the tape, but it was sold on the streets as a bootleg in 2002. Would you agree?
Yeah, I remember that.
All right. And there were 3 different sex scenes on that tape. Correct?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't
Okay.
know the
Well,
doing that, but
tape-
I never saw it to know the breakdown of it. So I
The
don't
tape
know that.
was still on the internet as of 2023. So you guys could all still go and Google it and look at the tape. There are 3 different sex scenes, and there are at least 3 different hairstyles and at least 2 different men on that tape.
Yeah, I
And
wouldn't know.
how you can tell is the anatomy of the body, one thing, the muscle structure, the penis size.
Yeah, I wouldn't know none of that. So
You would, right? Because you're a man. So the way that you're gonna look at the tape.
Listen though, because listen. I asked about the marriage to Aaliyah. I wouldn't, because listen, the tape is him for that matter. I don't know the details of the tape. So talking about the details of it don't help me any. But I do know the details of him marrying Aaliyah.
So with the marriage to Aaliyah, right? The guy that claims this marriage took place, the guy that claims he put it all together, that he made it possible, was Demetrius Smith, right? You watched him on Nick at Night, the different interviews he gave, lying. Demetrius Smith. He was a photographer. He claimed that's how he met R. Kelly. He was at a performance that R. Kelly gave at a high school. And he had a camera around his neck. He would go to the high school, take pictures of the kids, and sell it back to the kids. You're going to be famous, whatever. So he said he always kept a camera on him. Now, this is significant because if you, number one, so-called went around and got a fake ID, an ID that you claim does not have a signature on it, so how is that even valid?
The
How
wife
is that
up there,
ID
not the wife up there.
even be accepted to first off even apply for a marriage license? You need a valid ID. With the
So
signature.
her parents, the state, and everybody have confirmed the marriage to Aaliyah.
When did the parents confirm the marriage?
A couple of years ago. But
Can
let's
you
get
bring
back
that
to
up?
the tape.
Because I have never seen that. So if you're going to teach
Too
it,
bad you've
you
never
need
seen
proof.
it. But let's get to the
I'm
tape.
providing proof. Can you provide proof?
You provide the proof then. But when you get through, here's the thing.
But he
Let's
wanted to
get
talk
back
about
to-
the marriage license.
Let's get back to the tape. You're not
Okay.
talking to him. You're talking to me.
All right, Nyla.
So as it
don't
relates
wanna
to the
advise?
tape,
Okay, so back to the tape.
the only reason why he won that case is
Okay, so
because
now Nyla.
I'm
now
talking.
Nyla.
I'm
Now,
talking.
wait, hold on. First of
No,
all,
you
I
wait.
don't have.
I'm going to-
First of all,
you
if I
wait.
wanted to go on your live, I would have clicked your link, right?
Bitch,
So
if you're on my husband's
and there
live,
you go.
you're on my
There
live.
you go.
Right.
I didn't know he was your
Right.
husband.
I don't give a fuck. Well, you know now. You know now. Okay, so listen, because if you want to get drugged, you're at the right place.
Where's Mel? Where's
Now,
Mo?
we're gonna talk about this tape.
I'm right here. Period. She said, "Bitch, this is my life."
Okay.
So the only reason why he got off of that is because she would not identify herself in the tape, and her parents wouldn't. Her coach did. Some of her family members did, but she wouldn't. Okay, that is the only reason why he got off in that case. Now,
I
as
believe
far
that.
as you trying to say that was not him, you're one of the only people that is going around saying that. And what is your interest in this?
Nyla, the question is about the tape, right? So have you watched the tape for yourself?
I seen the tape years ago.
Okay. How many scenes did you see on that tape?
Girl, I'm not getting ready to go up scene by scene.
You
I
haven't
saw the
seen
tape.
it. You haven't seen it then.
I saw the tape. Are you calling me a liar?
Okay. First off, to see the tape, you would be able to see the different anatomy, your body, your anatomy, the penis size is different.
You
And
sound
those
like
three
you're a
different
sexual
sections.
deviant, just like he is.
No, I'm telling you that I watched the tape and I watched it from a critical, objective standpoint.
Motherfucker that'll make you choke her. Oof.
Reason
Just
to be
right
entertained.
quick, just right quick, fam. So did you fuck R. Kelly or something?
No, I
So
don't
how
know
are
R.
you
Kelly.
comparing his penis size?
I know R. Kelly less than I know you and Nyla
So how are you comparing his penis size?
on the video. When you watch the tape, there are three different sections,
All right, man.
three different women. The men have three different hairstyles.
So we're not doing this. We seen it. Okay? I seen it rather. I seen the tape.
Okay, so what do
Okay,
you
and
want?
fact-
You came up
in
here,
fact-
Nyla. What do you want?
Bitch, what do you want? Bitch, why are you
First,
here? You're here to defend the
First,
pedophile.
Nyla,
You're here to ain't no first off. You're here to
You're-
defend a fucking
defending,
pedophile.
right?
You're
And you're trying to
here
curse
to
me.
defend. I'm not trying
Right.
to. I am going to
I'm
curse
very
you,
respectful.
and it's going to
right?
get worse. No respect to someone that does not care about children and that is going to
Okay.
deflect from the
So when it
fact that you
happens to
married
your
Aaliyah
husband,
as
right?
a child.
When it
Bitch,
happens to one
it
of
won't
your
happen
children,
to my husband, bitch. When it happens to
when
your
someone
daughter,
lies on
what are
him,
you going to do when it
when
happens to
someone
your
lies
daughter?
on him,
Are
and
you
he's
going
up the
to-
creek without a paddle.
And if somebody
When
lies
the
on
rubber
him,
meets
guess
the
what?
road,
The truth.
what do you do
will
then, Nyla?
prevail. If
What do you do
R.
then?
Kelly was
Are you going to
innocent,
run
he
to
would
YouTube
not
for
be
help?
like that.
Do you think
Bitch,
people?
what are you gonna do when it happens to your daughter? And don't
Wait,
put my husband in that shit,
Nobody's
bitch,
gonna help
because
you.
those are the kind of motherfucking people that you support.
people
So
don't
that's
just.
what you don't know
Hey,
that.
but wait a second though, because people don't just get jammed up in cases like that out the blue. I don't have that concern.
That's how Infamous feels. She says, "Where there is smoke, there is fire." So she feels that way about Ernesto. She feels that way about YSL, YFN. She is not their supporter either. But you guys are not able to listen to what she's saying.
Straddling the fence makes you a supporter.
Free YSL.
Okay, so you're saying that she's straddling the fence, right?
No,
So
I'm not. I'm
you
saying
would
even
agree
if she
it's not
was,
a supporter. But you have R. Kelly's name in your title, trashing him. He has nothing to do with the beef you have with Sylvia.
Bitch ass nigga. What do you mean trashing him? I hope somebody murked that
What you're
nigga
saying
in
has
there.
no support behind it, no proof.
Shit is
But
crazy.
I'm offering you proof.
This bitch is insane.
I'm offering you.
What are you?
You look at evidence, right?
Wait, what are you offering me proof of? Wait, what are you offering me proof of?
Okay.
You ain't never seen this nigga dick, man. How you gonna tell me the size and this and that? You don't even have.
I'm not telling you what his penis looks like. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that in this video, there are 3 different sex scenes and at least 2 different men with at least 2 different penis sizes.
But you can't exclude him from being either man.
Yes,
you don't know which one he might be.
Yes, you can.
And that's
you wouldn't know. So, that's number one. That's number one. Now,
we're not talking about a video in 4K or no shit like that. That shit.
So you wanted to mention the Aaliyah, right? You believe that he married Aaliyah, right? Did you look at the marriage license?
Yeah, I looked at it.
Okay, you're in Nyla, you're married, you have a marriage license that you had to physically sign with your John Hancock, right? Your distinctive signature, right? Your distinctive stamp is on your marriage license. Nyla has hers on there, you have yours, right? On your marriage license, correct?
What's the point?
Okay, the point is this particular marriage license, number one, is not signed by either R. Kelly nor Aaliyah. It wasn't even filed with the Cook County Clerk of Court. So the lie that she had annulled a few months ago was a lie. In fact, Aaliyah actually sued Cook County Clerk of Court David Orr and the Department of Health out a few months after her 18th birthday in 1997. Why would she sue a county that she didn't even live in? Because of this infamous marriage license. That's why. That was fake, fabricated, complete hogwash. So this is the evidence I'm trying to get you guys to look into. I'm sorry?
I thought it was testimony that
it was, guys, but we live in America, right? We have prosecutors that manipulate evidence, that fabricate evidence, that manipulate police footage videos. Now you look at this marriage license, just pull it up on your screen.
Wait, so when people, because you're lying, right?
Pull it up on your screen. Look for yourself. Look at it for yourself. You tell me. You're married. You know what a marriage license looks like. You pull it up.
No, well, I'm more so concerned about the fact that he actually did marry her, though. It's.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you, Taz. He never married her. When you marry your wife, there's a case number, and your marriage license is filed with the clerk of court at minimum, right? You have a case number.
You believe this stuff.
This is fact. And if you file for divorce or annulment or anything else, it will have a second case number.
Right, so everybody's just lying on the man?
What I'm saying
they just made up a whole bunch of documents. Like,
let's use our common sense. We got to use our common sense, right? We can't be surface level thinkers. We have to think critically, right? We have to. Okay? trust me, if he was if I couldn't prove any of this, I would not be up here. I would not support someone.
Proof of it though, but because what I'm telling you is you're not proving anything.
I'm
You're just
asking you,
saying.
pull up the marriage license. Pull it up. It's on Google search.
But I'm trying to figure out what is that going to prove? What does that prove?
You compare it to your own marriage license.
Got
Compare it.
married. I didn't get married in Cook County.
I know you didn't, but we all know that a driver's license or a federal issued ID has your signature on it, correct? Even if you go back to 1990, it had to have a signature on it, right?
You don't think so? Who's giving y'all these conspiracy theories? 'Cause
Demetrius Smith said it out of his own mouth.
He said what?
He said that this ID that he had made did not have Aaliyah's signature on it. He said, I did not forge her signature. It did not have her signature on it. But why would he say, I did not forge her signature?
Let me finish. Get her documentation so that she can get the this is all come out in the court transcript.
And Nyla, let me finish. So why would he even mention to us that her signature was not on this ID?
Because she was underage.
No, but why would he need to tell us?
Because he was coming clean about the details of the case.
No, this was before there was a trial. He was all over the internet talking about it. So why would
he was not supporting the fact that R. Kelly married the underage girl and he was trying to come clean? I'm pretty sure.
So let me say this. He told everyone that he is the one that had this fake ID made, but that there was no signature on the fake ID. We didn't need to know that. All we need to know was there was a fake ID made. We would draw the conclusion in our mind that everything that's supposed to be on an ID is on this particular ID. Number one, because he took it to a municipality, a government agency, and had a marriage license submitted with that ID. So in our minds, we're going to think, okay, everything
that had a relationship with her. Do you believe that they had a relationship?
Not at all. Because number one, in 1994, who was he with? He was with his wife.
Oh, because he was faithful to his wife. Is that what you're telling me?
This was before they was married. From what I understand, according to Demetrius Smith.
He was a one-woman man. You know this.
According to Demetrius Smith, that's what I'm trying to get to, Nyla. According to Demetrius Smith, he was dating Drea Kelly and his dancers in the bump and grind, the 12 play era. If you look at those women, they're all curvy. They have breasts and everything. Okay?
What?
The dancers, they're not flat, straight up and down like what's her name? Wendy Williams claims
what is
the
your
women he likes.
What is your thing with anatomy?
What I'm saying is Wendy Williams claimed that this man liked young, flat-chested women that looked youthful, looked young.
Well, yeah, I claim that too as somebody from Chicago that knows and had seen his entourage at high school.
Okay, well, if I look at even most recently, the 21 and the 22-year-old, when they went on Gayle King, they looked like they were 35 years old or better.
What does that have to do with anything? Why was he hanging at the high school then?
I even know 12-year-olds that look like they're 25. Why was he? See, now you're getting off subject. Do you have proof?
No, I've seen it myself. Many of people that live in Chicago from that area.
And could you explain the context?
Can you explain why an adult?
I don't know that to be fact, but if you do, you can bring us proof.
Just humor me. Why would a grown man be at a high school?
Okay, first off, Nyla. Okay, I have been to pep rallies, right? Haven't you? You've been to football games, right?
Why wouldn't
You
an
can
adult
go to
man
these
be
things
waiting?
even after you graduate. But is that the case in his case? Was
So
he
you
even
went to jail
there?
for beating up a supporter? A detractor from R. Kelly. You went to prison for beating up someone for going against R. Kelly.
So Nyla, I get it. You're a trash talker. That's who you are.
No, I'm not.
Without you,
I'm a
that's
bullshit
just who you are.
interrupter. I'm a bullshit interrupter. I asked you a question. No, you're full of it, and you're a pedophile supporter, is what you are. You're a super fan.
So now,
and you're probably
who
too
are you?
old for him.
And
so
who are you? And who are you?
A bitch that will cuss you the fuck out and read you from A to motherfucking Z.
Okay, but it won't.
Okay, you know who the
because
fuck
none
I
of it
am.
is
I don't know who
true.
the fuck you are. Did you go to
Nobody
jail?
wants to know you, Nyla. Nobody wants to know you.
Everybody wants to know me, just like you do.
Oh, they do.
Now, did you or did you not go to prison for fighting someone on behalf of R. Kelly, you weird ass bitch? You went to prison for R. Kelly? You went to prison for R. Kelly?
So we got all of the
you
we got all
admit that he was dating a
marriage
15-year-old. Yeah, I'm looking at the marriage license. You can't even admit.
So what on the marriage
that this
license
man-
proves that he married her? You can bring it up on the screen, right? That's your husband's page, right? But good luck with that. Good luck with being you. Good night.
They
Hey,
talking her.
girl,
That girl's nuts.
I want to have a piece of her, but I'm glad you got her. She a dumbass. I ain't never noticed her. She refused to know the truth. You know how many goddamn celebrities talked about this for years? She just got here. What? Bitch wasn't even born but 2011, and she thinks she know every fucking thing. But she a pain worshiper.
It's weird
And she
that
wa-
kept bringing up the size of
It's
his
weird.
penis. That's
Yes.
weird.
And that's some weird shit. Listen, we found out R. Kelly had molested Aaliyah and married her just to cover his shit up. I was 19 and I hated him for it. Okay? I ain't never liked him since. Yeah, I'm in my mid fucking 40s with two goddamn kids, two grown children and one little boy. And and we all know what the hell R. Kelly did. We know what the celebrities were doing when they were pointing fingers. All this extra new shit she coming up with, that's some new shit. Then she going about what some unknown dude we don't know about quoted or said something about.
Yeah,
It's like I really want to ask this. I really want to ask this Dick Whitty. How the fuck did you know if Sylvia wasn't a supporter of R. Kelly? The bitch went and called, excuse me, Sylvia, the demon child went and called the radio station to ask to play some of R. Kelly's music. Wasn't she not singing his fucking song? This one dumbass broad. And she talking about skimming through stuff. She wasn't even here long enough on the goddamn YouTube thinking she know everything. I wanted her to stay up on here so I could drag her funky ass. You can't come up here and disrespect the ghost channel over here. Because I'm the one, I turn around and go inside my savings and give y'all some cash up and say, block that bitch. Put her back. She don't get it.
No,
I'm
I
slow.
just at a point I just like, okay, so something is wrong with her. You know, that's what's like, wait, she's just like, I'm not finna this motherfucker is crazy.
She is. She's the Lulu. She's the Lulu for Ping Ping. And R. Kelly would never like you, honey. You too old. You too old. You gotta be 13.
I mean, just like that, they had to find out she done went to jail.
Cousin, Nyla, I had a cousin. Okay, she was 12 years old, braiding hair, making money.
Yeah, they did find out quick. They was like, you know,
Listen, they were just talking about R. Kelly concert. You know how many teenage girls was at that time was talking about shit. I wish I could go to R. Kelly concert, but I'm too old. Here she is, 12, 13, and her friends 13, 14 years old. Talking about, well, I wish I could. I'm too old. Everybody fucking knew who R. Kelly was. Nobody cared about no fucking penis size, or did you look at the penis when you watched it? Nah, baby.
That is something that I've never heard, and then that also lets me know that she was a later observer of it, because she's talking about was when they started mixing all the tapes together. But remember what they would do is people who like if you bought
I never seen a tape with
movies
two
from people,
dudes. It was
for
him
whatever
and
reason,
a couple
I
different girls.
had heard about
She
it
was lying.
like about a year or two before
I
it.
said she lying
before
about
it
them
happened.
scenes. It wasn't no two dudes
And
on
the
there.
friend that was cool as
Right.
Sparkle, right? So I had heard about it, but I hadn't seen it, of course, because it had not hit the streets. But people would put it like as a bonus.
Right,
You would buy
Jay
movies
Bennett.
off the street, and so you just not expecting it. And this is literally how I ended
Just
up seeing it.
crazy.
I had
We
rented a
fast
movie.
forwarded through that stuff to see what we saw. We wasn't trying to analyze it and stare it down because it was really obvious and clear what we was watching.
And Nyla, people make jokes for years about what happened to that little girl.
This,
And
I
and it
mean,
made
when
me
I
feel so
tell
bad.
you,
And for Dave Chappelle to make a joke about it, stand-up comedians making jokes about it, and
yeah,
then they
honey.
went.
So, Mo, I know you don't went to sleep, but that's what I mean. That don't make no sense. Nobody go to bed before 10. Girl, bye.
I'm about to be right behind her after I get in my shower. I gotta wash my bikini bottom.
Y'all pitiful. Y'all pitiful.
I gotta get up early.
Y'all
Every time I'm up
pitiful.
late, as if it's a Friday night because I'm off the weekend. I'm tired. Mondays be kicking my ass. Yeah, I'm
Girl.
just nuts. And anybody sane picks up on it really quick. They picked up on the whole sector quick because I'm just like, they was all over in the chat and just carrying on. I'm like, they did not need any help of understanding what was going on and how the sector is. People can just look and see for themselves. They didn't need no help or run it down. And some people don't want all the details. They want to see shit from their perspective. And that's what I got from her and her husband. They already seen the fuck shit. They did not need no help. Nobody needed to point nothing out to them. I'm like, if you're a normal person, you see fuck shit really quickly. It don't take forever. People always looking for some assistance.
I holler. Okay, Diva. When I tell you, I laugh so goddamn hard. Now I said something wrong with her. I know you joking.
She was so blunt. She was like to the point, bitch, what do you want? Like she had a lot of nerves. How you gonna question his wife? So, but I did not click your link. I clicked his link. She fucked up when she said that.
Yes, honey.
She handed her ass expeditiously.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. I need to stick to her channel and her kind. Don't they have a curfew on Looney Bins? How does she be on the internet so much? She need restrictions. She is nuts.
You said, don't they have a curfew?
For Looney Tunes? And I thought she was in an institution or something. She free? Like, of course, somebody said she had a curfew.
No, that was Larry making a joke. Now he said, that's what you're talking about. You want to know who gonna slip the God some money and let them get out to get on the internet or something. Yeah.
She needs to stay off the internet. She thinks she misses Encyclopedia Brown. Don't know shit. Everything she's saying is some chopped up hearsay.
I mean,
that's crazy. Just be said halfway house. See,
Mr. Blessed. Yeah, honey, but that shit, that whole situation was crazy. It went left.
That was really crazy. She showed herself.
You know what? I really, you know what, Mr. Blessed, I'm just gonna tell you because it's late, ain't too many people, ain't a lot of people watching, just over 100, you know. But Mr. Blessed, I don't be wanting to put my hands on men and stuff like that. I don't be wanting to do that. I don't. That go for any of y'all men in here. I don't be wanting to put my hands on y'all. You know, what's that song? I bet you won't slap a, I bet you won't beat a hit a You know, I don't. And it's like, it's something. And it's something. It's just something. You know.
I'm tired. I'm gonna make my show tonight.
It's something you be doing to me, Mr. Blessed. Baby, I want to, I want to be like that. When I tell you I want to choke it, I don't even know why. And that's scary. I don't know why. I just want to choke you. I don't know why. I just want to just choke the shit out of you. And then sit there and look at you. You gonna act right now? Now look at you. You gotta catch your breath. There go Atmos. Now you know what? I don't know. But let me tell you something. Atmos.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still have your ranking in the community, in the sector? Are you still toting it? I think you still got it. I think you still got it.
I appreciate
even after our beef.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, even after our beef.
He still got his card.
I still got my card.
Because I had ranked the men in the sector. And I had, you know,
Atmos the only one that don't have a police report. You number one, Atmos.
Yeah.
But now I was listening, Miss Angie. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think you. I just heard you say you really don't like to have to put your hands on. I don't think you. I think it's just men got to bring that out of you because you seem like you normally just a natural, chill, logical thinking person. Somebody really got to press your buttons in a irrational way for you to flip like that. That's just what I get. But maybe I don't know the other side.
Yeah, you're right, because 9 out of 10 times I'm chill, I'm laid back or whatever, but I'm the first person people call when they want some shit. When some shit going down, they call me because they know, one, I'm gonna fight with you, and two, we gonna keep each other out of prison. I got us. Well, yeah, we gonna stay out of trouble. But there's some people like Blessed, that will just do something to you, and then I'm like, all the time I be thinking about like choking him, like causing him harm. Now I don't know if I'm losing my mind or what. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that.
No, I don't see that. I was listening to this that Audra girl, and who
has she gotten you yet? Has she got you yet?
Yeah, I remember one time she came on my channel. I had to sit there and think, and it was like a surprise attack because I didn't really know her like that. And like within the first 3 minutes of hearing her talk, the call just accidentally dropped on my end on her, and that was just it. That was just it. I couldn't deal with the way she was, the way her thinking patterns, and then I start hearing her pop up on other people's channels. I was like, oh no, that's a disaster waiting to happen. and then she kept bringing my name up, saying I was a federal informant, and kept bringing my name. Well, Atmos said this and Atmos said that. I'm like, how does the girl even know my doggone name? How does she even find my channel?
She always saying somebody's name. She's
I know.
a mess. She's a hot mess.
It don't make it, and then she go on that. I hear y'all. She go on that woman's husband's page and try to stunt, that's not gonna work out for you.
Yeah.
That's not thinking
She
life.
tried it. She got shut down quick.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
I like Nyla and her husband. They sound like rational people,
They do.
and they made lots of great points.
Yeah.
They were so.
And they backed up what the hell they was saying versus just talking all that jazz and ain't got a damn lick of evidence to back up what the fuck you saying. I can't stand that.
Will DV sleep?
I
I
haven't
hope.
heard him in a while.
I hope.
You said you hope he
Let
sleep.
his mouth rest, honey. Let his mouth
DV
rest.
be on them cups talking crazy.
On
I'm
them
at
cups.
5'4". I'm on 5'4", 5'11", 4'11", whatever they are be saying.
No, but I
What,
just
Danny? You trying to be security? What, Danny? You trying to be security? Huh? Huh? See how Mr. Blessed turned that out? You see what just happened? I don't do that. I don't act like that.
How long you think we're gonna have to wait for a response, Miss Angie, on this appeal stuff? It just depends.
Oh, girl.
I wonder if it'll come back at the same time. Is that possible?
Probably.
Do they talk
Probably
to each
not. I
other or
mean,
no?
So Miss Angie, I didn't listen to it, but did she make any points that you had discovered just in your research and your presumption of what she may try to go with in her argument for the appeal? Did she bring up any points that you thought she would, and whatever she brought up, did you feel as though, you know what, she may have a way in with this part or that part?
With the oral arguments, you never okay. Listen, I ain't gonna tell you. Listen. So I'm talking about. I ain't
It
gonna
was
tell
like
y'all
a
no more than
cliffhanger to
stuff.
me, Adams. I feel like they left off with a cliffhanger. It was a
Flip
good
out on y'all.
argument.
Stop playing with y'all. But no. So let me tell you. So when J-Bo has this clever way of getting her point across and articulating, what she has to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that she would argue more off of the argument that she had on her brief, which covered the stuff that she's brought out, right? On both in Illinois and New York, right? But I know in 10 minutes you can't hit all 3 points. But I thought that she would kind of, make a earnest attempt to give more to, the one that she thought, probably would be more likely, and then and then the middle tier, and then the last where, it's just a long shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she did that bad of a job. She just didn't hit the other 2 points today. The other two areas she had concerns with, objections, that's what you call them today. But she tried to redefine the law a little bit, and to me, that's clever. But that was clever, kind of, in Illinois. In New York today, not so much, because those people seemed like they was ready for it, and they was like pretty much saying, "Girl, the enterprise, the enterprise is it isn't how you define it. The enterprise is plainly stated like this.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that it has to be the enterprise has to be for in a legal purpose and all that she was trying to illustrate, when it says it can be either for a legal or illegal purpose, and so on and so forth. Because you notice when she get, and I know they don't have much time, and this not a lot of time for her, meet and greets. But you see that they were letting them go over their times. So
Yeah,
why
they
did
did.
he just,
They did.
yeah, why did he just jump out there on her? He said straight up, are you
I feel like he rattled her a little bit, and then I think the other lady kind of got rattled too on the other side of the prosecution side.
right.
Did you
He
listen
said,
to
are
Taz's
you
takedown of it? Because he said Bonjean was in there windmilling.
oh Lord, he
He said
said,
she was in there windmilling. He said, but your client is not coming home.
yeah, I don't watch that show called For My Man. No, what I was saying is the judge say, are you disagreeing with the jury instruction? That's he come right out and said that to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Several
okay,
times.
yeah. Yeah, I done seen that show, Mr. Blessing. And I got some ideas from that show, Mr. Blessing. How about that? It's from Snapped, 48 Hours, Dateline,
Oh Lord.
Lifetime. I got ideas.
It's an interesting exchange, Adams. If you haven't listened to the full thing, you definitely should.
I am. I'm not gonna speak on it till I watch it and see what I think. But
Yeah,
overall,
give us
looking
your
at
recap on it.
looking what most people are saying, I don't see the when I see other bloggers who are like massive R. Kelly supporters say, well, I think she did a good job, and then they put, in my opinion.
You know they're gonna blow smoke.
Let me tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what people. Okay, people aren't looking at it through a legal lens. That's number one, and number two, if you're just listening to, because I was gonna play it again tonight without any interruptions. If you just listening to it and you see how the some of the exchanges went, you would think she ain't do a good job, or you would think, oh boy, this gonna be a loss or whatever. But you never really know that.
Mm-hmm.
Play it, Angie. I'm about to go. It's gonna be a cliffhanger. It kind of ended to me like a cliffhanger. Like, I guess we'll see what's about to happen next.
So from you listening to it, Miss Angie, was there anything legally where you was like, ooh, that was good? But that's not something that I could probably bring public because they wouldn't understand the move she just made. Did you hear anything that you was like, okay, that might have went above some people's heads, but it probably didn't go over the judge or those lawyers' heads?
Yeah, she had a clever moments, which if they stand by the law and how the law is written, it's just gonna be a clever moment. That ain't gonna work.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Real quick, I'm sorry. What about when the judge was like, yeah, there's lots of issues? Did that pique you like, like there might be something else to this that we don't know yet? Because he was like, yeah, there's lots of issues.
But he said that on the prosecution side when the prosecution got up.
I can't.
Right?
I just remember hearing him say that. I don't quite remember. You should play it again. I'm about to go in the bushes and take my turn.
Because the prosecution kind of messed up to me when they started talking about forced labor. Like, why would you bring
it was weak.
Like you for the most part, you already up because you got a conviction.
And I hate when they say, that make you sound like you're not sure of yourself or what you're saying. Because she kept going,
so, here it is.
Did you play it on your channel earlier, Miss Angie?
Yeah, I played on my last live.
Okay.
I played it on this live and broke it down. I said I'm gonna get ready to play it again without any interruption.
Okay.
And
I'm about to go hop in the shower. I'll let y'all
so people can make a judgment.
All right. See you later, girl, Melanie.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Man, and
Okay.
people can make a judgment on their own. All right, honey. Thank you.
All right.
If you play it, I'm gonna watch it. And I'm sitting here listening while I'm working. So
All right.
I appreciate you letting me up.
It's about,
Okay, bye-bye.
all right. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. I'm gonna play it again. Uninterrupted. So y'all can make your own form your own opinions about what happened. Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
What happened? What did I miss?
What? Oh, I played I was finished playing the thing, and I'm gonna play the hearing, the oral argument today again without any interruptions though.
Oh, okay.
You ain't gonna hit no link. You ain't gonna do nothing but frustrate me. I'm not going. I'm not paying you no mind. You can't. You tried to hit the link one time and the thing wasn't connected, whatever. So I'm like, I ain't got that.
Oh, I came up too late.
So
Everybody
let's
going to
see.
bed?
Oh no,
Everybody about to go to
it's
bed?
almost 100. Them people that just got off the panelists, I'm gonna play this video again.
What video? On hearing?
Yeah, the hearing. Yeah. I played like the Illinois one. I played a couple times. So I want everybody to make their own opinion.
Well, you know how that's going to go.
Make your
So,
own. Oh, that's not it. Shit, that's not the
people
one.
going to have their opinion regardless. So, this is what it is. I'll go back in the bushes.
All right, ma'am. So yeah, I'm gonna play the oral arguments again. No way to control it. It's simply automatic. Never wrong.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Our first case for argument this morning is United States against Kelly.
All right, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong
Thank you, and
one.
good morning, Your Honors. May it please the court, my name is Jennifer Bonjean, and I
This
represent
is the wrong
Robert.
one. Okay.
All right. And is it Ms. Bonjean or Bonjean? How do you pronounce your name? Bonjean. All right. Ms. Bonjean, you have reserved 3 minutes for rebuttal, so that gives you 7 minutes out of the gate.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, my name is Jennifer Bonjean, and I represent Robert Kelly. Like every RICO indictment seemingly in history, the government charged the defendant with being the member of an enterprise that had a common purpose of carrying out an illegal or illicit activity.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand. Are you challenging the jury instruction? which didn't say that the RICO enterprise had to have an illegal purpose.
No, Your Honor, I'm not challenging the jury instruction, nor could the jury instruction be challenged. The jury instruction is entirely consistent with United States versus Boyle. In fact, it's almost word for word the same jury instruction. And in Boyle, as this court may recall, where the enterprise or the instruction was challenged, even though it wasn't set out with specificity what the structure of the enterprise should be, the Boyle court said that's fine. It doesn't have to be. The jury doesn't have to be instructed with that level of specificity. In this case,
but you're arguing, it seems to me, that absent an illegal purpose, there can be no RICO enterprise.
yes, because it would make nonsense of the statute.
Okay, but is it so? I guess A, what's the authority for that, and B, isn't that really a challenge to the jury instruction?
I don't believe it is. I think that.
Well, did the district court tell the jury that they had to find an illegal purpose, so there could be no enterprise?
No, but the indictment did, and the indictment was incorporated.
No, the indictment listed a series of purposes.
Yeah, a series of purposes pled in the conjunctive, and the jury instruction, which had the indictment incorporated into it, pled that there were 4 different purposes, 2 of which were legal essentially, and 2 which were illegal.
All right, but I guess I'm asking a basic question to start, which is that if the government had just listed the legal purposes, your view is that that would not be sufficient for a RICO indictment?
No, in fact, district courts routinely dismiss complaints that do not demonstrate that the purpose of the common or the enterprise is illegal in nature. In fact, neither party has been able to find a single case where the purpose of the enterprise was entirely
You're arguing
legal.
that there was insufficient evidence here to prove an illegal purpose?
Correct, or illicit or fraudulent or some type of.
Wasn't there substantial evidence?
No, Your Honor, I respectfully disagree. There was substantial evidence yes. There was substantial evidence, perhaps, of defendants' wrongdoing in the context for using, quote unquote, the machinery of his organization, his entourage, those types of individuals. But there was very little evidence, almost and certainly not sufficient to meet the government's burden of proof, that any of those individuals acted with this common purpose to, quote, recruit women for Mr. Kelly for illegal sexual activity or for the production of child pornography.
So I'd like to just make sure I understand. It sounds to me as though you're making a legal argument that a RICO enterprise has to have an illegal purpose, as well as that here an illegal purpose was charged, but there was insufficient evidence of it.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor,
that
that's,
right?
that's correct. That is precisely right.
And I want to understand, in light of Turquette, why we have to find an illegal purpose as well. I mean, there's language in Satinwood, and most of the cases that have been cited and discussed are in the context of a fraudulent purpose that may have some legitimate enterprise around it. But there's room for confusion there. But Turquette seems to say quite directly that the term enterprise is used in RICO encompasses both legitimate and illegitimate enterprises. So maybe you could help me.
Yes, the issue isn't whether it was a legitimate organization, a legal entity versus a non-legal entity. Turquette held, and the question before Turquette was the exact opposite, whether a RICO enterprise could be exclusively criminal, not whether it could be exclusively legal. And our position is that this was an organization that the government failed to prove had any criminal purpose. The government takes the position that for a RICO enterprise to exist, it need not be rooted in criminality at all, which would fly in the face of Turquette, frankly. Turquette looked at Congress's intent.
Didn't the government prove that one of the purposes of this enterprise was to recruit girls so that Kelly could have illegal sexual activity with them?
They pled it, they did not prove it. What they did prove is that through the course of a period of time, there were perhaps efforts to pass along information, a phone number, to invite someone backstage. There was no evidence presented that any of those individuals did so believing or knowing that someone was underage, that you go to a big concert, there are 17, 18, 19-year-olds Even the victims themselves said, well, nobody asked me for my age. When the age came about, perhaps Mr. Kelly may have known, and that's what I think some of the women testified to, but there was no evidence that anyone went out there saying, may I find out what your age is? Are you underage? Come back. We want to serve you up to Mr. Kelly. That just didn't happen. And in fact, there is extraordinary evidence that and members of the enterprise, again, these are some of the people, I guess, that testified, repeatedly made it clear that what happened behind closed doors was not something they understood. Yes, there were rules and things they did, these anodyne tasks that were perhaps a little unusual, but not that put them on notice that what was happening behind closed doors was illegal. And we are talking about matters that happen behind closed doors. The fact that a video recorder existed in a bedroom does not ipso facto make it evidence that there is child pornography.
You're saying these other individuals didn't know that these girls were underage?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I think the evidence that was presented to the jury was deficient in that regard. That there was so much excessive evidence, frankly, about Mr. Kelly's wrongdoing that it would be easy to be tempted to go down the path. Well, everybody must have known, but that is just not what was demonstrated at trial. And
the appearance of these girls would be evidence enough, wouldn't it?
These were not 12-year-olds. These were not 13-year-olds. There were some examples. What was testified to is that some of them looked young. And having multiple teenagers myself, looking young does not mean you know someone is a minor. And the question becomes, did they have an obligation to ask? Did they have to do due diligence, do inquiry? When he said, just go pick somebody up. Again, just using individuals, unwitting individuals who perhaps even turned a blind eye or who didn't inquire further, does not a RICO enterprise exist. And I would leave with this point that simply speaking, I mean, I won't leave with it, but the law presumes in Turquette, which was an entirely criminal enterprise. They weren't speaking to the question of whether it could be a legal enterprise with a one man doing illegal acts in the context of the enterprise and using his employees. So Turquette does not, from where we stand, put this issue to rest. And what the government wants to do is simply read out of the statute organized crime. And at the end of the day,
they want to read out organized crime? What do you say?
Yes, because the purpose of the statute, the RICO statute, is to address organized crime. Now,
it's not in the text, though, right? When you say read it out, right?
The definition of organized crime is not in the text of the statute. And in fact, courts have universally read organized crime very liberally, very broadly. And we're not quarreling with that. But you can't just have an organization that is not associated with any crime. Simply speaking, a RICO enterprise is a criminal organization. You can define it broadly, but is not an organization simply with a criminal. And that is what the government is asking the court to find here. I believe my time is expired.
I mean, you're not challenging the jury instruction. So you're agreeing that everything the district court told the jury they needed to find was correct, right?
Your Honor, the jury instructions were consistent with every jury instruction ever given in a RICO case, historically. And frankly, consistent with what the United States Supreme Court held in Boyle.
Right.
I don't know how.
So the jury wasn't asked to read out portions of the statute. The
Again,
jury was correctly instructed. I'm trying to figure out. You're saying that the evidence didn't support the elements that were correctly instructed to the jury.
What I am saying, Your Honor, is that the government had an obligation, and in fact, the jury was instructed that the government had to prove the theory of the enterprise. The theory of the enterprise included criminal conduct that was pled in the conjunctive. And if it had been just simply legal activity pled in that indictment, it would have been dismissed. Because routinely, again, and we cite numerous cases, as does the government, district courts simply do not allow RICO prosecutions or RICO suits to move forward where you don't have an actual fraud or illegal or illicit activity that is the moving force or that is the common purpose. This would be outside the realm of, again, contrary to the purpose.
There, back on the issue of whether the staff knew the age, sometimes the staff booked the travel arrangements for them, and therefore they had to have identification documents. Isn't that evidence that they knew they were underage?
I think if you look closely at the record, you will see that the government was very clever, frankly, of conflating these issues where I do not believe there was any evidence that the employee booked travel for someone who was in fact under the age of consent. So you have to remember in Illinois, the age of consent is 17. It only becomes a federal crime if it's being videotaped. Now, do these people know what's happening in the bedroom? No, there is no evidence that
Was there evidence that the staff made sure that in his backpack he had his iPad and recording equipment? The evidence doesn't show that?
It shows that people picked up his luggage. I mean, people pick up my luggage, I pick up other people's luggage. Am I responsible for what's in that luggage? It just takes this to the point of absurdity. We can't say an enterprise exists because unwitting employees are engaging in normal tasks that they do, particularly for high-profile people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bensing?
May it please the court, Assistant United States Attorney Kayla Bensing on behalf of the government. Good morning, Your Honors. I want to start with the defendant's challenge to his RICO conviction and what constitutes an enterprise. As the district court stated at the sentencing in this case, the defendant had a system in place that lured young people into his orbit and then he took over their lives. And so I want to start with this claim that was made in the reply brief and is made today before the court, that the enterprise members or that the defendant used his inner circle to simply carry out anodyne activities. Demetrius Smith, the defendant's...
What evidence is there in the record that the staff who arranged these things knew that they were underage?
Yes, Your Honor. So in September of 1994, I'll start there with the victim, Addie, who testified. She testified that she was 17. She was invited by Kelly's bouncers to come backstage at a concert in Miami. That was 3 days after Kelly's marriage to Aaliyah, in which he bribed a county official in order to hide or alleviate the consequences of illegal sexual activity. And obviously members of his enterprise arranged for that bribery. So we're well aware of that illegal sexual activity. A few who was the victim named in Racketeering Act 2 was approached at a McDonald's by a member of Kelly's entourage. He asked how old she was. She told him that she was 16. Kelly's associate then gave her Kelly's phone number and said Kelly wanted her to call him. This is the same girl who at 17 was instructed by Kelly to give him oral sex in the backseat of a car and to be vocal and make noise while doing so that Kelly's driver and another individual who were present in the car could hear, which was a obviously deeply humiliating experience for her. Turning next to Nicholas Williams, he was one of the defendant's runners beginning in 2003. He answered phones and escorted Kelly's girlfriends inside of Kelly's studios, and he testified that Kelly's female guests were very young, keeping in mind that he was 19 at the time. He also testified that he could hear sexual activity and yelling between the defendant and his female guests. The jury is entitled to infer from that Kelly's employees helped maintain and facilitate Kelly's contact, including sexual contact, with these underage women. I want to also turn to Anthony Navarro's testimony. He was another one of the runners employed by Kelly. Navarro, who started working for Kelly in 2007, specifically identified that he would help answer phones for Kelly's girlfriends. That was his word, and there was some claim in the reply brief that these were just female guests, but he testified using the word girlfriends. And he identified them as looking very young, specifically mid-aged teenagers. And the jury heard testimony from Deronda about how she recognized Navarro as one of Kelly's runners who she interacted with when she was 16 years old, being sexually abused by Kelly. In addition, there's Cheryl Mack. She was Kelly's assistant beginning in approximately 2013. She repeatedly saw Kelly with 17-year-old Jane. She had booked travel for Jane for 2015, so she knew Jane's age. And a couple months later, in July of 2015, she testified that she observed Jane going to perform oral sex on Kelly. There's also Suzette Mayweather's testimony. Jane was 17 years old in the fall of 2015. She knew that Jane was one of Kelly's other girlfriends. There's also testimony from Jane about Juice, who was another one of the defendant's girlfriends, but who Jane testified acted as one of the defendant's assistants. Juice helped teach Jane rules, and Juice also knew Jane's age. I believe that's SA 527. So this is all evidence that the jury found that he was an underage woman for sexual activity.
Does the I guess the allegation that Kelly was also inducing these folks to come in violation of state law because he was infected. Is there evidence that his entourage or the folks in the enterprise knew about Kelly's status as infected with herpes?
Yes, there is. There's testimony that his assistants picked up his Walgreens records. Anthony Navarro, who was one of the runners, testified that he would pick up Valtrex for Kelly. That's at A467 to 68. Diana Copeland accompanied Anna, who was one of the testifying victims at the trial, to the hospital for her STD test. And only Diana Copeland received the results of that test, not Anna. Juice, again, who Jane testified was like an assistant to Kelly, took
Was
Jane.
there evidence that the staff knew that Kelly wasn't disclosing his condition?
Well, a number of the women, in fact, got an STD. They were not just exposed to it, but they, in fact, got an STD.
That doesn't go to the consent question. I mean, if they consented, then it wouldn't be a violation of state law, right? If the girls had consented, knowing that he had herpes, that would not violate state law?
Well, the state
right
law,
about that?
I believe the state law, the violation is specifically exposing somebody to an STD. The jury was instructed that R. Kelly did not also give consent in those, that they did not give consent in those circumstances. So that was part of the jury instruction.
My question is, was there evidence that the staff knew that there was lack of consent?
Well, I don't think that there was direct testimony on that, but I do think that a jury, drawing all inferences in the government's favor, was entitled to infer that from the evidence that did exist. And again, just to complete the record on that, about the testimony by Jane about Juice, that Juice took Jane to see a doctor in downtown Chicago, and she was prescribed medication for her herpes infection. I also, though, want to talk about another illegal sexual activity for which there is tons of enterprise evidence that that Kelly has not really raised on appeal at all, and that is forced labor. That the defendant obtained labor and services here, sex acts, through threats of serious harm or physical restraint against the victims. And the evidence is replete with examples of how tightly tied the forced labor charges and the predicate acts were to the enterprise.
So I'm a little concerned about applying the forced labor statute in this context, because it seems that you run the risk of really sexualizing or federalizing all kinds of state sexual assault and being able to turn it into federal offenses with much different consequences for the individuals. Can you address that concern?
Yes, of course. And I would just return the court to the plain language of 18 U.S.C. section 1589A, which prohibits whoever knowingly provides or obtains the labor or services of a person by any number of combination of the then subsections of that, which includes a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if the person did not perform that labor or services, the person or person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint.
So wouldn't that apply to any kind of rape prosecution?
So I don't think the court has to reach the outer boundaries of what the statute may or may not apply to in this case, because there was a clear pattern that was far beyond something like a one-time rape. So for the specific victims, there
in some cases we are.
So as to Geronda, what was charged was a specific specific instance as to the forced labor. But of course, there was an entirety of the pattern that led up to that specific incident where he choked her, he spit on her, and then he made her perform oral sex on him. What led up to that was a whole series of Kelly enforcing his rules, teaching her the rules, and enforcing the rules, and then punishing her.
So you think we should focus on the actions that constitute the force as opposed to the labor that was forced?
Well, I think as to labor and service, under this court's definitions of those recently in Raniere and recently in Marcus, sexual activity, I think, clearly falls within the definition of the expenditure of physical or mental effort, especially when fatiguing, difficult, or compulsory, the performance of work commanded or paid for by another. And of course, in the context of prostitution, I think that the court would have no issue finding that that constitutes forced labor. And here, this is no different. A sex act is a sex act.
What about a single one? What about a single rape?
Well, again, I don't think that the court has to reach the question of the sort of the outer boundaries of that question about a single rape. I guess what I would say is here, the conduct has met the elements of forced labor, and I think even the district court noted in its opinion that this was the kind of case where the defendant had a pattern in place of making these women feel isolated and ashamed, and he used the enterprise to make them feel like they were confined and that they had no way out. There was an expert who testified at trial as well about the defendant's use of these isolation.
Right, but the issue is the labor component, it seems to me. So what does the isolation have to do with labor? That might all be true, but where is their labor?
Well, I am just pointing the court to the other portion of Section 1589, addressing the court's question as to whether a single rape could constitute forced labor. I think here, sexual activity can constitute labor or services.
Right, we know that. Raniere says that. What about the facts here? This is very different than Raniere, right?
Well, I think in many ways it is similar. For example, the women were forced to give over collateral. Geronda, who was one of the victims of the forced labor charge, testified about how she had to write false letters. Faith also was forced to send a text message.
But is that the labor? So writing false letters is the labor?
No, the labor.
I mean, Raniere, these folks were doing other things. They were doing things for free, right? That would be easily described as labor. Some of it sexual, some of it not.
Well, again, I think that people pay money for work on websites. People pay money for transcribing tapes and reviewing articles, and people pay money for sex. So I think under the definition that
is any sex act, including a rape, is forced labor.
I believe that sexual activity does count under this court's definition of labor and service. And again, I would just note that, of course, the other provisions of the forced principle in terms of whether a single would constitute forced labor, because the whole other part of the statute would have to be met, which includes, as relevant to this case, the use of the means of any scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if they didn't perform the labor and services, that person or another person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint. And so that brings me back, I think, to sort of my initial point, which is, and I see that I'm over my time, so I can continue to address sort of the record evidence.
Please go ahead. There are a lot of issues here, so we may want to get to some others too.
Okay, so just very briefly, I think the record is replete with evidence that the enterprise was tightly tied to the facilitation of the forced labor predicate acts in this case. Members of the inner circle heard Kelly beating his girlfriends. They knew that Kelly was isolating his victims, and they helped him do it, including by enforcing his punishments, such as watching over them while they were confined to a bus for prolonged periods of time. There's testimony about that from the Mayweather sisters, from Diana Copeland, and employees were punished when they didn't comply. There were financial sanctions when they, for example, Copeland testified that she let Anna escape. And so I have numerous other examples of that, but if the court has questions about any of the other charges.
I'd like to ask about restitution.
Yes.
And about, it seemed to me that the record was weak, that Kelly infected Jane, and the second young woman with herpes in states where the exposure was illegal. And I wondered what the government's position is on that. If Kelly gained herpes in a state where the exposure was legal, someplace other than New York or California, do you agree that she would not be entitled to restitution?
Well, I think the record here establishes that the first time that Jane had sex with Kelly, so her first exposure to the STD was when she was in California. And that was the basis for that particular racketeering act, and for the charge as well. And so that was the first time that she was exposed. She subsequently, later that summer, tested positive for having herpes. And so I think that the record has demonstrated that the crime was exposing her to herpes, and there's direct causation that she then later contracted herpes. And just to close the gap, she also testified that she had not been with any other sexual partners at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think here we do have direct and proximate causation, and of course, the district court had the facts to make that determination.
Uh-huh.
And as to Stephanie, so she had filed, I believe she filed a letter with the district court indicating that the defendant had exposed her with herpes, and that was part of the sentencing record. But in addition, the government had referenced a report of investigation, an interview that she had given to HSI agents, that during the time that she was with Kelly, he never wore a condom.
Yeah, let me go back. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notes.
Yeah.
But wasn't by the time that Kelly met Jane, wasn't he on Valtrex by then?
So the testimony was that, first of all, herpes can be transmitted even while you are taking Valtrex. That was part of the expert's testimony in this case. And there was also testimony that his use of Valtrex was very inconsistent. So there's testimony from his doctor that the doctor would prescribe 11 months of Valtrex, and then 4 months later, he'd have to be prescribing more Valtrex. So I think there's testimony from which the district court could conclude that he was not taking Valtrex as it was prescribed, which simply increases even more the risk that he could transmit herpes to
And this is applying a preponderance standard.
Exactly, of course, Your Honor.
So if you could address Stephanie now.
Yes, thank you so much. So in this report of investigation from HSI, which the government referenced in its letter seeking restitution for Stephanie, we represented that the only person that she was with was Kelly at that time, and that was in 1999. Of course, in 2000, Kelly did have a negative culture for herpes, but there was testimony from both his doctor and the expert witness in this case that it is actually quite frequent that you might get a negative culture even when you have herpes, because the timing of that test.
And there was evidence that she was having sexual relations with no one else?
Correct. That was part of the report of investigation that the district court had before it. There was a specific 3500 piece that was referenced.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, I guess, to come back to what I think is a legal point? Do you agree with Ms. Bonjean that there has to be an illegal purpose in order to establish an enterprise, which is really the first element of the RICO?
No, I think as we have made very clear in our brief, that is nowhere in the text of the statute, that is nowhere in the Supreme Court's precedent, and in fact there is precedent in this circuit that does not require any sort of illegal common purpose, and specifically the court's opinion in Daddario, but also a recent summary order in this circuit in the Ranieri case. In that case, there was a completely legal common purpose that was alleged, and this court found that was completely sufficient.
Right, and then I guess the next question is that I think Ms. Bonjean's argument is that when you've decided to charge an enterprise with a list or a series of purposes, her view is you have to prove them all beyond a reasonable doubt, or you haven't proved the enterprise in question.
Well, the jury instructions, in fact, stated that the government is not required to prove each and every allegation about the enterprise or the manner in which the enterprise operated. the enterprise must be essentially the one that was alleged in the indictment. And for all of the reasons I started with today, the enterprise was the one that was alleged.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is it essentially the one charged in the indictment if the jury only finds 3 of the 4 purposes proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah, I absolutely think that it is. It's not like there's some sort of unfair surprise that R. Kelly's enterprise was the Gambino crime family. I think if the court looks at the definition of the enterprise in the indictment, the means and the methods used by the enterprise, those were proved by the government at trial. And so I think that there is sort of no way on this record, and I can continue to go through the various factual allegations if the court was like, but I would also reference the court to the district court's very thorough opinion in this case as a place to look for the evidence of the enterprise, which was one I think that was alleged in the indictment. So I think under the factual record, there can be no doubt that the government proved that the enterprise was essentially the one alleged in the indictment.
And nobody asked for a special verdict form that would have the jury identify which purposes were proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, and nor, that's of course true, and I think that this argument has been thoroughly waived, including by the statements today, that the jury instructions were appropriate under both parties' position. But also, I think we're talking about the existence of an enterprise, and a common purpose is sort of one sub-element of what it constitutes. What constitutes an association impact enterprise. So I don't think that there need to be any sort of special verdict as to which common purpose was proved.
I mean, if they all thought that what they were doing was just promoting his brand and music, that the illegal purposes would be irrelevant to the enterprise?
Well, so again, in Raniere, there was a very similar common purpose that was alleged. It was to promote Raniere and to recruit new members into the pyramid organizations. That was the common purpose that was alleged, and this court found that was sufficient. Now here, the government alleged additional common purposes, and the government continues to submit that the proof at trial was overwhelming, and certainly that the jury's verdict should be credited.
The criminality is picked up by the pattern of conduct.
Correct, and also the required nexus between the person acting through the enterprise to commit a pattern of racketeering activity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Benson, we'll hear now from Ms. Bonjean for 3 minutes of rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start really briefly with the forced labor issue. Forced labor counts were based on a single act in both cases, Jahanda, an act of oral sex, and in Faith, an act of oral sex. I know the government, again, keeps referring to all of the enterprise activity that they allege is enterprise activity. But at the end of the day, those forced labor counts were premised on a single act. So unless the court is prepared to say that a single act of oral sex, even if it's forced, frankly, constitutes forced labor, that is just making federal law coextensive with state law. And that is one of the problems with that argument, which we did raise in our opening brief. The government is taking the position that a RICO enterprise need not be rooted in criminality. That is what they are saying. And that is a new position that frankly is unique and not really supported, including by D'Addario, where D'Addario,
well, in D'Addario, there was an estate that had to be administered, and there was nothing inherently illegal about that, right?
No, but the court in D'Addario did say, in the context of after finding the estate to be an appropriate structure, the exact language was, D'Addario found the individual defendants were alleged to assist the executor of the estate to effectuate his schemes. It was an estate that effectuated schemes, an estate that engaged in criminal activity. It was a state that engaged in illicit activity. And so what the government is saying is, that in this case, if we merely charged the defendant with an enterprise that's common purpose was simply to promote his music, that would have been A-okay. But I think that is...
But why is that wrong if the government also has to prove a pattern of criminal activity, racketeering activity, and the nexus?
Well, I think in Boyle, the United States...
In other words, the RICO is looking at organizations that are then used to commit criminal acts. And it doesn't have to be a criminal organization. It could be a completely legitimate organization, but if it engages in racketeering activity, then it violates RICO.
Yes, but first of all, if you look at the racketeering acts, they're defending Kelly's acts. Those are the acts that are charged. There are no acts except perhaps, I guess we could make an argument about Demetrius Smith's conduct after after he learned that there was illegal activity occurring with Aaliyah allegedly. He's a little much of an outsider, but overwhelmingly, and I think all of the racketeering acts involve the victims and defendant, not the enterprise, the alleged enterprise.
But I think you're conflating the fifth and the first elements of a RICO claim. The first is just the existence of an enterprise. It can be a labor union, right?
Again, Your Honor, I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure. I'm talking about the structure.
I'm not talking about the ascertainable structure either. I'm talking about the legal entity of a labor union is sufficient for enterprise.
Agreed. It still has to have a purpose.
The fifth element is that the defendant conducted or participated in the conduct of the enterprise through his previously established pattern of racketeering activity. So it has to be a link between what the defendant is doing as a pattern of racketeering activity and the conduct of the enterprise. That's the last element. You seem to be flipping that into the enterprise, and I think that's where you're getting confused.
I don't believe I am. I think the United States Supreme Court in Boyle made it very clear that an enterprise has to be more than just the pattern of racketeering. It has to be.
Yes, an enterprise has to be demonstrated. An enterprise is defined as an entity, legal or not legal, that has purpose, structure, and form.
Right, and
And history.
Yes, and one of the elements of the structure for an association in fact enterprise is a common purpose.
Right, but not an illegal common purpose.
Well, again, this is a new approach that would.
I don't think so. I mean, again, you didn't object to the jury instructions.
I didn't try. I didn't represent Mr. Kelly at trial.
No, I mean, not you personally.
But let me put. I think that that would have been a frivolous objection when every single, including the United States Supreme Court, has said these exact instructions are proper. What has never come up, and because the government has extended the RICO statute to a set of circumstances that's so beyond what the framers intended, which was to get at organized crime. And now we're talking about an organization with an alleged criminal, but not organized crime. And it is not enough simply that there be a pattern of racketeering that satisfies the enterprise. There has to be something more. The pattern of racketeering can be proof of the enterprise, but it cannot simply be the only evidence of the enterprise. And I think if the court looks at the evidence closely, the government conflates a lot of the evidence that came in, but at the end of the day, we're talking about, in a couple instances, some of these victims that testified were very clear that no one asked me my age. And if you're 17 years old in the state of Illinois, it would not necessarily put anyone on notice that what's going to happen is illegal. It's preposterous to suggest that because a runner goes and picks up a famous person's medicine, that puts them on notice that Mr. Kelly is exposing and giving STDs to his partners. And for example, Cheryl Mack, as an example, she testified very clearly that when she saw some inappropriate conduct with Jane, she quit the next day. That is not evidence that she came together to participate in recruiting girls or producing child pornography. That's evidence that, whoa, this is not what I would approve of, and I'm out of here. So this shows that this was not a collection of people who had a purpose to recruit girls for sexual abuse or for child pornography. Whether they turned a blind eye, whether some of them suspected that some of these girls were underage, that's a whole different matter. And once we get into that sort of territory, we're going to say that constitutes a RICO enterprise. Well, we have a lot of organizations, we have a lot of frat houses, we have all types of organizations that are now going to become RICO enterprises. And that has not been the case. Frankly, if that was the case, it's unclear why Bernie Madoff wasn't prosecuted under a RICO theory, because he certainly was using the machinery of his organization to carry out a RICO enterprise, and yet he wasn't. So I think...
Well, he got 150 years. I don't know that it mattered, but I mean, I guess...
Agreed, but I think that I think there, if you look really closely at the law, these are all cases where it was assumed absolutely the RICO enterprise was criminal or illicit in nature. It would be contrary to the purpose of the statute. Now, I agree that
the standard instruction from SAND, which is generally what we look to in this circuit, says an enterprise includes any legal entity such as a partnership, corporation, or association. And then it goes on to describe non-legal entities that may also meet the definition. So your view is that that's a wrong instruction?
My view is that that the instruction was proper in accordance with the way that instruction has been given throughout history in this district and the United States Supreme Court in Boyle. What is problematic is that it is clear that the heart of the purpose of this was illegal activity. That's what was charged. None of this evidence really went to promoting his brand or his music. All of the government's evidence allegedly went towards his illegal activity. So it's kind of disingenuous to say now, oh, well, there needs to be no nexus. We can just say that this was an organization that was out there promoting his music. And oh, by the way, there were, we can call it a RICO enterprise so long as Mr. Kelly is doing these criminal activities and relying on his, again, underlings, whether they know it or not, to facilitate it. And that, I think, is not what was contemplated by the framers of this statute.
Well, thank you both. We will reserve decision. That concludes the arguments on our argument calendar. We will also reserve the two that have been put on submission. And with that, I'll ask Ms. Beard to adjourn court.
Court is adjourned.
Wait a minute. Don't say nothing. Hold on. Don't say nothing. Wait a minute. Apparently I was asleep again. Karen J. Cookie, that's funny as hell. Me and David Wild was up and sleeping together. Oh Lord, that's just another damn Roma. Oh, that's funny as hell. Oh, you know what? First of all, y'all need to stop my goddamn business. Karen, why you don't call and wake me up? That would solve a lot of these problems. First of all, I didn't know who it was. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm sleeping. Sleeping. What you doing?
Oh God.
I'll give it to you. Did you hear the Kelly? Did you hear Canic's MLK speech? Did you hear it? Oh, y'all, I don't know what it is, but them little naps, I don't know how long. I couldn't have been gone for like about 5 minutes because when I looked up, she was on her last little bit. And I'm sitting up here thinking,
I was gone, TT. I was just listening.
you know, you've been gone for a minute.
I know, I was listening, but I was gone.
When I tell you, y'all, let me tell you something. I went and bought some of those covers. There's really something more than something, but that have the cotton or whatever it is in the inside. I've been charging it to the game. Charging it to the game. Queen Robert Kelly. Oh, yeah, his MLK speeches and transcript. Now I want to play. Where is that that video? Because that dude Larry Hawkins or Larry somebody came in and kind of got some information twisted from what the sheriff said in Polk County. Audra, where you at? Because I want to get straight that goddamn marriage certificate because you said there wasn't no signature on the damn line on the signature line. There was a signature. Then you talking about what signature is in print. It's supposed to be in cursive. No. Hold on, Wi-Fi. I got to find sheriff. Audra, how them people knew that lady asked, "Where did you go to prison for hitting for beating?" Okay, let me see that. Okay, let me see, Sheriff. What? How many? Oh, what's the time? It seems like if I don't do 12 hours on here, you know. If I don't do 12 hours on here, I feel like I done cheated. Okay. Thank you, Queenie. I got to find that video. And shout out, girl. It's Queen E Beast. It be Queen E and Karen J be sending me so much stuff, like keeping me in the low. Who Sheriff. Hold on, I'm trying to find that video. Queen, you sent me about that sheriff. I know it was you. Either you or Karen. I'm trying to find that. Come on, search bar. Search bar won't let me be great. I must have the only search bar that don't let me be great. Hold on. If only you knew how much I do. I dream you share in your life. Let me see. I'm trying to find that one with the one with the sheriff, because that dude, we have to keep our folks corrected. The dude Larry Hawkins was kind of mimicking what Big Vi had said, and it wasn't quite right. Queenie, was it you that sent me the video from that Sheriff Judd? Chef Grady? Yeah, okay. Why I couldn't find it? Hold on. I swear Queen E is a bot. Ain't no way in hell. She a bot. A damn robot. All right. Where that guy at? That Larry Hawkins guy. Larry Hawkins. Listen to what this judge, the sheriff said. He didn't say that he couldn't do nothing. He didn't say nothing like that. Sure, that girl got everything. I'm serious. So let me see. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. All right. I'm gonna play sheriff what the sheriff said. Now pay attention. Okay. He didn't say the parents came to him. He didn't say that. Listen.
And we charged him criminally at that time. However, the case did not go on those charges. So he went up there, and that's the last we've heard of him. But if he comes back here and violates the law, we still got to at the county. He can have it again. Involved in reading, that news of, actors and rap artists and that sort of thing. People who act like somebody else. I don't have time for that.
Allegedly, there's a county woman whose family is here, and she's, according to the parents, she's being held captive in this house. What would it take from them to get you guys to look into that?
Well, certainly, we investigate every allegation of criminal wrongdoing in this county. We'll invest. So we think now, of course, we get past criminal charges, and of course, we know of crime because sexual battery victims are with good reason come forward and they allege there's a violation in this county. We'll certainly investigate it. If we find there's probable cause, we'll be more than happy to arrest R. Kelly or anyone else who's violating the law. At this time, we've not heard from the parents. We don't see or hear or understand of any allegations of wrongdoing that occurred in this county by R. Kelly or by anyone else that he's associated with.
Obviously, you know about this little predatory.
Look at that as potential predatory behavior. Anyone who wants to be with someone under the age of 18, and certainly they're as old as he is, and I understand he's some to have a victim, or we have to have a parent who says their child's a victim, and if we don't have jurisdiction, we will find the appropriate investigator to investigate. No one's above anyone else.
She moved with them when he was 18. I mean, anything they could have done or could do?
At this point in time, if that's the allegation, no. There's no law against him talking to or being friends with a 17-year-old. If she was wise enough or he was wise enough not to allow her to move in until she was 18, and there was no wised up from apparently other allegations against him. And at that point in time, if she's 18 or older and there because she wants to be, that's her business.
Did they have heard from her, I guess, if they heard from her, they have a missing person?
That's significant. And they have more to the story than meets the eye. And when you hear one set of stories, i.e. from parents, you don't have the whole thing. Maybe there's more to it than we know. Certainly we would check into it. If she's missing from this jurisdiction, we'll take the report. If she's missing from another jurisdiction and the parents are from here and meet with us, we'll make sure that the agency will take in. Not want anything to do with them. We see that over and over. So if R. Kelly started dating her after she was 18, that's not against the law. If she doesn't want to communicate with her parents, or just to say, hey, Mom, I'm okay, and don't worry about it. Or she could say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, I'm okay, and I don't like you, don't bother me. That would help a lot. But it's her choice.
Thank you. Perfect. I mean, for not really being able to say a whole lot, you
Huh? Mm-hmm. 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 Huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, girl. Huh? I know that's y'all so sweet.
I love y'all. Y'all so funny. Y'all
Yeah,
is so funny.
yeah.
Okay. I'm watching. I was being quiet, but go ahead. Let it play.
I done already played it.
Oh, okay. It's done. No, I'm okay. Cookie
All
said she.
right. I was talking to Diva, child. I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
Cookie
it out.
said she. Cookie said she might be coming up. She was trying to finish something right quick.
Okay. All right.
I'll let you know when she get up here. Go ahead. You want to play something else though, right quick, TT?
Uh-uh. Nothing I can think of. Oh, let me see. Ooh, what else? What else? What else?
That's why I said we should have had this. Went back to the 2008 stuff. That would have kept us up, TT. Don't say I ain't.
Oh,
Don't say I ain't never slept with you and never touched you now.
Oh Lord.
Don't y'all say, hey, I'm her nephew now. So look.
No, that 2008 is too many pages, honey.
Yeah, I hear you. I thought you was going to a certain part of it though. It's probably still too many damn pages though.
Okay, and I am. Let me see.
I thought Keller was gonna come back up here. I see him typing in the chat. I thought he was gonna come back up here and keep me company. He thought, no, I ain't gone yet, bro. I didn't know Amos came back. I was asleep. What? Yeah. So something was happening with the Fannie Willis though. I synced it a little bit. Well, I synced it yesterday. I ain't really watch it though, cause I ain't watch it though. This was like, matter of fact,
I had to read the judge's opinion on that.
Yeah, this is like the day before yesterday though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that was probably the judge's opinion.
Oh, okay.
I already have that somehow.
That's good. So you ain't playing nothing without people checking it out first, right?
No, I don't know those people, so I don't know what his
Mm-hmm.
if he let people play his content or not. So I'm gonna left a message. So let me see. All right, y'all, baby. I'm in charge to the game because I'm tired of falling asleep.
Okay.
I've been falling asleep for 2 lives.
You ready for me? I'm gonna drop back down then.
All right.
Okay.
Studio does a fundraiser. I didn't hear all of Levi's live. Maybe I can. Let me see if I can play that. Hold on. I'm just playing people's shit. Hold on. What was? Okay. I know what I can do. Let me make sure. I said I need to verify Debo shit. So let me go back to. So anyway, y'all heard where that. I hope they got the dude Larry Hawkins heard what the sheriff said. He didn't say that the parents came to them. He was talking in generalizations. Where's that Devo paperwork? I want to verify. I think I did look up his I did do it right. How long has Debo been in the damn place? Okay, that's his New York paperwork. Okay. Hold on. Okay, maybe this is it. I think I was right. I think it's a class 2 felony. I think it's a class 2 felony. So that's 3 to 7 years. But like I said, I don't know if it's if Illinois if it's an advisory or if it's mandatory. You understand what I'm saying when it comes to Debo? I think Levi is trying to say the man got 5,000 years, child. It's always extreme. As a matter of fact, let me see what Levi said. Let's see. What did Levi say? Right. Was y'all talking about I was snoring? Because I know y'all ain't say I was snoring because I don't snore. I know them lies. Anybody said I'm snoring. I don't snore. I don't know. I love you, Salinas. Ooh. Child, please. Bless was probably the one that was talking about you.
I just show your face. Leave out what you show your face.
Stalking SOB. Let me put them on the screen as far as I can. Oh, it's hot. I want to.
I don't know what how long.
Solemn.
Do y'all know?
Turn it up. You hear older people
what
trying to talk young. Turn it up. Turn it up. They want to say.
I'm looking for the part.
Not even saying.
No, let me not play
well.
this.
Let me know.
I don't want to play that. I'll go through it myself and find out how long Levi think the man would, made face. I mean, that chick want to buy shades for $500. I'm sorry. I bought them for $500. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? The fuck? What can you do? What can you do? I know. Oh, I know I can. Oh, that'll be funny. I can play that. Oh, y'all want to hear that damn call? That's what I play. Whatever. You just starting shit, blessed. I was not snoring. I'm going to play that 911 call. That's a lie because I don't snore. I have to be very tired. I'm so proper, honey. And so good and sweet and perfect. Whatever. And then when people tell me I do, they said, it was like, like a little light snore. Wasn't nothing serious. Here we go. I wanted to know how them people went over there with Miss Nyla and them knew Audra. Hold on, y'all. And they can really create a little mental health little unit or something. And shit. Take care of one another. But that crazy as hell. I couldn't believe it. When I saw that old brown dusty ape pop up there. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Ain't no way in hell. I must be getting punked. That man don't seem like he wants to be bothered. Hold on. Let me send Karen my number now because I'm probably gonna go to sleep in a few minutes. Okay. There you go, Miss Karen. So I'm probably gonna go to sleep. All right. Now where's net? Okay. I mean, girl, she will not accept that she may be wrong. I'm coming. Okay, here we go. Whole couple. You probably let this couple get in a damn divorce. I swear somebody hit me in any man. From time to time, there's some truth to that. A wet pillowcase. I ain't even front. I used to put my partners through it. Okay, here go.
Sheriff's Office, where's your emergency? This is 911. Confirmed address is in Winter Haven. Wireless number is confirmed. What's the emergency?
Somebody, girl by the name of Audra, called me and woke me up out my sleep to tell me I just slept with your husband last night and I am waiting on you with a car that to beat me down and she's gonna tell me to come outside and all this crap. And call me 19 times this morning asking me. Earlier where the call kept coming from. And I thought my friend had an emergency, so I called her back. So she said a lady by the name of Audra Rodney, and she is threatening me, and I don't know what to do, and I'm calling you back.
What's your name, ma'am? Hang on just a moment for me. Okay, and you're heading to the address of the apartment?
No, I'm on.
Okay, but where are you going now? Are you home? I mean, where are you at?
I'm there now.
Are you going to wait there for an officer to make contact with you?
Ma'am?
Are you going to wait for an officer to make contact with you?
Yes, I'm at.
Is it? Okay.
Hello? Okay. What was that noise? Oh my God. You can play on my wall. Do not play on my phone. No, whatever you want, that door. I'm got nothing to do with it. Hello? I'm unable to take your call right now, so please leave a message and I'll call you back. Goodbye. I'm unable to take your call right now, so please leave a message and I'll call you back. Goodbye. I'm unable to take your call right now, so please leave a message and I'll call you back. Goodbye. Hello? Yes. Hi. Yes. Okay. Well, my resident last she called me this morning on a $5 card. Okay, so let me get it. It's a big monster. She is nothing to big monster with some big long hair looks like a wolfman. Who is she though? Do you know her name? Her name is Audrey Murray. I had to call her. She was early this morning. Is she black or Hispanic? Don't come on me. I don't need that. Is she there right now? Oh no. Is she there right now? Somebody call me here. You know I want to hear. I don't know who's here. I don't know who's staying here. I want to become fucking with me. I don't fucking care. Is she there right now? Come call me. Come on. I slept with your husband last night. And I didn't call her. So she was like, well, I need this guy. I know she's here. You think I'm here? That's you. Hello. I don't want to have that. No, you say the night. I don't even want to get into that shit. I'm not here for it. All I want to do is you say, no. I'm not Kimberly. You said my name, my brother, I'm Howard. You said my name is not my brother. I'm here. I'm fucking I'm fucking I know. You see this thing now. No, hey. No, no, I don't even care if you stay in 9 minutes or all night and you never I don't even care. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying? If you say tomorrow, I don't care. I'm not saying so they say tomorrow. Y'all in the fucking Never mind. Yeah, no, you know that. Just tell me what it is now. Hello? So never mind. I do. Come to the thing with us. Yeah, but you went to hello? I don't need no ad. I can say over there. Listen, why don't you go all the way to mine? Listen here. Why is that so important? Hello? Why did I do? I'm sure what I hear. And guess what? Why I call your house on Friday? I'm not nothing. And what about the new Facebook page? You on Black on my page. And what you gonna do is so what? My kids nothing about Facebook. My kids nothing about you singing that here. Thank you. Have a good night. And you said we were saying that all day. You put it away. Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's crazy.
Thank you.
That's some crazy shit. When she said that if the police, it's the police fault, because if they would have got there sooner, the girl wouldn't have got hit in the head. Huh? Bitch, your ass out these streets. I'll call the cops. When the police got right now, honey, Audrey had already hit the lady in the head with the shovel. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. That's some crazy shit. Y'all dangerous. Y'all are. Y'all got some shit going on, baby. I don't be ready for. Chase me out, tell me about it. Let me see what she put on my wall. I can't make this shit up. No way to control that. What she said. I'm sure what she said, honey. Just crazy. Oh y'all, I'm gonna put what messages she done left my ass. I laughed. Oh, so funny. The last one. Just crazy. That girl said, I'm stalking all that bipolar ass shit, all that paper go. Passive aggressive shit. I don't know what you want. I don't know what brought you here. I just don't know. But what you ain't gonna do is take my goddamn kindness for weakness. And I just, I try to be nice to your crazy ass. Now them people done figured it out that you nuts. Y'all know what perfume cologne or whatever you want to call it, I used to like to wear all the time. Back in the day, I used to love CK1. CK1 was unisex. Y'all remember CK1? Damn Oko. I don't know what Oko done to her or whatever, but don't keep fucking with me. Oh no, damn Oko. Go explain that to Oko. Oh, she wants to be Dana's protector. Listen, crazy bitch. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not playing with these motherfuckers. Cause I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Don't worry about it. Don't. Please do not worry about it. Cause you don't have to take nothing I say as a threat. Nothing. I promise you, you come fucking with me. My motherfucking life. For the remainder of the time we on YouTube. Are you crazy, bitch? You think that's how I'm gonna live? On the record. Y'all, it's a damn shame. I gotta live my life like this. Scanning and getting it on. She been listening to us the whole damn time. On the rock. I gotta get myself on the rock. Yeah. You were always doing the wrong thing, blessed. You don't know these damn people, all that damn southern hospitality and all these people understand handcuffs and the butt handles of goddamn pistols. That's all they understand. They see that. They know what that means. Shit. Stop fooling with you. You ain't gonna get me hitting my head. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Then people probably say, "Oh, she must be really like our steak." I'm coming, y'all. That'll be the last thing I put up. So I'm gonna let y'all go to bed. Y'all be hanging on in there. Y'all just crazy as I am. Oh, you enjoy my company. But I ain't got to buy no views and all that shit. Child. They think we stupid, honey. I'm tell y'all, I'm gonna send y'all a secret email. They still have a nasty attitude. Y'all remember cookies were like $50. Oh, you know who opened tonight? What the people name is? Where the men like to go. Let me tell y'all a story about Mr. Walker. We went to the Hooters. Our first time going to Hooters. And for the most part, men try to respect me. You understand what I'm saying? We in the Hooters. All you see was scattered ass everywhere. Now, I'm in Florida. So I'm in the South. So they, the ass is hanging up from up under the shorts. He's sitting up there trying his so hard not to look. He had like he was just standing in space. He was like looking straight ahead. Like I don't see nothing. I'm like, boy, go on look, cause you about to damn your neck getting weak. The whole sitting still, holding straight up like that. Boy, go on look shit. Yeah. I was like, go on look at all that random ass. Let me got time for this. As long as you take care of the bill, we don't care. Go on ahead. So I'm gonna put up there where she done left me a message. She listening. I'm telling you, girl, I'm sick of you. And as one of the leaders of the sector, your time is up. Get your ass, get your hat, your keys, and leave. Get your hat, your keys, and leave. Because I'm done with it. At this point, you ain't doing nothing but harassing people. Because if people don't want to be bothered with you, what is it? Street taco. Nobody wants to be bothered with you. Apparently, you don't want to be bothered with us. That's fine. Take your ass on somewhere. Because I'm not going to do this. I mean, this is some crazy shit. I'm coming, y'all. Because, I mean, I know nobody It's supposed to be like in fear of going to channels or being on panels or whatever, in fear of you coming up there with them goddamn poison eyes just looking straight ahead. Nobody got time for no shit like that. Hell. Mm-mm. Yeah. And you done lied your ass off, lady. Ain't nobody slandered you. It's on the record. You done lied. Like you are going in that man's name. And here's the thing. That man ain't married you. That man married somebody else. Take your ass on some damn well. He ain't married you. And you in that man's name. Who does that? A damn fool. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. You think you ain't gonna win? I don't care about none of that you talking about. I really don't. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about, girl. You have to know that by now. Ain't no damn sense. But I got time to go through all these different damn sauces. I'm coming. You know, I'm gonna read what you said. Then when I get off here, I'm gonna call the cops. See if they can't get your ass up off him. Cause you ain't gonna harass my damn life. Who does that? I'm seriously. Who does that? Mm-mm. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I mean what I say. You think I'm playing because you gonna fuck around and you gonna be able to meet my mama. I'm not playing with you. You gonna meet my mama. Yes, you are. If you think that you are going to harass me ever because you want to be Captain Saber a little penis, what do that? You make a perfect couple. If he knocked off Jasmine, I know he'll knock you off. I ain't saying nothing bad about you, Jasmine. That, nobody else ain't said. Shit. But what we ain't gonna do, and made like this is some normal ass shit we are subjected to in this motherfucking goddamn sector. I curse so much. I don't want to do all this cursing. I want to do praying. I want to pray with y'all. I want to pray with Mr. Blessed. He look like he need a few prayers. I want to pray for, that's what I want to do with my time. I want to order this high ass food. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to do, honey. You think that you're gonna harass me just because you're crazy? That ain't gonna work, homeboy. Bitch, what kind of tip? Hold on. What kind of tip? $9. Hold on, wait a minute. Is that 15% or 20? What are we doing here? What are we talking about? I know you on some unspecified drugs. Huh, the order number $30. Why the tip $9? Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Not no double. No, we ain't doing that. And then you're liable to come here. No, we ain't finna do all that. It ain't that serious. It ain't that serious, boo-boo. Child Shabuki. Oh, there we go. I mean, y'all, I got 12 minutes to order from the store. I'm coming. They probably gonna cuss me out. If I see I can push myself to the limit and just say about 6 months. If I can get me some damn orders and make that damn money, how Larry be making that damn money. I got to see a huge profit for me to sacrifice my hours and days and stuff, because the only thing I'm doing is sitting up here getting chased all around the YouTube and stuff like that by the damn helper that'll hit you in the head. But yeah, so let's read what she said, honey. I guess, and then it should round out my time. Hold on, let's see what she said. I'm gonna put on up here. She gonna get these messages she leaving me. Yeah. What he said. I knew it had to be something because I went there and they look young, bro. Now that's not my style. I like them old ladies. Shut up, Blessed. I hit you in your damn head with a fucking goddamn shovel and a hammer. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit you in the head with a shovel first. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna hit you in the head with a hammer. Make sure you okay. Yeah, we be going viral. So let's see what this crazy motherfucker left for me. Okay, that's what she said. I will explain. Okay, so y'all want me to read from earlier what she said? Message she said. I have not attacked you or anyone in any way. Our channel by Angie, but I attempt to get you to refrain from harassing me and slandering my name. I am also asking that you take down this video and all other videos in which you have harassed and slandered me. I screenshot what you put in the chat earlier, and that proved continued malicious intent. This has gone on now for months, and it needs to stop because I see that you guys are also doxing and stalking others. Note, this too will be screenshot. Now you're doing, she goes, I slandered you. I asked that you are a real attorney, lawyer, licensed to practice, and you have repeatedly said yes, but have refused to give myself and others your real name or where you are licensed so that we can verify. Wonder why. We ask because it is a crime to pose as an attorney, and you have helped to contribute to the Oak Cove lynch mob using slander, harassment, and terroristic threats. Call the cops, then, Audra. All I ask is that you stop what you are doing in regards to the slander, harassment, and terroristic threats, and take down these videos narrated with malicious intent. Is that too much to ask? Yes. Get your ass on. I will explain thoroughly. The comments that you made on Taz's comments today showed me that you are a part of Oak Cove, in that you help create lynch mobs against people that are in support of R. Kelly's release. The harassment doesn't have to end with you. You brought Dana's name into that live chat for no reason. No, they were talking about Dana, so no, I didn't. Taz's issue with Sylvia, not Dana. Girl, go ahead and do his work. But he was speaking on Dana. And we was just telling him that he's a liar. Did you go around finding everybody else's channel that was talking about his lying ass? Bitch, get over it. Which is why I asked you if you were really not a supporter of R. Kelly, or if you were really Oak Cove and you blew a fuse again. Bitch, because I'm tired of you asking me stupid ass questions. What text messages? Do you, okay, so, like, bitch, I'm not a supporter either of anybody, but what does it matter to you whether I support anybody? What does it fucking matter? What does it fucking matter if I'm a part of whomever, which I'm not? Like, why you got all these fucking questions? Your crazy ass on. Do you not recall telling me that if I ever step foot in Jacksonville, Florida again, that it would be the day that I take my last blink? I don't know, but probably, I don't know. That is terroristic threat that you repeated several times. Listen, baby, you have a history of showing up to people's houses. No, going to their friend's house, calling the girlfriend, the wife, because you at the wife's friend's house with your crazy, dangerous ass. Calling that wife out her bed. We got the 911 call. You're in the background. You to them people's fucking house. What are you talking about? And I mean what I say. Y'all got histories of fucking with people. Showing guns and shit on, like, what? What? I mean what the fuck I say. I probably said something like, I'm not going to stop shooting till you stop moving. That's probably what I said. What's the problem? All you have to do is not find out and get the fuck on. That is the terroristic threat that you repeated several times. So for you to go into another channel trying to make Taz and his followers add to the lynch mob that Oak Cove already has against Dana and any other R. Kelly supporter, I know now that your previous threats were real. Girl, fuck you. That po ass reverse psychology is not going to work. First of all, one, because you're not that smart. You're not as smart as you think you are. And two, if you're a crazy person that's trying to do reverse psychology, you're going to fuck your own self up, okay? You're going to be reversing your own self, okay? Get your ass out of this sector. The conversations that you, huh? Do y'all hear that? The conversations that you have offline with Larry are also most disturbing. Larry confirmed that he pulled up my information and passed it along to Levi, you, and etc. Plus, Larry stated that he would get in touch with the girl on the video, the same person along with her friends and family that stalked me. Girl, you stalked those people. That is definitely malicious intent. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You can't tie me to it. And in that light of what happened in Taz's chat, I believe that you may act out your threats on me as well. That bullshit you're trying to pull is not going to work. Okay? I have never threatened you in any way. Girl, you done been all in my chat calling me all kinds of motherfucking names and all kinds of shit in other people's chat. Get your ass out of here. But your constant references to what you would do to me are threats. No, it's not. I have only had questions. Are you a real attorney? Yes, I keep telling you that. What state? None of your business. Your license is none of your business. What is your real name? So that I can check the bar step up for myself. You don't have to do that. Why? You trying to hire me for something? You sound crazy. Who are the people in the text message that you're referring to? Huh? Why were you researching bloggers, then forward them that information to bloggers from malicious intent? Girl, you lying. And that is all. Only questions, bitch. Fuck you and your questions. You have taken the issues that you have with Dana and myself too far. Now well, you know what? Dana loves, he needs people to support him. You can say whatever you want to say. All I'm telling you is act upon it. You ain't that bitch ass nigga, because I'm not Sylvia. I got it to spend. Bitch. I know the motherfuckers that will what? Fuck you and them false ass claims up. Get your ass up out of here, bitch. That old lying ass motherfucking nigga. Hell. He gonna use the shit out your motherfucking little crazy ass. Where's It is also disturbing that your issues are only because I had pertinent questions regarding your relationship in the R. Kelly case and about you posing as an attorney and demanding that everyone else believe you over attorney Jennifer Bondin. You're crazy, bitch. What are you talking about? When did I do that? So you're a liar. You're a liar. Now you're slandering me and you're lying. That's what your ass is doing. So I'm going to show you how this works. So we're going to hurry up and get you up out of here. Yeah, your time finna come to a quick end, bitch. In this sector. Let me go ahead on and cause what you ain't gonna do. Weirdo. See if motherfucking YouTube can help keep their streets safe. It's crazy. Harassing me, asking me for information like I got to give it to you. Get your ass on up out of here. I know something wrong with your motherfucking ass. Lying and shit. Oh, y'all. All these damn messages. Got one idiot stealing off the streets of YouTube and shit for a damn lawyer that they don't even need. All they doing is buying motherfucking gym memberships and oxtails and Tyler the Creative outfits and shit. I can't make this up. I did not stay in school all this long time, get all those divorces and shit, just to end up like this. That ain't what I did. You got to be kidding me. I thought I was gonna be free. I ain't free. I'm in bondage. I'm in Crazyville. So I am asking you one last time to please refrain mentioning my name on your live and in your chats because the lynch mob you help to because of the lynch mob you help to create. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even fuck with them people. Craig, you know you have to prove all of this, right? With your lying ass. So I'm going to ask you again to take down any videos you have harassing and slandering me. There's no slander. And now adding mob against me. Your commentary is with malicious intent, though you claim it's not malicious intent. So please refrain and take down all you have already posted. Fuck you and good night. How about that? I'm finna go watch my order on DoorDash. How about that? And don't you post another goddamn fucking question to me. Hold on. Make sure you don't. Yeah. Let's make sure you don't leave me another message. Ever. Weirdo. I'm coming, y'all. I'm going to close out. Give me a minute. Let me make sure this idiot keep her ass away from me. Yeah. Now. You can't make this up. I mean, seriously, we're gonna have. I'm gonna come out here. We're gonna have the. Let's have a power talk real quick. About 15 more minutes before I get off here. I thought when I be purging myself from all these relationships, whatever, I'm thinking I'm be free and have a good time and no, not to run into some crazy ass strangers like some of you. Come and harass me about some goddamn Old Cole and R. Kelly and Barney and all that bullshit. Bitch, I wouldn't give your motherfucking ass oh, I almost said something. A goddamn toenail after they done fucking shaved it, trim it off. I want to give you the shavings of them. You crazy. Somebody got to answer all your fucking questions. Who are you, the fucking police? Get your ass out of here. Y'all weird. Go get with that. You must be got a crush on that nigga. That's fine, please, honey. Therefore, we ain't got to find no more fake girlfriends, none of that. You leave us the fuck alone, whatever. Because I am done even talking about that situation. I'm done talking about your ass. So do not pop up on me asking me nothing else. Don't say shit else. And then when I cuss your ass out, claim it's fucking harassment. You know that's not how it works, right, liar? You're a fucking liar. You came up on this motherfucking channel, told a lie about how that situation went down with you and that goddamn woman. Lied all about the shit. Come to find out, get the paperwork, get the videos of your distressed lawyer. You stressed that man out. Any fool who had a public defender who negotiated a misdemeanor after wobbling somebody upside their head with a shovel, said they ain't want that. They wanted to go to court because you think you can outshit the goddamn system. They find your ass guilty after they find your ass 2 times to be incompetent to stand trial. Then when you stand trial, what else you think was going to happen? Because you hit her in the head with a shovel. You was going to be found guilty, bitch. That's what usually happens to people that hit people in the head with a shovel. Then you claim the prosecutor ought to set you up. Did they also give you the shovel that night that you used to hit that girl in the head? Dumb. Y'all kill me. Somebody set you up. Set you up with the motherfucking tools that you use to commit the crime. That's the setup. The tools that you use to commit the crime and the intent. That's the setup. Get your ass out of here. Don't bring your bitch ass around here no goddamn more. Make sure I block her goddamn ass. She gonna right back on that block list. She won't be able to type the letter A. She going on the mega block list as soon as I get off him. And I'll block her ass off. You know I can block your motherfucking ass from hitting the motherfucking link too. Think it's a game. Your crazy ass. Who does that? Oh, weirdo. You are a danger, bitch. You need to go somewhere. Go over there and play in the cartoon section and shit of the YouTube. If you just want to be on YouTube that much, why don't you do that? Got that man name. I'm gonna make sure. You learn. The fuck alone, lady. Not bothering you. You fucking with me. How the hell? No more frontal lobe. Yeah. Shawty, you be like, Shawty, why they like to fuck with me and stress me? I ain't bothering nobody. While we sitting on here, let's make sure, baby. We won't have no more sightings from an Audra. Then she'll come up here and act like, I'm just making sure we ain't got no problems. I got all that on my live. That's you. Weirdo. And then I guess you heard me talking about your brown Aiden. I guess you done changed it to purple. I swear. We still gonna know when to block your ass. You ain't gonna be able to creep up on nobody. Her A done turned to purple, y'all. It's purple now. The color is purple. That's the word, it's purple. Pass out of here, lady. Let me make sure I do this right. I'll fuck around and make this help for a mod. Pay attention. He told me don't mess with you no more. Against my best behavior. Well, you in there now. Yup, you in there. You in there, Audra. Blocked. Block. Block. So. Anyway, so y'all, we done put another one in the books. I'm gonna get off of here. It's 81. Y'all still holding on to the wonder. I'm not gonna do no 3-peat. I'm not gonna do no Chicago when I already did a 3-peat the other day. And still 81. Y'all holding on. Baby, I can't with y'all. I cannot. I appreciate y'all, but y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy like me. Dang. That's so sweet. That is so sweet of y'all. That is so sweet. That y'all like to spend your time with me. And Mr. Blessed. Mr. Blessed. Mr. Blessed, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Lavelle Marshall, what's good? But I ain't see you sneak back up in here. I ain't see you. She trying to build a case again. Bless, why you seem concerned now? Bless, she trying to build a case on you. Bless, don't say too much because she gonna come after you. Bless, what happened to you? All right, folks. All right, y'all. 75. I'm gonna have to go, y'all. I don't wanna leave. Yeah, no. Listen, Shawty. The only way she'll get up in here next time, baby, is what? She have to click the link. She can't post no more messages. Can't type in the chat. Okay. So I am done with that. So I mean, baby, it's all kind of motherfuckers right here that need some help. And there's nothing wrong with getting a little help. And I'm okay with that. And do that. And I think you good people, whatever. Are the ones I'm talking about are the ones that need a little help. Because I ain't fucking with people. I told y'all that several times. So, but shout out to y'all and held it down with me for 2 shifts, y'all. Boy, 2 shifts, 2 ass wash, about 5 naps, a meal. So anyway, y'all. Shouts out to y'all. I love y'all. Be safe. Hit me on my walk if y'all want me to go live again. I'll try to make some time, maybe Wednesday, maybe. All right. All right. Be safe, y'all. Make sure you do something good for yourself and somebody else. Appreciate you all and have a nice night.